the start of the end, or the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost out here, I'm just blinded by the lights.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shining ashes call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La 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 la. One finger on your lips. Shining ashes call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret.
sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and be afraid what I feel. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance.
Good news, everyone. The LPL is back. It is week 7, day number 3, our final set of cross-conference games. We've only got 5 best-of-3s left to determine which of the 2 groups is superior. So far, Group A barely in the lead at 17 points, 17 wins, but hot on their heels is Group B. And WE, strongly standing in that Group B, are looking to turn it into 15 in today's first match against OMG later today. Hello, everyone. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today, we've got Zach Rusty Pie and Barento Raz Mohammed.
What up?
The roof.
The roof? Yeah?
Thanks.
And it's on fire.
It's going to be on fire. At least that's what we're hoping for today's games, because the groups are still very close in the standings despite yesterday's games. 17-14. Do you think Group A can close it out? They've got 5 more games.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, Group A just overall looks like the strongest group. Can they close it out, though, when WE are playing today? Probably not as cleanly as you would imagine, but
Yeah.
so far, so good for them.
Yeah, the middle of the pack in Group A is really surging out ahead. They're the ones being taking out the wins in the cross-conference. So there is still that few more days left, 2 days, including today.
Absolutely. Again, this is the last weekend for cross-conference play, so that means that this is the last opportunity to see these teams play against each other before we actually get into playoffs. However, before we start looking ahead, let's take a look at what happened yesterday. RNG played against Xiaogu, and I think the most polite way to say that is they gave Xiaogu something to think about.
That's when you look towards Group B's middle of the pack and you're like, wow, they just got demolished. Xiaogu needs to go back to the drawing board, so that's a good example of that.
Yeah, you can see they're at 5-5 in the standings right now after the result of that 2-0. But in addition, we also saw another huge game when EDG took on their old sister team in IME.
Yeah, that was our match of the week. How'd it go, Rusty?
Not only did RNG spank QG, IMA definitely put EDG in the bin and made them wish that they never had to play that game. And really, that was surprising. EDG, they lose a game, fair enough. They bring Clear Love in. You feel like, here we go. This is the full power of EDG come in to destroy them. And then they lose in about 24 minutes.
Yeah.
It was a bit crazy.
They're going to be having nightmares of that fizz every time. They're like Trinity Force. The moment it's purchased, it's like, no, stop. Move away from this. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
They're going to be waking up screaming over the course of the weekend. I don't think we actually get the chance to see EDG play cross-group anymore, as they've actually knocked out all their games, which means the next chance we get to see them is when they're back in intergroup play. So it's always been a question for EDG. We talk about the prestige of the organization, how first is always the only answer. Second is failure. Well, right now, can we even confidently say they're in second?
No, I mean, they were third. We believe they were going to be in third place simply because RNG and WE had moved ahead of them. Now losing to IME, who solidified second, I believe. It's you have to throw that up again. Are they fourth? Are they fifth?
I mean, to be clear as well, if we look at every team in the LPL, they're definitely not top 2. I would question if they're going to be top 3 for sure as of last night, but I don't even know where they are in their own group.
Yeah.
Like, are they second in their own group? Because behind them is QG and Game Talents.
I think they're safe in their own group, but they lost to OMG and IME, which is the middle of the pack in Group A, and it just perhaps you put them ahead, perhaps you give them the benefit of the doubt. Say if they face them one more time, maybe it goes EDG's way, but that's a bit of fear in the back of EDG's head as they move in towards playoffs.
I mean, they even got taken to 3 games by Snake.
Yeah.
Doesn't speak well towards EDG as an organization right now.
If I remember right, they were the first team to actually drop a game to Game Talents. But back before Game Talents had started even picking up wins. So this shakiness has got to be a problem.
I will say this. Kesman from IME, their coach, did say that they had 2 goals this split. The first goal, take out EDG, their former sister team. They got it. Their second goal after it, the priorities, you got to think about the priorities, is not to get relegated. So those are their 2 goals. He made it in a post, and that,
always
looks like
looking
they're doing
up.
well.
Always looking up.
They hit both goals for this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have to talk about the organization for EDG because Aaron, the coach of EDG, stepped back this split specifically to solidify and lock down the organization. And this is also one of the biggest changes in the history of the team. You've lost Pawn, you've lost Deft. Of course, you still had Zet and you still had Scout sort of as backups, but now we really start to see, as a cohesive unit, can EDG succeed?
I mean, like, they lost the biggest part of their identity, so they absolutely have changed a monumental amount going from last year to this year. And losing Deft, you can see him already performing well over in the LCK. It's not unexpected that he'll perform well. He is a superstar.
Yeah.
But can EDG actually keep up having Zet come in? Zet looks mechanically sound. Scout is definitely mechanically sound. but he doesn't have the experience, he doesn't have the bravado that these other players had that have all moved back to the LCK.
And it was the comparison that we made towards IMA that they have multiple threats that are performing incredibly well. But you look to EDG, it's just Scout. I mean, Zet does very well in his own lane, but if you take down Scout, as we saw in Game 3, maybe you look towards Mouse, but Mouse, he's a sturdy player, but he's not a carry.
Yeah.
Clear Love is just coming in too. Fire Lolly, you can't really expect much in terms of the jungle position. So they just have very limited talent when it comes to that roster.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to see if they can pull through with teamwork and do what EDG did and turn a roster full of A-tier players into an S-tier team. And now we're actually expanding the conversation for WE as to whether or not some of these players deserve to be in the S-tier in comparison. But again, to return towards that bottom lane, there's also another thing that we're seeing a whole lot repeating itself. Now that it's patch 7.5, we finally get to see the new Blade of the Ruined King Black Cleaver build that almost everybody and their mother is taking.
I mean, it's new unless you're Uzi, and then
Yeah.
you've been doing it for a very long time, and in saying that he was wrong until now. But he's now patched in.
Yeah.
Uzi's ready to go. It actually is just by far the best item build right now. It's very efficient in the way that you can still do damage, you can shred tanks, you have cooldown reduction, it's cheap. Like, it's actually just the best 2-item spike that you'll get right now.
Yeah, and every AD carry is building it. The best thing about it is the Blade of the Ruined King, since it's gotten essentially, I would say, overbuffed, because people are just rushing it. Not even getting boots, saying that's 350 gold down in the toilet. Let's just go all in on the Blade of the Ruined King initially.
Yeah, and the other big thing that we didn't realize when we first looked at the patch changes is that Lulu previously had already got the attack speed change on her W, so now if you get more AD from Blade of the Ruined King, you're still getting attack speed if you have a Lulu.
Yeah, and that has also affected that sort of pick priority in the bottom lane. Champions that synergize with that attack speed really well become much more of a priority. We're seeing the likes of Lucian return back to the LPL.
Yeah, he's been pretty big as well. Uzi played it last night, popped off. Of course, can't play Callista, but his Lucian was pretty sick.
Yep, the Blitzcrank bopped him in the show match. That was fun to see. But the Lucian, he shows it, and he's been spamming it a lot in solo queue. Everyone has it, essentially. You even see it kind of being played in the mid lane from Shahu in solo queue. So maybe it's good enough. Maybe that it's good enough that they want to flex it. But currently, you can't move it away from the AD carry position because it is too good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly going to be keeping my eyes on that AD carry position as we move into our next match and our first match of the day, OMG versus WE. And this has been a bit of a question for the bottom lane, at least something that I'm personally invested in. Mystic is an amazing player. We always call him an A-tier player. Well, now that we've seen people like Deft leave, can we start bringing him up as an S-tier player? And how does he fit in with this new Blade of the Ruined King Black Cleaver meta?
I think Mystic is definitely an S-tier AD carry right now at the very least. I would have said even if Deft is here, the way that
Really?
Mystic is playing puts him up there in that S-tier regardless
Yeah.
of that. Yeah, and it's not that like Deft was the #1 and we're comparing below Deft. It was that Mystic is now playing up to a very, very good level of League of Legends that his team can then build around him and win around him. And that speaks volumes towards a player's skill. So I think he fits in well with the new meta. He's an Ezreal player. He should seamlessly get in there again. I just wonder if someone like Lucian pops up, can Mystic actually still play that?
Yeah, that's a big question because his pool was centered around Ezreal. You can bring in the Jhin as well because he is always hitting in those skill shots. As you mentioned, Mystic has been playing incredibly well this split. He's performed upwards to a point where you can say he's S-tier globally. And then SMLZ. And this is a great example because SMLZ has been performing very well. He is an old guard of the LPL. He's been around for a very long time. But so far, especially recently, his play has surged up. And he is a Kog'Maw player as well, played it out of meta. So the fact that it is in meta is a bit of a threat.
It really is. And again, the biggest factor affecting that bottom lane is going to be coming from the jungle, where we also can have the conversation about World 6 and Kandi, both of whom are playing really far up.
They are both overperforming just like the AD carries are, to even expectations. Kondi, we've called him the son of Baron. We expect him to steal things, but it usually implies that WE as a team are slightly behind or slightly ahead, then lose it and then come back. He's just playing incredibly well to the point where that doesn't even become a factor. He doesn't need to steal Barons because his team's taken the damn Barons very easily now.
Yeah.
And he is a big proponent of this. The early ganking, his pathing has looked exceptional. It's something that we should continue to monitor because he's playing extremely smart.
And when you look towards the MVP ranking as well, you see 4 mid laners and then a Kandi, because Kandi has been the best jungler in the LPL currently. He is a jungler that you want to look towards and say, if you beat him, and we'll go right into it. Shi Young in the top lane, World 6, who's looking to do just that in the jungle, Icon in the mid lane, and SMLZ in 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, if you beat Kandi, That is a very well-deserved reward. Definitely worth of that MVP. You can see him on your screen right now, joining the likes of 957 and Chie, flanking in mid and top, along with Mystic and Ben, who has also been showing up.
And again, we highlighted Condi's importance on this team, but if we bring it back to OMG, the interesting thing to me is that, firstly, I didn't expect World 6 to play this split. It was meant to be Dredge. He looked like the better player. They play the same champions. There was no reason to sub in this one other Lee Sin one-trick player.
Yeah.
But World 6 has just been incredible. Like, he's actually came in once, overperformed, and I feel like OMG as an organization were like, well, I can't get rid of that.
Yeah.
We better keep him in now.
And you can tell the communication within the team is performed very well surrounding his calls, because every time he goes in for an invade, they're defending his bot side very well. So they are moving around his direction within the jungle game, early and mid game. So he's going to be going up against Condi. And the one difference that I see between both junglers is that Condi works very well with Ben, the best jungle support duo I've seen in the LPL this split. They are always moving in within the jungle to ward together. It's very well timed. World 6 with 5, I believe, still needs some work, but individually, both players are still sound.
Yeah, I feel like we can look across all of the subs in the LPL who are looking at World 6 like, oh man, we overperformed in our games when we got placed, but it's World 6 who gets to stay on the roster. You've got the likes of Cool and Yihan and even Bebe just being like, oh, if only we could perform that well and see success. But again, in this matchup, all eyes are going to be on those junglers to start things off. You can see the fans are showing up in force in the Shanghai Stadium as the teams are getting ready. And this looks to be a pretty hype matchup. I mean, WE took down the #1 team in the league at the time in RNG, and they have not stopped. They have barely dropped a single game. Last game they dropped was to RNG last weekend, but then the last time before that was an intergroup play in week 3.
Yeah, currently both teams are at their peak, I would say. OMG, and it comes to popularity as well. The fans are going to be behind both teams. OMG, the all-Chinese team, and then you see WE, which is the all-Chinese organization.
Yeah.
They still have some Koreans, but the organization has been timely. Everyone's going to still be behind that team, so I want to see, just from the get-go, who the fans have. 50%? Is it 50-50? What do you think, Zach?
I think you go for winners when you do predictions. So generally speaking, I'm going to say it's about
this is the
70-30
LPL,
WE.
Nah, I'm not about that.
Look, OMG does have exceptions, even when they play against RNG, and it's like all Chinese. There's still a lot of OMG following in the vote, so
Yeah.
they'll be up there.
Okay.
Yeah, they certainly will. You can see Condi on your screen right now. What goes through that man's mind before he does the things that he does, where he gets those crazy Rengars?
Nothing.
It's just like
Clarity.
a perfect still ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Single drop of water.
He's a very calm man. I very rarely see him react to anything. I think he's not quite SMLZ tier in the lack of reactions and emotions, but generally just a smiling or neutral person.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we can sort of expand to how WE play as a whole. It takes a lot to upset that team. Is there a chance that OMG could try to flip over the Galapagos turtle?
Oh, you mentioned it, Zach, just before the show actually started. You got the fist versus the turtle. The most defensive team in a lot of cases, and you got OMG that's just going to keep trying to break it.
So, Raz, as we get into pick and ban, I got to know your predictions. OMG or WE?
I'm a gambling man. I've been winning a lot of bets recently. I'm going to
boy.
go. I'm going to go OMG.
Oh,
they took
man.
down EDG. It's just not going to stop.
You've heard it here, folks. The last time WE lost a set was to Xiao Gu in week 2, but Raz has his faith in OMG. We just built up the you can't. He had his headset off and everything. Mr. Razzleplasm. Okay, picks and bans. Syndra, Malzahar, and Graves. Oh man, that Rengar is making it through. World 6 plays it as well. Maybe OMG are like, okay, we'll trust.
Well, I mean, with the Graves ban from OMG, WE's response you would expect is going to be the Rengar, but with the Lulu gone, Rengar perhaps not as high a priority. Kha'Zix can match it.
Yeah.
Condi's got his Lee Sin as well, but
Yeah.
it does make sense that they would get rid of it.
Deciding instead not to take any chances. Rengar banned away from World 6. That means Camille is going to follow through,
Yeah.
not to mention a whole host of other priority champions.
Camille's there. With the Lulu gone, Karma stands to attention as one of the better remaining support picks, as does Malzahar, as well as the fact that with Lulu gone, there's less counters to it there. So
Yeah.
there you go. There's one of them.
Karma locked in 29 out of 58 games here in the LPL. And as we've reached our 149th game, we've got one more before the 150th. It's interesting to see how this meta has shaped up. Karma's so flexible. We'll see if that goes to Icon or if he wants to show up against Xie, or if 5 takes that in the bottom lane. As right now, WE looking at a bit of a flex themselves with that Gragas for either 957 or Condi. But with how Condi's been performing, I would think that goes to 957.
You would expect 957 is the recipient of the Gragas. Having an early rotation of the Gragas, it still makes sense to want to flex it. Just in case, just in case you get a bad matchup top lane, or you really need some disengage in your jungle position, or guaranteed level 4 ganks with flash body slams. But it is unlikely. Usually we have been seeing in the LPL the Gragas top lane with the rare flex jungle.
Yeah. Instead, Condi's like, no, we're going in. Immediately locks in the Elise just afterwards. 61% win rate, and Condi himself has been one of the biggest proponents of this champion, adding to that Elise win rate here in the LPL.
And I feel like they could have picked an AD carry, or they could have went a support there in their first rotation. I understand they have a higher priority on the Elise. Yesterday, we actually saw an extremely high priority on Elise as a champion from IMA as well. And so it does stand to attention as something they do need to first pick for themselves.
Yeah, in answer, World 6 is going to be taking Lee Sin in the jungle to attempt to keep up with that Condi Elise. It certainly will be a challenge, but with now Maokai locked into the top lane, we're starting to see the formations of something good from OMG.
Yeah, definitely. As you would expect, 100% of support locked in here from WE, otherwise they'll get pinched in that role, and with Lulu banned, they've bottlenecked themselves into making this decision.
Yeah.
But the Maokai pick in particular, you would have to imagine knowing against is a Maokai. It's not the worst of lanes to be in. It's not the best of lanes either, granted. You both just try and sustain through, and the Gragas will be a slightly better version of you earlier on.
We'll see if 957 is able to eke out that advantage. Certainly, though, he's not going to have to do it on his own. Condi, if he goes for the typical Elise build that he likes with the boots and sometimes either Cirque boots or Moby boots before even finishing a jungle item, that means he's going to be all over the map. And with Ben on that Nami to help him out, that could be the dynamic duo showing up. So far, it looks like Ziggs is the next ban from WE, as Ezreal is now banned away from Mystic.
Yeah, as for Mystic, Ziggs from SMLZ, one of the few remaining Ziggs players at the moment. Not a bad ban from WE by any means, just that both of them are now pinching the AD carry position. And so it starts to challenge the pool here. If you're OMG, you want to leave 2 available though. And so their next ban should not be an AD carry, because Mystic and WE have the first rotation.
So I guess this is more of a theoretical question. Do you still call it an AD carry when it's AP Ziggs?
It's bottom lane.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Ashe is now going to be the follow-up ban, and Jace taken away from Xie. So as you said, still leaving up those 2. Caitlyn's still very strong. Of course, Lucian has been showing up quite a bit.
Cogmore for SMLZ if he really wants to, but the Lulu's been removed. And the on-hit Varus is something that we have seen very quickly crop up one more time. Quite good at taking out tanks, even with the Guinzu's Rage Blade.
That's pretty terrifying, though, because he's going up against Lee Sin and Maokai so far, and we haven't even seen what Icon's going to take. So Mystic is already throwing a bit of a gauntlet here, and the Duelist AD carry immediately follows it. Lucian shows up for SMLZ.
Yeah, and speaking of Icon, he has got the obsession with champions such as Ahri, can go to something like a Zed, but, it may well be the Karma.
Interesting, yeah. As Thresh is currently hovered by OMG, and now locked in. 5 takes that in the bottom lane. That means Karma goes mid for Icon. And OMG have got a pretty strong comp.
And I wonder if it's because he's expecting a Vladimir out of WE, a champion that has very quickly just become the go-to for middle lane options. Karma does well into it as we await Xie's final decision.
Yeah. Talia is the hover right now. Xie certainly going to be looking to prove himself against Icon and sort of demonstrate this success as that Chinese mid laner, something that Icon has been trying to achieve for quite some time, but now he's got to do it. Karma into Talia.
Every time we've seen a Talia, you can see down the bottom of your screen, it's a 0% win rate from the 3 picks. One of those was RNG against WE, so they know how to beat it. The question is, do they know how to actually play it themselves? Has a lot of versatility, can roam around the map extremely efficiently, and when you look at Condi being on the Elise, you'd say mobility's rush naturally for the Spider, he always does it. And then you'll have a Talia running around with it. That's a pretty dangerous combo with a lot of lockdown, especially when the wall is available.
The sort of gank squad. You can set up a very effective funnel by using that Weaver's wall and landing the Tsunami right up next to it. But again, that is the theoretical performance. We'll see if the teams actually live up to those expectations, as it's OMG versus WE. The coaches shake hands. First place in their group, WE trying to bring up this win rate, whereas OMG currently tied for third with Invictus Gaming, making a late cross-conference surge to try to claim that fourth place spot, to try to lock down their position in playoffs, and it is still very close.
And if OMG managed to do it here today, if they managed to actually beat WE, then I really do not know what the state of the LPL actually looks like, because WE are definitively the best team right now.
Yeah.
They're up against the upset kings themselves, basically, just a middle-of-the-pack bruiser, ragtag, OMG team that have found their strengths and they're committing to them. This team composition, no different. The only thing missing is the Sivir is now Illusion. Otherwise, we're stock standard OMG.
Maokai Sivir and just run at them. Keep throwing fists at WE. Question is, will these fists break the shell of WE's Galapagos turtle? Or are they going to try something a little bit more intelligent and try to flip it over to the soft underside?
I mean, OMG have shown that they can be quite smart when they play League of Legends. Yes, they want to ram their heads at you, but if they place vision first, then they can get a good teleport to do it. You know, like there's these small things that...
It's a question of whether or not they're wearing a helmet when they ram their heads at you.
Yeah, basically. We're going to keep going with the analogy, then yeah, it's a spiked helmet.
We're investing very deeply into this, as are OMG. They've got 3 members bottom, Lee Sin, Karma, Thresh. Mystic is spotted. And now Flash Hook, just barely doesn't catch Mystic as he uses his flash to get out.
So someone is traded, but one of those is a Varus. It means that World 6 will have his eye in on this bottom lane already. Laser vision down towards there perhaps, and we have to actually watch where he starts. You would imagine Raptors into something, but a lot of junglers at the moment, especially on the blue side of the map, are actually starting back at the blue buff again, so the top laner can leash, freeing up their bottom lane. Though you can do Raptors, especially if you have a Karma that can queue over the wall, they're all just choosing to start the blue buff again.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just a more effective level 4 jungle clear, where you can go back to base, do one camping, the Krugs hit level 4, then gank a lane. It delays the gank pathing and gives Condi a lot of opportunities, though.
And that is something that's very important to WE. If they can set Condi up for early success, he will almost certainly claim it for himself, as Ben eats a hook. That's Courage of the Colossus on 5, so not rocking the new Stoneborn Pact, as immediately Mystic is like, you tried to hook me, get the hell out of my lane.
And that's why Ben walks in first, right? So he's the player on the team with Exhaust and with Flash there. If he actually gets chunked out or they decide to commit OMG, they'll lose the trade because Ben has heal and summoners there. And that's exactly how W are able to say, well, we'll come into the bush, we'll check if you're there, and we'll absolutely trade with you if you are. OMG actually graciously walk up in range of that as well. They didn't want to. They're actually sitting at the back of the bush. They're a bit scared.
Yeah. Gotta respect that Varus Nami damage. I mean, we've seen the same thing out of Ezreal at level 2 Nami, or level 2 when paired with Nami. So definitely very respecting of this as Ben tops himself off. It is Longsword 3-pot, and 5 has got his Targon's shield, the very early.
Yeah, the relic.
Yeah, relic shield.
For those that don't know bottom lane, though, OMG have lost lane. The fact that the Thresh can't actually position himself on the same side of the lane as the Nami means that Nami wins trades.
5 chucks out a hook as World 6 makes his way bottom. He's sitting just outside of vision, but Condi's on the invade. He's going to see the Blast Cone has been cleared and know that red buff will be taken as well, but World 6...
Watch where he moves now, though.
About to show himself. Xie trading with Icon. Just deals a little bit of damage, and Condi now roams towards mid instead. Yeah, World 6 decides he can't make anything happen.
Yeah, World 6 was looking bottom, and Condi, I was expecting perhaps a ward over towards the Krug, but he doesn't have one. Just placed it there while he does the Scuttle Crab. So different priorities in order. There you go.
Yeah, the fan vote is in favor of OMG right now, 64 to 36%.
Isn't that some crap?
Yeah, despite the fact that WE, they are the best team in the league. They defeated RNG 2-1. The last time they dropped a game was actually against RNG, and then before that in intergroup play. If they 2-0 OMG, the only game that they'll have dropped in cross-conference would be to RNG.
And that's a game, not a set.
Yes.
World 6 again, looking towards mid lane, actually committing.
Yeah, Flash Tether means the Flash answer out of Xie.
I think that's okay, though, from Icon. Trading Flash for Flash and just having World 6 nearby. He's actually the one with a teleport and advantage, so gets an extra wave, might be able to farm this next wave, then go back and get a slight edge in CS, perhaps a better recall. The closer he gets to a lost chapter, the better he will be. Unless he goes Athenes, and then the same thing applies with Chalice.
Yeah, well, the Chalice is pretty easy. We'll see how he decides to go for it. As Five is just trying to harass Mystic over and over. He's going for the flays, he's going for the long-range hooks, but Mystic is just pummeling him down here while Ben is keeping SMLZ locked down under this turret, this bottom lane from WE.
Yeah, and it comes back to what I mentioned before as well. Lane assignment in the Thresh Lucian lane, the hook needs to hit or they can't trade, especially against the Nami who has sustain. And even if the trade is equal, you would imagine that OMG eventually will come to lose that trade. Right now, they're missing health, there's no potions left for SMLZ, and they're pushing in. So if they actually don't get a fight here successfully, then they're pushed out of lane and they're forced to recall early with things that they may not want to purchase yet or can't afford to just yet. So World 6 is here to break that.
There's Five. Flash play again misses, and Mystic's flash just on cooldown.
It just came back.
He immediately gets it back and then uses it again. World 6 is like, I thought we had the timing, guys.
And Five cooked that, absolutely. Flash tried to flayed the wrong direction, missed the target at the wrong angle. That could not have been worse, unfortunately, from the Thresh. And so, OMG, they do exactly what you would expect of them, and that is bring World 6 down to allow them to recall. But that could have potentially been a kill at the very least on top of that. They even managed to time it tragically with a flash being up from Mystic.
Unfortunately, though, it does not convert into anything. And ends up being a 600 gold lead as we get to the 6-minute mark for WE. Mystic and Ben are continuing to shove this in, trying to force them to miss some minions. It is a cannon wave, so not too much threat. In general, though, we are seeing a slight advantage open up for WE in that mid lane, and now, more importantly, in that top lane, as 957 is nearly 12 CS ahead of Xiong.
Well, Maokai is just not a laner anymore. He used to be known for his ability to stay close in a lot of lanes, but every Maokai lane feels more like what we saw at Worlds with the Jason to Poppy matchup. You're just going to go down 20 CS, you're going to have a bad time, and then you're going to eventually become a Maokai. But the Gragas is effectively a better version of you, so not ideal situations for OMG. It's all about those teleport flanks, and if they can get the utility from Xiong, if he can become unkillable by getting kills perhaps, things will turn around well for them.
Yeah, those flanks are so important, and they all require a lot of vision. We just saw Five briefly roam up towards mid lane, knowing that Xie's summoners were down. He knows he wasn't spotted because he placed a control ward, but Xie playing very safe, doesn't take any chances. And now you can see Condi and Ben moving as a cohesive unit to get some vision into World 6's jungle. Again, not taking any chances.
And it looks like a play perhaps for the next spawn of the red buff that'll be there shortly, in just over 20 seconds. But they didn't place vision directly on it. They actually placed it around the raptors and on the top side of the camp. So maybe not a play, just getting vision. And WE, while you look at that, say, you know, they're not getting advantages from all of this setup. They're just preventing OMG from getting it, from them being over-aggressive. I think they're just happy sitting in this laning phase, letting it pan out. Xie hits 6, he can now roam around, so they just make a big play when they make it.
Yeah, he's got 3/4 that flash up, so maybe another 75 seconds before he has the rest of it. And can effectively look for that as red buff was picked up by Condi, and now World 6 looks to do the same. You can see SMLZ and 5 making their way mid lane, spotted out by a quick ward placed by Mystic and Ben.
Oh god, Lucian, you don't have your Thresh.
That's a little...
He's waiting for the lantern, I think, unless he wasn't going to walk.
Yeah. Ben tries to intercept him in river. Condi was actually on that side of the map, but continues to farm up a storm. He's actually going for a standard Elise build, going for the Tracker's Knife first before Boots, so no Snowball Condi this game.
Didn't go for an early gank, didn't commit to the gank-heavy route that he wants to often go as the Elise, and again, just trying to farm to get as much as he possibly can get towards the rest of his team, getting perhaps levels, perhaps items at a breaking point where he deems it worthy to start ganking again. You would imagine with what he's already built for himself, though, going for the wards to get more vision to prevent ganks, that he'll just continue along that route, get his AP item upgraded there completely, and then he'll be super strong.
Yeah. Currently he's just chilling out bottom. You can see Xie is actually cheating down towards that side of the river as Icon continues to trade with him. Pops the snare, but Xie almost has his flash back up, so he's comfortable taking that damage, unless World 6 and Xiong show up.
Yeah, Karma's usually just going to have advantage in most lanes. Just having a shield tips the balance in your favor. Being able to match burst is always necessary, as Condi has to hang around this area just in case. I feel like his spider senses are tingling because he knows World 6 is trying to gank this middle lane. Has done it once already. They've placed vision to prevent the ganks around mid. And top side is where they're blind. So Condi sits on the bottom jungle, or bottom side of mid lane, knowing that if he comes in and tries to place vision, he might die. And so it has to be reactive.
As it is, though, Condi is playing very safe, taking his time. Yep, going for that Ether Wisp and Amp Tome so we can finish off Runic Echoes on that Tracker's Knife. And now we'll be taking Krug. You can see World 6 just a little bit faster on his jungle clear. He's just barely a level ahead. You can see him outpacing Condi by getting that level 6 first. But they haven't made anything happen with it. You can see World 6 continues to look for it, and Icon keeps on just harassing Xie in the mid lane.
But harass doesn't amount to anything for OMG. They're just looking or setting up slowly, but every time they go to actually make the play, it gets answered or prevented entirely. Every time World 6 has shown up for a gank, the gank hasn't been successful. WE just blow a summon a spell, and that's all she wrote every single time.
Yeah, and this was the question. Can the wild flinging fists of OMG break down the brick wall of WE? So far, the answer is no.
And they still want this Lantern play in bottom. They've deemed this as the easiest lane to gank with a flash flay. The flash is up again, so perhaps they were waiting on that cooldown specifically. They still can't get it done. The way WE are playing, hook's on.
Yeah, it finally lands the hook play combo. Chains of Corruption goes completely wide. But World 6 is already back in his jungle. So that's a culling and Chains of Corruption used. Condi's actually roaming down bottom. He might be able to skirt around that until he walks through.
Yeah, he hasn't been spotted just yet. Xie also working down. This is the combo we mentioned before the game started. But World 6 may accidentally walk into it unless Xie... Oh,
they're right there. They are right there. There we go. Ben forces it.
Here's the
That's going to
fight.
be the box. They're bursting Ben down. He flashes away as that's a cocoon onto 5. First blood, Condi. Tidal Wave catches both Xiong and Icon. A cask knocks them back as 957 sets up the play and Mystic tries to convert. He's taking damage from SMLZ, but that's still first blood from WE as it's a 5v5 in the bottom lane.
and you can't tell me that wasn't still a reactionary counter gank. The 5-man unit of WE just said, come at us. We're ready with open arms for a fight to happen. And the second a hook connects onto Ben, who walked up to get hooked, they go.
Yeah. Turns out that fish was actually bringing a lot more than just the one in that fight. As WE now shove a lot of damage onto that bottom tier 1 turret. You've got recall completed as 5 respawns, and World 6 is making his way back towards the turret, but WE are set to break down this very first one. 12 minutes in, they force the engage onto Condi, who's brought back in. He repels back as 957 flashes. Hook finds Mystic. He's pinned against the wall, but kites
They're
it
still
out.
alive.
The arrow is not enough to drop Xiong, barely 30 HP. But he stays alive, and so too does the tier 1.
And Mystic wishing at this stage that he either put levels in Q or he had lethality of some kind, but doesn't get it. And nobody actually dies from WE. Still 0 kills for OMG. And that's got to feel bad, but the consolation of a Mountain Drake is going to be there for them.
Yeah. World 6 immediately turns onto it. 5 doesn't even help as he's clearing out all of the vision, and the rest of OMG are recalled. So a quick solo from World 6 to secure that mountain, while WE reset.
And they'll be happy with that, of course. The Blade of the Ruined King AD carry that everybody is going towards now definitely does excel at neutral objectives. The Baron is the biggest one, and you know Mountain Drake's going to help you to secure that one. The next Drake, I believe, is also a Mountain, and so now it starts to get a little bit more spicy.
Some big damage going to be coming out of both Mystic and SMLZ. Xiong actually walked bottom. He doesn't have teleport, and now they see World 6 as he heads by.
That pathing is really awkward though from World 6. If you're looking for a Scuttle Crab, you don't walk through an area where you just had a fight, especially not when you didn't actually get to place vision there. So what they've done there, it's a small detail, is he's just given vision of himself to WE. Look at how Condi moves immediately. Xie tries to clear wards on the bottom side, and Condi's there to counter gank, expecting it.
Immediately prepared, leaps over real quick towards that wolf camp. He's still waiting on that side of the map. 957 is still pinging Mia on Xiong. He's a full level ahead, and with those minion waves missed, it's now nearly a 30 CS advantage for 957. They are dead even in items, however, so not yielding any tangible rewards just yet. but everyone has now returned to lane. Blue buff gets gifted over to Chie as Kandi keeps on cleaning out his own side of the map.
It's just the way that this works for WE, though. They don't even need to fight. OMG need to fight. They're always the ones that have to go in. They have to do all of these crazy moves. And WE still have a gold lead as a result. They can just sit back. They know they're the better players ultimately when it comes down to it on an individual level. Their laning prowess in bottom lane, top lane, and even mid lane getting CS and better back timings has shown up. To have a CS advantage against a teleport, like, speaks volumes towards what you're able to do. And it's not that he has combat spells, it's Ghost and Flash.
Trying to maintain a strong presence in that mid lane, despite the harass that Icon's been tossing out. Full level ahead as well, as SMLZ and 5 are desperately clearing out these minions as they keep getting shoved in over and over. Oh, they see him now.
Take my lantern.
He lights up that dark passage and is able to keep his bottom lane safe. No risks being taken. Chie is actually heading bottom as well. He's got level 11 of the Weaver's Wall.
He can
Culling
cut them
being
off.
used. And
There he
Chains
goes.
of Corruption finds 5. He's locked down. Doesn't have flash. They dive it. Kandi resets aggro as the first turret goes to WE.
And this is expected from WE, but not matched in any respect from OMG. The fact that they want that bottom lane turret was already set up earlier. It's the first turret blood. It's a big income of gold as WE know this is happening, but they have perhaps overstayed.
Oh, the bubble catches World 6 and the cocoon finds Icon. Mystic is allowed to walk safely away.
There you go. This is what happens, WE. They make the right play. They make the smart play. OMG do not know that it's coming, and they do not answer it whatsoever. No trades, no kills, nothing to be seen. And this is already bad signs for OMG, just on a strategic level against their opponents.
Nearly 3,000 gold deficit in 15 minutes, coming out to about 1,000 gold per 5, or about 200 additional gold per minute for WE so far. Though OMG have got that Mountain Dragon. If they can convert some neutral objectives, they can catch up quite easily. Trouble is, they have to go up against the wave clear of Gragas, Talia, Varus. Certainly is going to be tough.
Yeah, they're going to have a really hard time actually breaking the middle turret, even though Karma has so much wave clear and potential lane presence himself. To actually take that from a Talia or to pressure it is nigh on impossible.
Yeah.
Especially when she has genuine kill threat if you're standing predictably to hit the turret. So WE have freedom to match the push. Both mid laners will continue to roam, however. The difference really just comes down to what they're getting when they roam. And the Talia is getting far more.
Yeah. Icon so far not able to have too much of an impact. You can see the rotation out of WE forces SMLZ and 5 to head towards the top lane. That means 957 and Xiong are now bowling away at each other down here in the bottom lane, but Chie already invading again.
Nothing you can do about it, World 6. All he has done is out-farmed the Elite. He has got a Tiamat, so it makes sense he can, as they're about to catch you, 957.
Yeah, 957 has got to be careful here. Icon's racing around, and World 6 is trying to make his way down there too. Kandi is looking to catch up with Xiong. He's going to be just a few seconds behind World 6, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. Icon is denied, and suddenly this might be a fight that WE can take. 3v2 for just a little while longer. Flash from Xiong to stall it as the cocoon goes wide, and Xiong gets knocked in. A good kick is going to find Kandi in 957. He flashes away, but Kandi coming down will use his flash as well. And yet again, Chie is just pumping out damage. He almost has the auto attack. It's a quick shield. Chie flashes back. Cocoon finds him in midair, and it is a double kill for WE. 3 kills in the 3v3.
This is a statement game from WE. They should not be alive with the Lee Sin kick. Do not stop that recall, Krug. And WE, he actually stopped the recall.
He did, yeah.
Are destroying them. No kills for OMG, no towers. Absolutely nothing but a Mountain Drake that ruins a potential perfect game.
Oh my goodness, this is demonstrating why WE are the best team in the league right now. Super calm laning phase, super patient play, but when they make plays, they make it happen. Even turning OMG's attempted flank up on its head, the hook goes wide as 5 has got to be feeling a little sheepish, but here's that fight again.
And 957 was caught out, right? WE actually make this play as a reactionary. Icon's caught off. World 6 doesn't really know how to go in here. They're waiting for 3 people to be available. The kick was fantastic, even flashing to ensure he can get the max combo, but 957 flashes out, Kondi flashes out, and then Chie is bodying them. They find an opportunity, perhaps, you know, Shia might have overextended. Just kidding, he has summoners too. And this is where everything turns because the second rotation of spells are there.
Oh.
WE just looks so clean when they team fight.
Oh man, they're trying to go for Dragon right now. World 6 is in the pit, as it will be secured by OMG. WE don't have Mystic there in time, and as a group decide not to fight after eating that harass from Icon.
Yeah, Icon actually just took out more than half of Condi's health bar with a single Q, and that is the strength that a Karma does have. Deathfire Touch Karma can be super potent, super scary. You get that 7% extra magic penetration from the Mastery Tree.
Oh, Condi gets caught walking forwards as a quick dark passage gets OMG to safety. The mid-tier 1 falls as OMG find WE out of rotation and punish them for it.
I see what World 6 was trying to do there. He tried to ward hop so that he could immediately kick and prevent a repel out of the Elise. No combo to be countered then, but not to be seen. Thankfully has a lantern to get himself out alive. It is still a turret, as that sounds like a Talia saying go.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall is cancelled, in fact, as that's the escape route. That's another repel from Condi as World 6 gets pulled back in. Every time this guy goes in, he gets knocked right on out.
And Shia looks clean on this Talia, and it's all coming down to Condi being caught but having a repel. They can't actually seal the deal. They can't get the kill even if the kick's good from World 6. And when it comes to crunch time, WE are just much better at team fighting right now.
Yeah. It is definitely showing. They did sack yet another objective in that Mountain Dragon and the mid-tier 1, but they make up for it. Quickly shoving top with Mystic and 957, even being kind enough to wait for Xie to get some local gold and denying some of the minions of OMG. They've got the support of Ben waiting in the wings. Mystic is totally safe. This is just a textbook bopping.
Yep, and it's pretty standard WE from last year too. The one big change we've seen from them coming into this split was a bit more proactivity in the early game. Condi, notorious for having aggressive early ganks, but he doesn't choose to do that.
Yeah.
And interestingly, I think that's just a strategic decision against OMG. Like, they're always going to ram their heads at you. They're going to have a real good crack when that Lee Sin hits 6, and it's always a Lee Sin. Maokai has fantastic teleports that can come out from a twisted advance if they get flanks off. And WE have just said, we'll let them do this, and we'll pick a team comp that is really good at dealing with it. Talia can roam quicker. Now they're sieging.
Yeah, 957 in the front, eats a hook and that, but it's a cast onto 5 as he's knocked back in. Even Tidal Wave is excessive as 5 gets demolished along with that mid-tier 1 turret. WE, they set up for the turret, they prep vision with Ben and Condi. 957 is tanking for Mystic and Xie, and then they execute on the mistake of 5.
And they put 5 to sleep on his signature champion playing the Thresh. I expected a lot of things from OMG in this game with the team composition that they've put together for themselves, but so far we haven't seen a single piece of what we expect. And now WE at the 22-minute mark, they're probably not going to go for a Baron this early. They're not like a lot of the other LPL teams, but they will go for kills.
Oh, Condi. Whoa! How did he get destroyed that much? Okay, Rylai's Morellonomicon on Xie, and then Hunting Guy's Runic Echo's Blasting Wand on Condi.
I guarantee rookies watching this game and just saying, damn you, Xie. I wish I could win with this.
That's actually World 6 dead. They're in front of the Baron. 957 has made his way towards the mid lane. Mystic is now spotted as WE started off. That's Weaver's
Talia
Wall
cut him
by
off.
Xie to prevent entry. And SMLZ is just standing there waiting. You gotta wait your turn. You gotta pay the toll. Finally, the wall goes down, but WE are in the pit. Condi gets the Baron. Hook is gonna find him, but Xiang immediately has to turn back around with SMLZ split. WE turn and force a flash. A quick knockback from 5 forces his to retreat as well.
And that's exactly what you want from a Talia. Use the ultimate, block them out of the pit area, gives them so much time to take it down. And they have so much damage onto it because they have the Blade of the Ruin King. Doesn't matter that OMG have both Mountain Drakes, and it also gets rid of the one thing that OMG were counting on. That's trying to find some neutral gold, perhaps in the river area. The best case scenario for OMG with this gold deficit is to start trading, and the trades have to be bad.
I feel like OMG were standing there, sort of nose peeking over the fence saying, yeah, the grass actually is greener on that side. Huh. WE certainly frolicking through the fields in this set. 8 kills ahead. Nearly 8,000 gold up. They've got Baron super early. Even Xiang is able to single-handedly scare away, or excuse me, Mystic is able to scare away Xiang because he knows it's never just Mystic. There's already Condi and Ben clearing out vision on the side. You've got Xie prepping that mid wave. 957 almost has his teleport in the top lane. WE are demonstrating something here.
Yeah, and the lane assignments are right from WE. Putting the Gragas top lane means they want to pressure mid and bottom. If they pressure mid, they don't even necessarily need to use the teleport from 957 because he's got the wave push. He can just walk down and then go back up if they want to threaten a second lane instead. And you can see now pressuring top side, WE or bottom side, they'll crash with this wave. And it forgoes all vision that has been set up in the lane from OMG because they're already here.
Yeah. World 6 trying to look for something sneaky out of vision, but that means he doesn't have any wave clear. It catches 957 and Condi. He's already starting to get a little bit tankier now that Leandri's has been finished. The mid-tier 2 falls, and WE move on to the next target.
And still, a small detail like trying to clear this middle wave before going back to top speaks well of 957 right now. He'll clear that wave. He doesn't need to go top because Maokai has to try and clear it slowly and assuredly he will. But by that time, he can choose, do I go top lane and teleport, or do I just walk back bottom again? Because the Drake's going to be up in 15 seconds. It's another free objective that even if they push us off the turret, we can look towards, no problem.
Chains of Corruption is used just for harass onto World 6, and as you said, 957 decides to head bottom. The next minion wave crashes. It's not a cannon, but it doesn't need to be, as Mystic gets healed up by the massive ability power. There's another Weaver's Wall to pin
Karma.
5 and Icon. They are locked down and picked off. Fish in a barrel. Forced to watch as WE slaughter them.
And now there's 2 dead. That's a big part of their wave clear missing, especially against the Baron minions. Lucian will have to use something, and he doesn't even have the ultimate. This is getting rough.
Yeah, Xiang is eating some damage. He's knocked back and goes down to the barrel of 957. Sit down and have a drink, Xiang.
And they put him to bed as well. Everyone's going to bed now.
Yeah.
WE are just looking to seal the deal. It should be an inhibitor. Don't know if it'll be more because they killed those 2 members super early. They're now going to be back alive. And this is where they retreat. They go to the Ocean Drake if they choose. I don't even think it's worth it. Perhaps the next Drake's just more valuable, so they'll kill it for that reason.
Yeah.
God forbid they get to that stage of the game.
I
And
mean, they
rinse
are
and
the
repeat.
Elder Dragon team. They just have to wait for the timer. 35 minutes? Okay, now we end.
Kill the Ocean Drake at 30 minutes on the dot, and that's how you know WE are focusing on an Elder Dragon.
I mean, they did all completely recall. They're ignoring the dragon completely. Ocean Dragon isn't going to help them win the game at
They're
this
good.
point. Winning the game is going to help them win the game.
They're going to have one small problem to contend with, and that's going to be the Banner of Command, actually completed by Xiang. Does love having a banner. And so being able to put that in the side lane has to be Mystic that actually collects that, otherwise it'll just never die.
He raises the flag to try to keep 957 separated.
There's also the consideration that we didn't highlight of 3 magic damage dealers and an on-hit AD carry against a Maokai. Like, OMG compositionally would be perfectly fine at taking apart their opponents if they weren't just losing fights outright because they weren't executing on the start of a fight in the way they wanted. Maokai was never getting flanks, it was always reacting poorly or acting poorly and being matched. So that magic resistance stack could have worked if they weren't at this stage of the game already.
Yeah. As it is, WE are now moving back and forth between that mid and top lane, hoping to break down yet another inhibitor. There's still a tier 2 up top that 957 is ready to pick off, as SMLZ is actually starting to do some damage to 957. He's got teleport, so he's going to be back in no time at all unless he decides to play the side wave as super minions slowly but surely make their way bottom.
And the game changer here is actually just going to be the Talia wall. If it goes onto the turret when they all push up like this, SMLZ has a lantern, granted. Karma does have the flash, but it'll blow summoner spells for free. And it's all about the timing. If WE want to threaten that, they've got bottom wave now pushing in. As it crashes and Maokai is going to be spotted, I think this is where Xie will actually use the wall to lock people off and threaten either the middle lane turret or the top lane inner.
Yeah. So far, it looks like it is the top tier 2. Xie still waiting just outside of vision as 957 actually walked all the way back. He's spotted out on the side as the wave comes in. Culling finds Mystic mostly, along with Ben to top himself off. Finally, the minion wave is cleared, but the turret has taken a lot of hits.
So is Mystic from the turret. You need to calm down.
He's got red buff and Blade of the Ruined King. Give him like 20 seconds.
He's just overexcited. He wanted to hit it an extra 3 times, and it takes him 1 second. That's how fast he auto-attacks.
Yeah.
WE still, they didn't pull the trigger. They didn't actually say we want to use Xie just yet. They still will, and I don't think it's because, you know, that was the wrong time to do it. It was a good time, but it's that it takes so long for Maokai to clear a wave. They've clearly worked that out, and they've got higher priorities on actually threatening that middle lane, sieging perhaps for that instead.
Ooh, the hook catches
That's
Xie
awkward.
and pulls him off of the wall. He's knocked back. and will almost die here. Yes, finally executed, shut down by World 6. And though the inhibitor takes a lot of damage, it is still standing. And the perfect game is no more.
And the awkward thing about that is he was trying to ult to block off the top lane, and then he gets hooked at the same time as channeling that. Can't cancel it. There was no way for him to actually get out. And that's the right move from OMG. Again, utilizing Thresh-Fitter. Good pick composition with the Lee Sin. They blow him up. If there was a flash available for Shea, though, I have an inkling that he was going to actually kill that Lee Sin. Just quietly.
Just the amount of damage he does. Void Staff and now needlessly Large Rod on top of it. But he's going to be up in 15 seconds. Baron is spawning just before him, however. You can see Vision being placed down by Xiang, and 5 is making his way up there as well, along with Icon. So OMG know that this is happening. Question is there anything they can do to stop it?
Another good ward. That's the second time we've seen it there from OMG, but this time WE, they're smart enough to clear it. And no is the simple answer. I mean, Xiang has a teleport, but if he teleports and leaves those super minions hitting his base, one of the turrets is guaranteed to die. It's already super low.
Yeah,
in fact, it may just die now. Depends on the super minion.
Xiang is trying so hard to keep that turret alive. Xie finally has grouped up with the rest of his team. It's 5 members of WE against the 4 of OMG.
Ultimately, the biggest game changer here is the Karma Mantra Q.
Yeah.
If he can hit that while they're inside the pit, he will destroy their health bars. It's enough damage to potentially even steal the Baron, but Weave as well says no.
Yeah, once again, locking OMG out of the play pit. You must be this tall to enter, says WE. Teleport is started and canceled by Xiang. There was no chance for OMG to even get close.
And that's what you want from Xie. He was going to make the play top lane when he died trying to do it. That could have been what sealed the deal and even just gave them a second inhibitor for free. But the Baron still counts. That's twice we've seen him use it effectively like that. About 5 times his game total, though. He's doing well.
Oh, now the bannered minion. Finally, the inhibitor respawns as that super minion actually has turret aggro as well. Sneaky play from OMG. They might try to catch somebody here. Instead, they just catch 10 gold from those spiderlings. They're looking for the opportunities, but WE are just... This shop is closed for business, ladies and gentlemen.
They're looking because they need to. If the Baron buff lets WE touch the turret is dead. And Mystic is the target. So if World 6 goes...
Oh, he is! Actually gets the kick on the Mystic. He's pulled in. They're trying to burst Varus down. He flashes out.
Full health?
He's back at full health somehow, doing more than enough damage to make up for that deficit. Amazing healing out of WE. As 3 members of OMG go down, and with the Baron buff, this is almost certainly going to be game. Mystic walks up to Icon and is able to just heal it right back up. Again, there's Ben and Connie. The moment Mystic is in danger, the tag team keeps the AD carry safe. 3rd inhibitor is going to go down, or in fact, they ignore it as they bring minions onto the Nexus turrets and look to close out game number 1 as they crush OMG under the heel of their boots. Even the Weaver's Wall for some dominance as SMLC gets smashed into the ground. It's 15-1 WE.
And easy as she does it. That was a pretty clean victory from Team WE. The end team fight was the perfect kick from World 6. Utter perfection, looked clean, kicks him into the team, and then Mystic just stands still and is like, auto. Nami heals him, and then everybody heals him, and suddenly he actually gained health from being kicked into 5 people. It's a bit confusing.
It's almost reminiscent of like old school cog mechanics. Oh no, a fight. A click. Hands off keyboard.
That's what the Varus is right now, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it certainly worked out for them. But now, working for us on the analyst desk is Raz.
That was a game. I mean, thank goodness I said 2-0. No, it's far too early. But that was a really, really clean game. Even if it wasn't the Talia feeding that 1 kill, it still would not have been a perfect game simply because those 2 Earth Dragons were going towards OMG. But this is WE. It's a little bit, it's not perfection just yet, but it's fairly close to it.
And I love how you can see where Xie dies. It's that tiny little moment when the gold graph isn't going up. The entire time, it's just slowly but steadily increasing.
And here's one thing, just to take away from pick and ban, the Karma pick coming up, it's a safe pick. It's a pick that other players like NewBee will go towards. It did a lot of damage. The problem was it's good poke damage. As the game is going on, there's no playmaking potential that they can set up themselves up for. The Lee Sin kick turned into nothing because they're really just looking towards Lucian to be able to deal that damage. Otherwise, they just get outscaled damage-wise, and of course can heal each other up. So it's fun to see the karma, but if you fall behind as they did, it's very difficult to find yourself back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, the karma damage is still going to be relevant no matter what stage, as long as it's mantrad. The karma will still be okay. It's more that, like, when the Lee Sin's behind and the Thresh is behind, they definitely still struggle to try and make picks, because ultimately every time you saw it, a pick was them dying, not actually getting the kill.
Yeah, and it started off in the level 1, I suppose, because that was a great point that level 1 started. Thresh got the flash off of Nami. You're like, all right, they win lane. Let's see how that goes. And then obviously they start the lane off, losing 75% of HP on that Thresh. And that was it from that point. 20 CS behind. And then when we talk about WE, it's their jungle support duo. Ben got a lot of opportunities to leave the lane. And so Vision was just crushed in the river area. So WE were able to pick up that mid lane rotation towards the bottom lane, and it was just very hard to come back at that point.
Yeah, and I feel like even in the opportunities where OMG could see these plays in advance, they saw Xie leave lane. He was walking over wards. They still weren't responding appropriately. Xiang wasn't able to teleport down there because 957 kept him locked down. World 6 would often be on the other side of the map, so these sort of small mistakes ended up compounding into these advantages.
There were small mistakes, but I think WE set it up so well, even if they did answer properly. There was that 5v5 in the bottom lane that was answered, but WE just outplayed it in every way, and they were already there, set the fight up properly. Talia was always in the wakes, so even if OMG tried to outplay, which was just their idea, they're an outplaying team, but WE set it strong. And I want to showcase the Talia pick, because there is one Baron situation that we have up on replay that this is perfect vision for the most part. I still want a control ward, obviously, there to be able to catch that blue ward. But they set it up so well, even though that was being caught, the Talia wall was able to block them up. It's like, we want in there, but we cannot do it unless we flash over. But then we're just not going to be able to set ourselves up for the fight. And so they get it. They're going to be able to take the fight coming forward. And so this is something we saw from Talia time and time again, using the Weaver's wall perfectly, not so much for setting up any sieges. And yeah, he's going to get it. Because that's the best Talia play we've seen in the LPL so far.
5-1-8. Xie, the mid laner for WE, pulls out the MVP. The only Talia to pull out a win so far.
Yeah, he was impressive. I do think that individually we've seen decent Talia players, but that's the best team play we've seen from it. And I think the key factor to that is that the Talia didn't lose lane. There was no pressure around that lane. Condi actually spent a lot of time with Ben, even just placing vision to prevent ganks on him. Talia are entirely killable. There's no escape tools there, especially if the Karma tether does connect. So ultimately, if you just do well in lane, you just don't lose lane, that's where you have these opportunities to come up. And I do want to commend him for his performance.
Yeah, and that's an issue that Rookie has had, is not so much his individual play. He's an amazing Talia, but when he gets ganked frequently, there's a problem from IG to be able to help him up. That's not going to be a problem with WE, because the jungle support duo is just able to secure vision around the mid lane so easily. And so Xie coming into the bottom lane, or if it's Ben coming into the top lane, the mid lane, they are always having a numbers advantage, which is why it was so hard for OMG to be able to come back.
Yeah, and again, WE are still marching towards intergroup play again. They've dropped a single game in cross-conference play, and that was to RNG, the other #1 team at the time. Since then, they haven't dropped a single one, and they are now one game away from a nearly 99% perfect cross-conference group. That is pretty exceptional.
It definitely is. If they can continue on the path that they are now, this is like the best team in the league that should be able to do that. It's actually very impressive.
We're certainly going to be looking forward towards that play in general. I think then we have to shift the conversation to OMG. The fact that they were trying to fling countless fists at WE, but could not, unfortunately, break through the Galapagos turtle that is WE, continuing to lumber forward. Maybe they'll have to try something in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
will hold you in my arms.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to what very well could be the almost perfect set from WE. They took game number 1 over OMG and made it look easy. This is very clearly the best team in the league, demonstrating why they deserve that praise. But as we spoke before the break, we all know why WE is really good right now. What can OMG do to upset this? What can they do to do the only thing that RNG was the only other team that was able to take a single game, not a match, a single game against WE in cross-conference play?
Yeah, so there's no doubt that W is the smartest team at the moment. In comparison to OMG, it's going to take a lot of practice for them to get to that point where they can match them macro-wise. So just do what's comfortable for them. Do what works. The Lee Sin pick makes a lot of sense. The Karma pick for me doesn't. It keeps the Talia in lane, but if you're Icon, you are an assassin player. You want to be able to make the plays happen for you. And a lot of OMG success comes from being able to outplay. So just do what works for you until the future, where you can be a better team.
Yeah, we said that during the draft as well. They picked the Karma and like, like it is a flex, but it's not an Icon flex because like, sure, you can play the champion, but it's not an Ari, it's not a Zed, it's not something that he can individually kill his lane opponent on. Like, pick the Fizz. It looked like it worked last time we saw that yesterday. So there's definitely things that they can fix just from the draft phase alone to bring themselves into much more of a position of power. But really, it's also just understanding that WE are basically building a net and saying you can run at us as fast as you want or as hard as you want, but we're just going to catch it. We're going to fling you back the other way. And they need to actually change up their strategy a little bit because just running at WE will not work when they are smarter. They need to be more creative.
Yeah, I feel like WE would be the best Red Rover team because they just have iron grips on each other and they would just fling you back time and time again.
I don't know if that exists anywhere.
Red Rover? Do you know what Red Rover is?
Yeah, but we don't call it Red Rover.
Oh, what do you call it?
Is it allowed to or can we say the name on broadcast?
Bull Rush.
Bull Rush. Okay.
That sounds better.
Interesting.
That sounds much better.
Yeah, I know.
I'll adopt that one.
Is it also a song as well? Red Rover, send.
Nope.
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
Okay.
There's a all right. Anyways, WE though exceptional at children's sort of playground games, but also exceptional at League of Legends. OMG again, they have to go back to what's comfortable. We'd like to see Icon on an assassin. That bottom lane, Lucian Thresh, the Lifesteal lane. Theoretically, it had potential.
Yeah, and I think that the duo lane are going to go back into this game and say, we're going to play it better. Because that's all you can do. Because level 1, losing that lane when they feel like they should have been in a position of power is a bit unfortunate. And it just comes down to the idea behind it. They lose a level 1 trade. It's like, all right, there's no way you even said it in the game. You lose lane at that point.
Yeah, and they outright lost it from level 1. They didn't even want the trade. He started hook. Firstly, he started hook because he had to flash hook at level 1. You don't have flay. You have no pressure in lane besides the hook. The second it misses, that's like a 13-second window of Nami getting 2 rotations of a heal off. And that's always going to outtrade both you and the Lucian put together. And I think like whilst the Lucian Thresh lane is good, especially at the level 6 mark, they should reassess that, pick the Karma again, but put it in the bottom lane if the Lulu's going to be banned, because I don't think we should see the Thresh again. It just doesn't fit the bill right now if they want to play Lucian. And if they want to play Thresh, they should not play Lucian with it. It should be something with extra range, perhaps the Caitlyn, something with more lane control, wave clear. I just feel like that makes more sense to me.
And thinking about how they were able to beat Aimee, last time we saw OMG, It was based off the fact that they got that Lulu and they got that Kog'Maw, and they were able to just brute force these team fights that were very, very hard to be able to pick up and outplay. So it could be a strategy for them to just say, okay, if we can't outskill early, if we can stall out the game, we know WE, I mean, they've been playing a lot better in the early game, but if there is a chance for us to get to a foothold in this game where we can play Lulu Kog'Maw, then leave the Lulu open and see if you can get that option available to you. That is only if you are blue side, so.
Currently WE have got side priority in this. We'll see if they decide to go blue side or if they decide to take red side instead. In the previous game, they actually banned Lulu second, so they automatically respect that sort of Lulu Kog'Maw attempt.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we could see SMLZ take Kog'Maw in 5 match with that and just double invest into the strategy?
I mean, you could pick Kog'Maw with like an Ivern comp, but World 6 doesn't play that, so the support lane itself has to be something just super supportive. Thresh doesn't really unlock those capabilities of a Kog'Maw, and that's why I was suggesting something perhaps more like the Caitlyn, because the Lulu should always get banned from WE. They've got a Malzahar player in their support position. Lulu's the natural answer to that, and then it puts more priority on Karma, so they get the better bottom lane matchup for themselves. I just, like, WE have him red.
Yeah, and if we get the Karma, as we did first time around, that's fine. Just bring it down to the support position and we can get that Caitlyn or that Kog'Maw. I think either way, it'll work out for you and you'll be able to win out lane in a good you'll be in a good position. So I want to see that here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the fans are looking for WE to take this series. Despite the fan vote being heavily in favor of OMG, WE is still showing, hey, we're the best. You might be popular, but we've got results.
Yeah, and that popularity ain't going down. I'm telling you that. That vote is only going to shift by only a percentage. I think it was 63.
Yeah.
All right, I'm banking on 61. Yeah.
Slight decrease.
Yeah. Massive decrease, Dom. That's millions of votes.
I'm going for a 1% change. You got a 2% change. We'll see who wins out.
Yeah, we certainly shall. You can see the coaches trying to prep the teams to get back into this. I mean, how does OMG even reset after that game? They were just ramming their fists into a brick wall.
By starting fresh. That game never really existed as far as I'm concerned. What do you change? You just be better. It's the easiest way that you can say it. And that's by like not looking at last game as a massive problem, but by looking at the next game, this one they're about to play, and saying, how do we get better?
That mentality is going to be super important for OMG to maintain, because I feel like we saw that over the course of the set. They started looking for less and less opportunities, less and less ganks, and started backing away.
So start from lane strength. Get that, as long as the dual lane does well, perhaps then you can keep Ben from roaming around with the jungle. I'm going to see if that is the place to go for WE.
Yeah, we'll certainly follow up on that. Again, Raz, thank you so much for your analysis. We've gotten now into picks and bans for game number 2 of WE versus OMG. There's Shen and Malzahar banned by OMG, and immediate follow-up is Graves and Talia. So, interestingly enough, that Talia getting banned, and now a Karma too.
This forces a Lulu ban from OMG. If they don't ban the Lulu, you expect it's 100% about to be removed from them. And I think what's most interesting about the Karma and Mal's bans is that not only does it force the Lulu, but if that's banned, what's left? Like they can pick the Nami into the Thresh, have a winning matchup again, or do you get a little bit more desperate and pick something like the Braum to go with a Lucian that can also be seen?
Yeah.
And it's also about what OP champions are still available if you just ban supports. Rengar is still there.
You can see it's actually Syndra banned away from Xie, so that means Lulu gets through. WE've got one pick here, and OMG will be certain to pick up the scraps afterwards. Lulu is instantly taken. Huge priority for Ben.
Yeah, if they ban the Malzahar, it's very much indicative that they want to be the Lulu themselves. When you look at OMG, though, having those 2 picks, you're expecting World 6. Does he go towards the Rengar? He's at least in main. Maybe he doesn't, but he kind of has to.
Interestingly enough, it's actually a Gragas first pick out of OMG, denying that away from 957. I mean, he was landing the body slams. He was tossing the casks almost perfectly every time.
And I guess the question now is, do they put priority on an AD carry or something really important? Jace also stands to attention, a champion that we didn't mention, but is still super strong because it's usually just banned.
Pretty interesting. OMG looks like they're going for the straight up, hey, we're going to fight you. If you don't fight, we're going to poke you with massive damage, and suddenly this brick wall might be a little bit more vulnerable. How did WE respond?
I mean, it's expected that they will respond with a Rengar. They've now got the Rengar
pretty
Lulu
good.
composition, which is why I don't like the Gragas, but they also pick Gragas so that 957 doesn't get it. He was fantastic on it, and they want to remove it from him. So OMG are pinching themselves a little bit by having to take things from WE. But that's still a really good 2-man composition. However, what they're giving to WE could be quite dangerous.
Nautilus now is going to be the follow-up. Of course, Camille could still be an option for Xiong if he feels like taking that into 957's Nautilus up top. That would put World 6 onto
They
Gragas,
should've,
but
yeah.
Lee Sin is still super huge for him.
I'm not opposed to this Zyra pick either, acknowledging there is a Rengar and Nautilus that'll be going forwards. There's a lot of damage and disengage that can then come out of 5 if he picks this. A little bit better version of the Thresh than what we saw from him in the last game. And it's ranged and can match a Lulu's damage.
Yeah. Of course, it does raise the question, how quickly can you press your R button once you hear that roar from Rengar? And he starts sneaking around the map. Certainly going to see if Kandi decides to go for a passive route or an aggressive route.
And a lot of AD carries still ready to be banned, you would have to imagine again.
Yeah. There's Ashe. Taken away from Mystic. Of course, the Ezreal was first banned last time, and it was OMG who banned Jace, so they must think they know something that we don't. We'll see if Ziggs makes it through once again as Elise follows up, targeted towards World 6.
They take away the Elise, someone that has been doing quite well into the Rengar. A lot of early gank pressure is there. Lee Sin still expected, and again, from OMG banning the Ezreal, a must-do. If the composition that WE have built has a Lulu in any capacity, they've shown that they can play Protect the Mystic, and then they've also got the Rengar-Lulu combo, and Ezreal's a self-sufficient AD carry, so now they bottleneck the choice a little bit more so.
WE, do they continue to focus on World 6? They do. Lee Sin now banned away, and with Rengar off the board and Graves banned by OMG, that's going to push him back a few picks.
Could be a Rek'Sai, could be a Kha'Zix. They've pinched his pool quite severely. The jungle isn't that versatile, but there are still options that he can go towards. They're just not going to be as necessarily S tier.
Yeah, Varus is now the follow-up from OMG, and to follow up on that a little more, the only champions World 6 has played is Graves, Lee Sin, Rengar, and Elise. With Graves, Lee Sin, Elise banned away, and then Rengar picked, it's the first time we get to see World 6 take something new here.
And there's a chance that he goes the Gragas as a result of those bans too.
Yeah. We've got our AD carries now. Mystic taking Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. Nautilus for crowd control. Rengar for assassination. Lulu
this.
for peel. Protect the Cog would be enormous.
In fact,
Xie might be chucking the gauntlet himself.
yeah, he's most likely going to lock this in. Talon has been a pick into the Jace matchup fairly consistently when you do see the Talon. It's something that has been often banned away in second ban phases from teams that pick a mid laner and decide they don't want to get countered by it.
Yeah, it's locked in. Talon now picked up for Xie to answer Icon's Jace. That's World 6 on Kha'Zix for the first time here in the LPL.
And so they have to pick him the Kha'Zix. No choice really unless he wants to be an even lesser jungler. Kha'Zix still has the ability to invade the Rengar. It's not that bad of a jungle 1v1 matchup. It all comes down to how the lane priorities pan out. And 957 does still have early push against the Gragas, even if he does start to get outscaled in trading. It doesn't really matter. He's a Nautilus. He'll be fine by that stage. Xie doesn't outright beat a Jace, but it's a really interesting matchup because you'll always get crits off as the Talon if the Jace is trying to harass you.
If Jace ever hops in hammer form, you get a free crit. Plus, if you manage to prep your rake beforehand and you see him coming, that automatically procs the bleed once you get your third auto attack. Coaches shake hands. You can see the coach for OMG maybe a little hesitant, perhaps afraid of the bite that WE are about to show.
If he steps off the stage, he has to stop talking. Perhaps he was giving himself an extra 2 seconds.
Final advice. And be sure to win.
Don't feed.
Hashtag Korean advice. Probably not exactly necessary for the all-Chinese roster of OMG. The fans are certainly there to support them, but is that support enough? Because right now, WE are looking unstoppable.
And one thing that Frostgurun always alludes towards when looking at a Kog'Maw composition is that they have an assassin on the team. They don't just have 4 assets to protect the Kog'Maw. The Talon to be seen again from Xie. Unsurprising, not just for their matchup, but because he's got backline threat, he's got the potential to split push. They've just got a lot of extra strategies that they can utilize, and they don't lock themselves into the very one-dimensional protector Kog'Maw type of comp. They've got a Lulu Rengar that can go forwards. They've got 2 assassins that can actually dive backlines, and they've got a Nautilus that can work in any position on the team, so it's not necessarily a front-to-back Kog'Maw composition from WE. It's literally choose your own adventure Kog'Maw comp.
Well, that adventure I feel like WE's Choose Your Own Adventure book doesn't have a lot of pages that have the "you died" sort of scenario. Most of them are redirect to page end, where you win and walk away victorious. WE though looking to rewrite, or excuse me, OMG are looking to rewrite the book as we load onto the Rift here for game number 2 between OMG and WE.
Definitely long-standing organizations within the LPL competing against each other. OMG adopting the all-Chinese roster route. WE still committed to their Koreans that have been around for quite a while. Ben, the newest addition, though. And he has seamlessly integrated into this team. So WE have shown that they know how to make it work now, especially having someone like Mystic to back them up. Did that say TSM?
I think she did, yeah.
You traitor.
That's amazing. I could hear the chanting and I was like, yeah, OMG, okay, WE, all right, TSM, what? Even the audience was a little confused. Jai-O? What? 957 pretends to be a turret inside of the tri-bush.
Always does this though. You can afford to do so as Nautilus, even as Gragas if you get advantage. So red side, he needs to leash for the jungler. And now you can either stand in the tri-bush and just out-harass the opponent, especially with Courage of the Colossus on Nautilus, or you can just go back to lane and try and get push priority in the lane itself. It comes down to how you want to play this out, what your goals are in the laning phase, and perhaps pushing under the turret is the #1 priority so that Rengar will have a safer jungling round.
Yeah. Immediately a very fast clear out of Condi as he knocks out his red buff and turns towards the Raptors. 5 trades his health from Mystics, which is definitely going to be necessary, as Mystic actually anticipating perhaps some of this damage, going for a Boots and 4 Biscuit start.
Yeah, normally you'll look at a support and AD carry trading equal amounts of health and say that's a big win for supports, and it always has been, but not anymore because ADs can go Boots or they can go Longsword and match the potions of a support. And so realistically, you don't win that trade as OMG. You're okay with the trade, but Mystic will have Warlord's Bloodlust, he'll get his level 2 when these minions all finally crash, he'll get his health back, and the Lulu's going to make trading even harder as the lane progresses.
It's only a matter of time. The clock to that Kog'Maw bomb is ticking. And in the hands of Mystic, you've got to imagine it's even more lethal than what you might come to expect normally. However, junglers continue to clear. Looks like Condi knocks out Gromp after his blue, and World 6 will actually skip Gromp to head into the jungle, or excuse me, the river for Scuttle Crab, and then the jungle.
Looking mid for early gang.
He's found Xie. That's exhaust. Flash is used. Condi's ready to follow up, but he turns onto Icon, who's got the burst. It's Xie with the initial amount of damage. He trades back onto World 6, and Condi gets revenge. Double kill on this Rengar.
That's not how you want to start a game of League of Legends if you're against a Rengar. A champion that wants to be level 6 is now 2-0 and level 4, and he freezes the wave for Xie. Everything just goes the opposite way of intended at 3 minutes on Summoner's Rift.
Oh man, we've seen this Rengar before. It was only a week ago that he gave us a lesson in what it means to truly be afraid. Yo, that damage onto 5. Heal is used nice and early as 957 eats a lot of trade and harass from Xiong. Mystic and Ben are again trying to assert dominance in this bottom lane as Xie makes his way back mid and catches all those minions.
And they can do this. Again, potion advantage. Lulu empowers the Kog'Maw auto attack so that he can trade and still match the damage of a Varus. They have no potions now on both Zyra and Varus because there's a Doran start. They just win bottom lane as a 2v2 because they trade equally. As here we go again, trying to right the wrongs.
There's a slow. Xie gets a lot of damage onto Icon. He's bleeding down, but this time World 6 leaps in and follows up.
I'm pretty sure he just got blocked by 3 minions for over 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So, you know, you just deal with the cards you were dealt if you're Xie there. Just go back to base and hopefully buy an extra item to help you out.
He wanted to go back. He needed that cloth armor. It was deliberate.
But good decision from World 6 again. Help the lane that is definitely going to be in a bad spot just because of the fact that it got frozen as an experience advantage that might have been there for the talent. It's not gold, it's not kills that go over to Xie. That's all going to be on Condi. But you have to be pretty content with being able to get something.
At least you denied 1 assassin.
Meanwhile, look at what bot lane is missing.
Yeah, that's a lot of minions. Finally, SMLZ makes his way back. It was the boots super early instead of another longsword. As SMLZ was like, need to get back for these minions. Meanwhile, teleport was used by 957 to head back top. We see double Doran's rings along with corrupting potions on both of these top laners as is expected.
How impactful these trades are.
Indeed.
That control ward is placed in an interesting spot.
It's a sign of dominance. If Kandi ever invades, they know he has to take that time to clear out the ward. So they've got that going for him, as Kandi now just gets level 6 at 5 minutes 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Scryer's Bloom now spots out both World 6 and 5. The map is Kandi's plaything, but where will he end up going? Looks like it might be towards mid, as just a bit of harass. Ben shows up with Kandi.
And then they walk it out.
Yeah.
Lulu also quite good into Zyra, something that you may not often see, but being able to do extra damage to the plants is nice. As junglers, World 6, I mean, that control was not a side of dominance if they just walk in and kill you with it. So he's probably just going to kill that ward as well with this, and oh, you've got to feel bad.
He sees the recall red is up as well in just a few seconds, so he's making his way back. Kandi on the invade. Spots out Xion. Good hook from 957. He's still outside of the range of the turret.
Yeah, he's going to let the minions crash though, either kill Xion as he goes to ward now, or just, oh man, he missed it.
He decides not to. Instead, just sort of, again, asserts dominance by being there, but not actually doing anything just yet.
He wanted that.
He was thinking about it. Might have been looking elsewhere on the map. Ben shows up mid to clear out the control, the ward of Icon.
It was also a ward placed by Xie, I believe. He actually didn't clear the ward, he just made himself invisible standing on top of the control ward. He was looking for an opportunity to perhaps change the pace of the middle lane. Jace, we already mentioned in the Talon matchup, if he goes to Hammerfall ever, can get out traded by a guaranteed crit. As they're looking for this OMG.
They are. Xie's there. He tries to burst World 6 out, but a quick stealth denies any follow-up, and Xie is out of there.
Rengar also burped because he wants to try and stop the recall, perhaps. I think he'll throw a bowler and run away. Oh, actually, oh my
Or
god.
just go for the burst. He's got a full hammer. Gets casked back in and might have to flash, but he eats a shock blast to the face. Bad kitty.
Hi, Condi. Which part of stop the recall means suicide?
Certainly not that one, as Mystic now chases onto 5. That's flash used. Mystic follows up and executes 5. And almost gets SMLZ as well.
That's a lot of damage coming out of that Kog'Maw. They're still looking for mid lane, actually. She in trouble.
That's exhaust. He's got no stealth. He's got no mana. He has got no chance. Icon is 3-1-1.
And suddenly, OMG's disastrous start actually pans out okay. And this is WE saying, yeah, we've got an easy victory. Let's just start accelerating. Ben's been rotating, and the bottom lane is still winning. They're diving.
Oh, yeah, that's Chains of Corruption onto Mystic, but he still lands the Arcane Barrage, Bio-Arcane Barrage.
Ooh.
World 6 shows up on him. He's got Flash, but there is no Flash for Mystic. Who's he going to heal? Ben is so close. He heals Ben. Is it enough? And no, World 6 decides to flash away instead of in for the kill, and Mystic will punish him for it on the way out.
Yeah, didn't get the red buff auto attack off there, so World 6 doesn't get the kill. Almost was. They do get summoners out of WE's bottom lane to follow that through. He might. No, he's got smite, thank God. At OMG, they are still matching this now. They're actually slightly ahead in gold. It's insurmountable. It doesn't actually matter how much, but they're not behind.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Somehow, WE are still starting to eke out these minute gold lead. Red buff now going to be picked up by Kandi, as World 6 still has his own. And you can see how the kills are being distributed. Mystic and Ben have earned 2 kills on their own. Kandi was able to get 2 kills in the chaos of mid lane. But now OMG are taking advantage of WE's confusion around that mid lane to pick up a few kills onto Icon.
Ben always around the middle lane. Jace just trying to do the Gate Shock Blast poke, doesn't actually want to commit to an all-in trade. We already mentioned why, but the fact that Ben's always there, if he ever decides that he can go, it'll be even worse than you would expect. It's just everywhere, support of WE.
It's a tough matchup. WE are simply prepared. They've got control wards, they've got vision. Blue buff now is going to be picked up by Kandi. That's a little embarrassing.
That was an accident.
Yep, whoops. He didn't know his own strength. That hammer is pretty strong.
He actually took it with a bowler, so I don't know if that was intentional, but it definitely shouldn't have been, as Shea walked over there.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
yeah, we're seeing Shove in the bottom lane. SMLZ and 5 are trying to break this turret super early on. They've got Bilgewater Cutlass. World 6 waiting in the wings. There's no sign of
So it's
Kandi.
Kandi,
Finally,
yeah,
he's
he's
heading
coming.
down there.
They just need to stop leaving the lane, Ben. If you want to push out and leave, that's fine, but he's leaving whilst it's not pushed. They want to counter gank this, though. World 6 wants a turret. Condi wants to stop it.
Yeah, he is there and ready, but here comes Chie as well. Condi holds on to Thrill of the Hunt, however.
He might find an opportunity for middle lane instead. The Jace is a little bit obsessive with trying to fight his opponent because he has to be. 957 also threatening a flank. This looks like a good time to go.
Chie shows himself. That's exhaust. Flash gets him out of the way, but 2 assassins and a Nautilus makes for 1 dead Jace. Teleport started and canceled by Xion.
Yep, now Icon's counting backwards. Unfortunately for him, not going to be able to survive that much damage. Doesn't matter if he's 3-1. It doesn't mean anything when you build damage only as a champion. So WE, they finally make the play. And it's by unlocking 957 from the top lane specifically, as the Nautilus is able to freely walk down, doesn't have to teleport. And that means the teleport's still there and able to be used after he resets the top lane in about 30 seconds time. And there's a chance that that is actually utilized to counter gank bottom because Xiang doesn't have his.
Oh, World 6 is out of there. Nope.
Hectic.
I think that's the best, like, I am going to do things today. I'm ready. I've got my homework prepared, and suddenly I'm watching Netflix. How did this happen?
Yeah, that's what that was. No worries, man.
He was so hyped. He
Nailed
was so
it.
prepared to start the day, and then suddenly it's midnight, and he's watched all of Breaking Bad. He was in. He was ready. Didn't happen. Meanwhile, it's Condi now sitting down in that bottom lane.
That actually hit
Mystic
Condi.
eats a lot of damage and goes down. Yeah, Condi was caught. That's a little embarrassing.
He was aiming for Mystic and he locked down Condi, so they get a free kill on an attempted bait.
I was so confused. I was like, wait, why isn't Condi going in? And you
Yep.
told me.
That really is unfortunate. They're on a control ward. There was no way he was going to know. And the Zyra Varus burst is still incredibly high. Not even Ignite used by the Zyra. That was a free secure kill. He's still the big power point of WE here, though. Mystic, especially when he completes his first item, working towards the second, will be a monster to contend with if you were OMG. That's not as clean as you would like from that first game being repeated. This is very different.
Despite the chaos, though, it's still dead even in gold, dead even in kills. We haven't seen a single turret go down, though. OMG are still working on that bottom one as Ben freezes the wave for Mystic. He's working towards that, and I'm sorry, Gwinsu's.
Yes, it is Gwinzu's.
It just feels wrong to say it that way.
It shouldn't, because it's right.
The Rage Blade.
Sure.
And that's going to be a big Kog'Maw if he's allowed to build up. World 6, however, shows up bottom once again. Mystic has got both summoners, and despite the wild growth being used by Ben, he still got bursted down pretty quickly previously.
Yeah, having the summoners is super handy. They'll keep him in it as a... This is not an important one, but it's something that they can afford to look towards. WE's response and best bet of this is probably a Kog'Maw ultimate if he chooses to get vision, but even then, not worth. They just want to scale up and get their items. OMG currently have the initiative where WE are waiting on their next item spike. Except for 5. Yeah, he needs to get out.
Yeah, hops over the wall to safety. Eats just a bit of harass as World 6 will solo that Cloud Drake for himself. We'll see if it's going to be used to run away from WE or chase them down, depending on whether or not OMG are able to get an advantage. They're continuing to focus a lot of priority on this bottom lane. They know that it's a Kog'Maw. They're working down the turret. Condi's
They're actually
continuing to show
all
up.
here for the turret. They are going to completely group up. Xiang has teleports. You have to watch the top lane, and if he actually backs away.
They're going to try to burst down Mystic Chains of Corruption lands. And he goes down with the help of a Shock Blast and the rest of his team. And no teleport was used by 957. Condi even pops ultimate.
And now we have to watch how WE react to this, because Kog'Maw dead means the turret is 100% going to drop with the next wave as it crashes. WE decide we're not going to contest this. We're actually just going to try and perhaps do something else, but it really isn't possible. OMG, they just work around the Varus ulti, they make the pick onto the Kog'Maw, and Mystic probably wishing at this stage that he was an Ezreal that got banned from him.
Instead, he's stuck on that champion for the duration of the match. Still no Rage Blade finished, as we did get some damage onto the mid-tier 1 in answer. Condi and Ben continuing to act as a dynamic duo, looking for vision but not finding anyone. And OMG break down that first turret. They finally got a gold lead for the first time in a grand total of 40 minutes of gameplay.
And we already mentioned the reason that OMG went for the Drake. It's the same logic as going towards the bottom lane outer turret. There's no item spikes from the Cogmore. They're in a point of power where their opponents are not. And OMG should be trying to make these plays, recognizing that their lead is currently there. The fact that they are doing it still speaks positively towards them again. And WE just need to hold on and keep holding on.
Yeah. They're going to have to demonstrate their grip in this match, as blue buff will be passed over to Xie this time. I like how Kandi pulled off at about 1,000 health to make sure there was no chance of a Bola steal.
And OMG have actually put a lane swap into place, so they want to keep the 2v2 going or accelerate the pace of the game if WE choose not to match the 2v2, which they are not. They're trying to trade, but Gragas is already there, so
Yeah.
great moves from OMG.
World 6 leaps onto the minions. The final one is cleared out, and OMG finish off their second tier 1 turret. Mystic rushes forward, tries to get some damage on, and Xiyoung actually backs away. They've got no vision of Kandi, so they have to respect him, and it is going to be traded over.
What they don't know is that Kandi is on the top side of the map with Xie still, and if OMG continued to push that, they were probably going to die.
Oh, Mystic.
Speaking of gonna die.
He was window shopping and gets caught. No Rage Blade means he's got to try to finish it the old-fashioned way. There is not enough health in the world to keep him up. Xie gets snared despite being stealth, leaps back in, and is healed up at the last second, hops over the wall, and Icon is killed by the blades of Xie.
And World 6 almost dies as well to the Rengar, so they don't exactly get what they're looking for here, OMG. You have to say it's a little bit overexcited, not knowing where WE are, especially Ben, who was already missing. They already got a free kill bottom on a Cogmore. It's pretty clear Lulu's not there.
Yeah, Xie shows back up, healing up quite a bit. Here comes Xiyoung,
Has flash.
but no explosive casks, so the only follow-up will have to just be the raw damage of SMLZ in 5.
They do have a lot. Unfortunately, no mana as well for the Varus means that OMG should be saying hard no to that, and they do. WE bounced back a little bit. They got a lot of money spent from Mystic when he was caught out. Perhaps if he had those items, Xiyoung would have died. And that's what we saw the makings of, because that was still a pretty fair trade from Mystic, considering no summon is used.
2 levels down.
Yeah. That's what they have to look forward to. Xiyoung. Start getting those resistances ASAP.
Yeah, eventually this Cogmon is going to be absolutely enormous. He's got another recurve bow on top of that Rage Blade. So likely going to be going for the Runan's Rage Blade. As red buff is passed over to SMLZ, he's got his own Blade of the Ruin King. Is in fact not going Black Cleaver second. Seems to be building attack speed next. And the harass is on. Mystic has to dodge these shots to keep his turret standing.
But he is dodging them, so this time around he'll be okay. The question is the next round of spells hit him? Do OMG actually want to continue doing this? Because WE have actually got lane assignments they're quite content with. They could put Talon into a side lane. They can continue to try and split push like this, and then have an advantage where the Cogmore sits. But if OMG group, this is okay.
Yeah, quick ultimate from Xie gets him out of vision of Icon and to safety as World 6 secures Scuttlecrab.
That's the thing with the Talon on a side lane. You actually spend a lot of time trying to kill him if you don't immediately do it. It's because every single piece of terrain is an obstacle for him to traverse.
Yep.
And he does so effortlessly.
So nimble. Bit of a bait ward now as Ben, again, paired up with Kandi, trying to maintain vision on this bottom side and keep him safe. Next dragon is another Cloud Drake in 45 seconds as we get closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. OMG finally have an advantage in this set by a flat 1,000 gold because they are 1 turret up, but
Look,
can they do anything with
granted, they do have a slight gold edge. I don't know where I would look at the team of OMG besides Icon and say they actually have an advantage. And if Xie sits in a side lane, Icon has to answer the side lane. Where is the advantage of OMG actually going to be? Because look at the difference between Kandi and World 6. The goal difference would probably be more if he wasn't so far ahead. And he is very far ahead.
As expected, Kandi is performing. 3-1 so far as he works towards his Black Cleaver build. Now Dragon has spawned. You can see World 6 is in the area.
It's a second cloud, which would be very handy for OMG to actually pick up for themselves. Not the be-all end-all of Drakes, but everyone knows this. They will still look to potentially fight for a WE. The question is more so on them. The onus is they actually want to fight for this. They've made the decision. Kog'Maw's not grouped yet. I think he'll get there in time okay.
Yeah, it looks like OMG might be set to trade this. They're grouped up in the mid lane with SMLZ and Xiang. Cloud Drake is picked up as the minion wave goes in.
Too quick.
They had no vision. They had the minion wave there, but they decided not to commit.
Yeah, the vision was all cleared by WE as they started off the Drake, and the problem is that they actually cleared it so quickly. He is legitimately setting up for this. All the plants he can possibly place down in the area.
That is a lot.
If they kick this off, it's a Kha'Zix Zyra. Can keep the Baron aggroed for quite a while. It's a Blade of the Ruined King Varus as well as Jace's damage. They have a lot there, but they will need Xiang to be present. And then if everybody's missing, suddenly it's glaringly obvious what they'll be doing. But here they go, two-man.
You can see how annoyed that Baron was getting. Stranglethorn's used as well. They're trying to sneak this. There's no vision from WE. Xiang now missing is going to tank it as 5
WE don't know.
ward over the wall. You can see 957 is not able to make his way over there. He's cheating towards mid. And the rest of OMG disappear. Now they know. There go the missing pings. Blue Trinket spots this out, but Baron is already cleared out. OMG sneak it. However, they get a knock-up, flash follow-up onto SMLZ. He drops as Xie chases.
Done.
Exhaust onto Icon. He's trying to get everything he can. Tumbles over the wall before following up. Icon eats some damage and is slowed. And Kandi gets the execution onto Icon, but 2 kills for the Baron.
Yeah, and those 2 kills of Baron are still worth it for OMG. It could change the pace of this game entirely if the Baron buff itself allows you to get anything. Unfortunately, what I would say is it's not good because top lane turret, the mid lane turret, it's all getting sieged at once whilst the 2 members of OMG are dead. And if they can break this, which they can't.
Yeah, teleport used by Xiang to get himself back in and deny this push. Instead, it's the top tier 1 that falls.
Which is bad from Xiang, to be fair, because the top lane turret's going to go down. Either way, he's walking up there to clear it out. They still get a lot of gold here, WE, and the Baron buff has amounted to nothing positive yet. And now this is where everything starts to open up. Icons just spawned. Can they utilize the buff to get advantages, get a team fight, get gold, something that can really get them over the line? Or was it just a really good Baron take to prevent WE from looking at it?
Yeah, it might have just been the flat denial. SMLZ now bringing that minion wave in towards the mid. Kandi, Ben, and Mystic all recalled, so there's no one here to defend it for now. And with Baron buff, the mid tier 1 is going to drop.
As expected, outer turrets are worth taking down for free and not fighting over if you're WE. It's this one. Do they actually fight for this one? Rengar has ulti, Talon has ulti. Nordhog's
Hook onto Xiang. He's eating some initial harass as Mystic begins to charge up that Rage Blade. He's got his rune hands and is working towards a Quicksilver shortly thereafter.
And WE have side lanes completely controlled right now. Against a Baron buff team of OMG, they've just barreled down mid lane and said, we're going for the turrets. Not exactly easy to do.
Yeah, classic LPL. Looks like Xiang is the target as Kandi races in. He's trying to find a way towards the back as Mystic keeps on firing these shots. He eats a shot blast and is forced to back away. It's a 4v5 now. 957 is so tanky.
Whoa,
and Xie goes in. Exhaust is too little too late. He's already chunked so many folks out as now Mystic using that Warlords to heal himself up. Shock blast tanked by 957. And this Baron push is turning into a Baron pull as WE are the ones with the shove.
And they'll get the turret you would expect here. The thing is, Xiang has to go bottom, wasted his teleport, and now he can't group up. This all compounds as a big mistake from the top laner of OMG, and look what happens as a result.
Yeah, mid-tier 1 falls. It's now even in turrets. Despite that, still only a 400 gold lead for OMG. And World Elite, excuse me, WE, they're no longer World Elite. Still demonstrating they have got the power, even when down by Baron.
And that particular fight just happens without Mystic actually having an input. He spent the whole time running around killing minions and then trying to dodge Jace spells. And granted, the Jace was doing damage to him and they were trying to keep him out. If WE are able to come out ahead in situations where it's pretty much just Xie holding it down as what was a very weak talent, shows that he's starting to crop up with some strength again.
Yeah, finally OMG used the ebb and flow of that push and pull in the mid lane to break down the mid-tier 2. But Kandi is making his way back in. That's teleport used from 957 as he races forward. Cask denies him, but Kandi looks for 5. The bola is not going to be used. He instead decides to cleanse this snare. And OMG are let off the hook this time.
They are, but look at how this Baron buff has been utilized from OMG. They've only found one lane. Side lane's still controlled from WE. Top lane's about to have Icon go up there and deal with it. Bottom lane's now got Xie already pushing that in their favor. and that coincides with the spawn of the enemy blue buff if they choose to get over there cheekily as a talent. WE are matching what a Baron is doing, and it's something that they've always excelled at being able to do. Just trades, make objective plays, and commit to team fights. Look at how the Baron went.
Minus 800 gold for that Baron power play. WE. Come on, guys. You got to let them take some. Well, I guess they did. They got the Baron buff.
Exactly.
But they
WE
didn't
just
get any
take
gold
more.
with it. Yeah. And the map has now been opened up significantly more. I'm certain the assassins in WE are going to enjoy that.
Yeah, especially with the mid lane outer turret going down, the freedom to move. If you were WE's assassins, and Xie in particular, will be relishing in that.
Yeah, Mystic now firing some huge shots across the mid lane. He is getting really big.
And for reference, that's where you should put your control ward. If you're going to place it near the Raptors, put it so that you can stop them from placing vision. Speaking of, look at the control wards they've currently got in that exact area.
Yeah, they see everything. They are denying, completely blanketing the vision of OMG and just clearing out so many wards.
That
GA
is
split
4.
pushes bottom to get that minion wave prepped with Dragon up in 7 seconds. It's a mountain this time.
The
W are
red
not
ward.
messing around.
That's like the perfect ward. Nothing
It's
spots it.
right in the middle of the Venn diagram. Shock Blast doesn't find anyone. Hook from 957. They don't see him coming as he finds 5. Stranglethorn knocks him up, but he
Xie.
dies to Mystic in the range. Xie is ready to flank. Flash knockup. SMLZ is the target. Condi goes in, and SMLZ goes down. Xie catches the rest of them. He gets wild growth for a knockup and chases onto Icon. 957 keeps him pinned while his team executes the kill. WE have got the momentum.
And 957 does not miss a hook at all. The man is on fire. He has been playing exceptionally well this set. Mystic able to do free damage. Ben using the Lulu ultimates on the correct targets. And this is really well done from WE to come back from a deficit, to beat out a Baron buff, and to just get advantages left, right, and center.
Yeah, Shihei even getting some cheeky damage onto that bottom tier 2 without the support of his team. Showing we can play team fights, we can play split push, we can play side lanes. What game do you want to play, OMG? We'll beat you at it. And now this is Mountain Dragon, as it's WE beating OMG at the Dragon game too.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
Name of this game right now. 5-1 Rengar, still the biggest tipping factor you would have to imagine coming into this one, just from the level 3 fight that they had. He got 2 kills, and then OMG kills Xie. But that's okay, because WE had Condi the whole time with 2 kills, and now he's got 5. And now no one can stop him from killing SMLZ, because Talon's threatening a flank at the same time. And they're not just running at the same angle. Varus' ultimate doesn't actually stop everybody.
Yeah.
And if they're flanking from multiple directions, what's a Varus to do, especially when there's a Nautilus using his ultimate on top of him? And the thing is, 5 is the disengage for the Varus. So this is how it all breaks out. 5 now no longer has anything, he just immediately dies. This ulti comes out, and if you're SMLZ in this position,
You just feel unlucky.
use
there.
your ultimate, you block Xie, fantastic. I'm so happy for you.
And
Condi's
Condi
already
follows
hitting
up.
you.
Yeah. Oh man, clean execution.
Speaking of-
oh, hey, there he goes again.
Welcome
That's
back.
Depth charge.
Goodbye.
Hello, goodbye. A little bit of burst from Xiong. He actually has to flash cast to get away from Mystic, who shows up from
Ben
over
gets
the
it.
wall. Yeah. Support Lulu. They're now setting up outside of the Baron. Hook
Again.
catches Xiong. He's got no flash. He's got no cast. Xie again flanks onto 5 before hopping out of this. WE get another 2 kills. They don't even need the Baron as they look for an inhibitor now, bringing that minion wave in. Mystic is fully charged up.
And I promise you that Condi wanted that red buff, because the health regeneration is sorely missed from him right now. Not actually able to engage, but they want the Baron as the primary focus here. Really difficult to siege without it into a Jace, and Kha'Zix when the evolved W is there. And Condi will get low from this, so it is actually a little bit risky. However, they have the Lulu.
Yeah, they turn onto World 6, who's making his way towards the Baron. He gets over the wall, but Xie follows. You can't escape Talon over terrain. Even pulls the blades at an angle to follow through. Icon tries to get an execution, but there's nothing he can do. SMLZ is dead again as Xiong drops a double kill for Xie. Icon now running for the turret, but he drops, and Condi burning down is still alive. 17-7, 4,000 gold lead, 4 turrets to 4. WR taking everything and then some.
Smites the Krugs for health back because he has to come over to the Baron and he'll just immediately die. Xie almost as well. But for a 4,000 gold lead, as you mentioned, it feels like it's 10.
Yeah.
Everything that OMG are throwing at them is countered and bested every fathomable way. And it all comes down to me, just 957 is destroying them. He is unkillable.
This is the end of the Matrix where Neo has found out how to block everything. One-handed. Makes it look effortless.
We're going deep.
Incredible play from WE. They are the one. The best team, #1 in the league.
Yes, Dom.
It is true. They are the best team in the league.
They are.
And now, how do you stop them?
Well, right now you have to just hold on, buckle up, because they've got a Baron buff. Kog'Maw's got a red buff. He's got 3 items completed. You'd have to say OMG at this point are outscaled, barring an immediate pick. And that really is all they have left to look towards. But because WE always set up better, they have really good vision control when they choose to set up for things. I technically don't count that as a mishook, by the way. He hit the wall.
It was a zoning hook. If he caught someone, that would have been a kill. Condi was there as well. But instead, they take the blue buff. Now with Baron, they look for the bottom tier 2 turret, already chipped away by Xie. 957 doesn't even care. He is massive. Ninja Tabby, Iceborne Gauntlet, or excuse me, Frozen Heart, and Sunfire.
And this is the only option that OMG have. Zyra has to hit an E, or Gragas has to hit a flash body slam. He has neither.
He does eat a hook, though, as now Xiang is forced to back away. Xie tries to threaten a flank over the wall as Mystic starts working on that turret. The minion wave is cleared rather successfully, though, and the cast does not separate Mystic into the team.
Cute attempt. He still has his flash. If ever felt like he was threatened, he would have just flashed to safety. Talon also being able to threaten a side lane with his Baron buff. They don't have top lane control. OMG actually have that set up, and so they're okay at the moment if they can hold this bottom lane. But every time Jace leaves, they find an opportunity to walk forwards, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, the cast
Mystic
tries to clear out the minions. He's kiting outside of the range of everything. Finally able to get some damage onto the turret with Condi. It falls as WE continue to push forwards.
And this inhibitor you would expect will slowly go down, barring some kind of engage.
Oh my god, Mystic. That man has a family.
Not anymore.
The damage is insane. Xie, meanwhile, has been working on the mid inhibitor turret. Now they turn on to the next structure. Condi on cooldown uses Thrill of the Hunt. This has got to be a thrilling game indeed for WE. As the next inhibitor drops.
And now they can either choose to continue to siege or set up with the top lane that they actually didn't have ready to go. And that's the only unfortunate thing here for WE. If that was pushed, they had a free track towards the top lane in a turret. But not to be seen. They'll reset, they'll get some items, very much juice spikes with gold as well. Getting all those kills, fights for objectives, and turrets actually being taken down. And they're still well and truly in the driver's seat, having the remnants of the Baron buff still present.
Yeah, they've still got it for 35 seconds. You can see, as you said, the amount of gold is now converting into huge items. Mystic, Rageblade, Blade of the Ruin King, Runan. He's got a Quicksilver for safety and is working towards the Frozen Mallet. Xie going for triple lethality. He finished off that Duskblade.
Yep.
Along with a Black Cleaver. This is amazing. Condi, Black Cleaver, Deadman's, and a GA soon to be finished. I wonder if this will actually top him off. Oh, come on, you can do it. You've got enough gold.
Quicker.
No, he doesn't have enough gold. Or he's waiting. He's right there.
Yeah, he's actually probably waiting.
Yeah,
he's
Righteous
delaying
Glory
the game.
is now picked up by 957. There's the GA from Condi. I mean, the item spikes alone.
Yeah, and desperation here from OMG as well. You have to watch how they try and play this one out because they're not just on the back foot. Bottom wave's pushing in, mid wave's pushing in. They don't even have Rengar, but the thing is OMG don't know where Rengar is. And so they have to attend these side waves. Xiang should not be out any further than where he was and should back the heck away. And it's all, like, it's not even that it's a bad thing from Condi to wait for a GA, it's that OMG just assume he is waiting somewhere ready to pounce.
He's ready to leap out of the brush and assassinate someone. Turns out that Blast Cone is his target. Mystic is left all alone to finish off the tier 2. A sacrifice to appease the gods that are WE, but they will not stop. They are thirsting for blood in this matchup.
And notice how Mystic is just standing still out of vision as well because he wants this wave to crash bottom. Or SMLZ to die or something like that.
On to SMLZ. Actually, Ben eats a lot of the damage. Stranglethorns keeps him locked down.
Watch
Despite
Mystic.
the armor, He goes down. Mystic flashes back. Do they have the crowd control to lock him down? Icon follows up. 3
Meanwhile,
kills,
the Nexus.
but Condi and Shihei are ending the game. That doesn't matter if you kill Mystic. It doesn't matter if you kill Ben. It's the 2 assassins who are ending it. Snare,
I don't know if they-
Shihei, do they have enough damage? They get a kill in the meanwhile. They turn it around. Condi, his
No, he
GA has
doesn't
been
have it.
popped. And now the rest of OMG collapse with barely 200 health on the Nexus. Excuse me, 800. OMG survive, but only because WE were bloodthirsty.
If Mystic had survived for a half second longer, if Ben didn't get ulted in, even if he used his exhaust, that might have been the end of the game. But OMG hold the fort for just a little bit longer.
What do you think WE are talking about right now while everybody's dead?
I mean, they shouldn't have been engaged on in the top side of the map. That's the pretty simple premise of all of this. 957 uses the ultimate. And what really happened is the Rengar and the Talon were just being opportunistic, trying to actually try and end the game.
Yeah.
And now both of the turrets are gone. They've still got some time with the inhibitors. I honestly think that WE's new plan of attack should be to slow push top lane, teleport in and just hit the Nexus. Actually force them to try and defend this. And again, this is how it all happens. Look at where Talon is. He's not going to join the fight. Ben needed to flash there. He goes down. Mystic does try his hardest, but unfortunately doesn't play it perfectly. Could have flashed the body slam. Keeps him busy. But not for long
957
enough.
is back to pushing in the mid lane despite the almost successful attempt to end it. The 2 stealthy assassins are ready with their ultimates up.
They should just run down mid.
And that's exactly what they're doing. As 5, WE are ready to break it down. Condi pops the ultimate. He's looking for an entryway into the back. Sneaks around Xiong. He's going to try to end it. Here goes Condi. Shie's on the far side. He actually goes for the fight instead. The Nexus itself was a ruse. They just wanted the damage. And now they're going to try to end this as Condi eats a lot. World 6 gets in there as well. But the Nexus itself falls. And WE take down OMG.
And I like that they're smiling and laughing about the victory because that's actually just, it captures what Kled's charge is to a whole team strategy to end a game just there. They see an open Nexus, they know it's got half health, and they all just yell go and run forwards, and the Nexus will die in one way or another. And WE just dismantled OMG.
Yeah, but now to help us dismantle that match is Raz. Welcome back.
Ah, there we go. And that was OMG. It fell so quickly. OMG had that 1K goal lead. They got the mid lane rolling. They got the bottom lane killed. You're like, all right, where are we going to take this, OMG? They even snuck out Baron. That looked so good for OMG, even though they lost 2 people off of it. And then from that point forward, WE just cleaned it up.
Yeah. I mean, amazing play from WE. The entire cross-conference set, the fact that the only game that they dropped in 6 best-of-3s, they dropped a single game, not a match, a game, to RMG last week. This team is amazing.
Hot fire.
Hot fire.
Hot fire.
Yeah.
There was real threat in this set because OMG did come off of being able to defeat EDG. So they were coming in as killers. This is a cross-conference where OMG was really just, they were on fire, you know? But not going to be able to take WE, not on their best day, not on their worst day apparently. WE was able to take it up cleanly on game 1 and game 2.
Certainly were. You can see Condi looking like he's just finished up another day in the office as OMG make their way backstage to round this out. And we've got to start looking forwards. This is now the full set of cross-conference play from both WE and OMG. Moving back in, WE will get the chance to play against Gu, one of the only teams to beat them in their own group. That's happening next week, but here you can see the gold graph. And yes, that was Rusty chuckling.
Yeah,
That just looks funny.
it does look funny.
They started off so well, OMG. They got up to 2,000 gold ahead, and then suddenly they get a Baron.
They get the
I might
Baron,
add.
and it starts off poorly.
And then the giant blue pool of WE winning appears on your gold graph.
They dive deep.
Yeah. And
That's
it's just
mad.
diving deep. That's exactly what happened. Talion and Rengar demolished them in the backline. With how poorly that game started off with Xie, they really started to take a hold of this game. And it started off with how well they were able to punish off the Baron. This was funny because they knew Nautilus was in this bush. They're like, all right, we know he's here. Let's walk on up. And the best thing about Kog'Maw is if you get him really low, you throw that one ulti out, and it just like triples the damage with how low Zara is. And you saw a lot of moments where that finisher was going to take it up. So they just win fights after fight, and even hitting out the earlier point, what I was about to say was they get the 2 kills off of Baron. Those 2 kills immediately turns into the top lane tower. It should be Xiang coming into the mid lane to really start the ball rolling with their Baron. They should be able to take the fight with 2 people topside. He denies it. You mentioned it on the cast that he doesn't go there. He goes towards the big wave towards the top lane. And then WE, they take priority towards mid. They have the Kog'Maw who has damage at that point, and they're able to take fight after fight with men advantage.
And it's not even like that he just didn't go. He cancelled a teleport to go there, and that's what really hurt them. To have a minus 700 Baron power play, usually you only see that from teams that have the Baron stolen from them in a winning position. But they were in the winning position, and this is what happens because WE are one of the best teams that you'll watch trade objectives, and somehow against the Baron buff, they actually traded positively. But that does come back to Xiang being unfortunately inadequate with his teleport use.
Exactly. If WE were in that same position, they would have traded away that wave that was coming in the top lane for the fight. Xiang was not willing to make that trade. He notices like, okay, I saved the tower. I'm going to take that massive wave topside, and that small point of greed was a big costing point because WE, once they take hold of that game, they're going to continue to push forward in the vision, and the fights in the red side jungle just kept happening. The flanks kept happening. Talon was back on his 2 feet, and you look towards Rengar, there was no way the back line, no way Varus was going to come out ahead or even come out alive in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as we said, we really had to look for the drafting of OMG to put them on something a lot more comfortable. We got to see Xiang on that Gragas, and he looked rather comfortable with it in the landing phase. Didn't quite keep full track of 957, who is going to get the MVP here. 4, 1, and 8. Some of those hooks were just unbelievable.
Very deserving, I would say, of an MVP in this one. We even mentioned it during the game that he probably should be. He was the defining factor on WE being able to get a win. He was a tank, he was immovable, and Xiang didn't feel the same way. And yes, they built a Kog'Maw to kill him, but the Varus is designed to kill him too.
Yeah.
It's just WE straight up bopped him
At every moment.
made his life a living hell.
It was funny because they had front to back and they had the ability to flank. So the front to back was Nautilus just walking it forward with the leash on Kog'Maw. It's like, hey, you can't touch Kog'Maw. Even though there was a point where the Shock Blast did hit him in one team fight in the mid lane, it was like, okay, this looks good. Xie immediately just completely demolishes the back line with an amazing ulti. So Xie, it was a team game, obviously. Xie and Condi did fantastically well as the game went on, but 957 really kept that structure going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tragically it was OMG just not quite able to keep up with WE's amazing pace that they're setting. I like how we use the analogy that they're a Galapagos turtle lumbering towards playoffs, but they are continuing to race ahead, so I guess the turtle is the fastest.
So it seems.
Yeah.
I also don't know
For
if
now.
OMG are a rabbit in comparison to this, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
they are a slow-moving object that is incredibly dangerous, and WE showed in the second game that they're still able to come back from deficits, and the biggest criticism we had of them earlier in the split is that they were struggling from behind and they weren't actually coming back from deficits. Even when ahead, they were actually creating deficits for themselves out of nothing by going for objectives or forcing structures. And the best example of this is like the very last fight. They just run down mid because they don't need to play the perfect game. They don't need to get all 3 inhibitors. They're just strong enough to do it. And they're confident enough now. They're in their shot calling and their decision making. And I feel like this is just the inclusion of Ben seamlessly now being able to communicate better with the team.
Yeah, his decisions, even though there was one point of criticism when he was leaving lane too often and Kog'Maw was losing tower, that's still a decision he was willing to make to get Xie to a comfortable point in his lane. So he seems to be very decisive and confident with the plays that he's making, and so you're seeing WE make decisive choices between how they want to play it out, and OMG still having points in the game where they're not too sure how they want to play it, even when they have Baron.
That sort of shakiness is going to end up costing OMG. I mean, currently they're at 4th in the standings. Invictus Gaming is just barely ahead of them at 5 and 5, and that puts OMG at 5 and 6 so far. Though Invictus Gaming will be playing later this weekend against Game Talent, so we'll see if they get to once again tie up based off of IG's failure, or if they get stuck down there. But as we said, Group A is a race for second, third, fourth, and fifth. And if you listen to Froskurin, 6 as well, if you include LGD. How on earth can OMG look into intergroup play positively. I mean, sure, they had about they ended up, I think, 3-3 in wins and losses, but the way that they lose just seems so disparaging.
I mean, to be fair, they lost to WE here as well,
Sure.
and this is the kind of defeat that you take nothing really away from, besides from the fact that you were ahead until you threw the game. So you
That
look
is
at how
true.
you got ahead, and you
Yeah.
utilize that moving back into your own groups, because
Okay.
their strategy up until the mistakes was very sound. They were getting structures in the way that they should be, and they did this from playing against a 2-0 Rengar. So they know how to attack the right side of the map with the right resources put there. They bring their mid laners down. Like, there's still very simple strategic things that should give them the edge in their own group, because their own group's much more about individual strength.
Yeah, they'll still need to play catch up because IG and IMA right now are looking to be a lot better, or just a tiny bit better, going into interregional group. They're gonna have to really catch them.
Yeah, we're certainly going to see if that's the case. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next matchup. It's Newbie versus LGD.
The sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder,
Jesus Christ.
and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and be the freaking I feel it. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The trap is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL. My name is Richard Polskam, and I have commandeered the casting desk and the analyst desk from Dominic Roma. Get off my desk. I'm back with my analyst. I got too much energy, by the way. And Rusty. Dance. That song just gets me riled up. How are you gentlemen doing?
Slightly frustrated with the song. Not gonna lie, but happy to watch WE beat teams. I do like watching WE win.
There you go. Yeah, I like that too.
Good. Yeah, it was a good day of games. I did Frusker and that. So anyway, let's talk about the next series coming up, which will be Newbie and LGD. And speaking of Frusker, the bet is still standing. It's looking better. She's got that team beating the teams it needs to beat, and we can see here as well. Nervous? Question mark. I mean, she's not here, unfortunately, feeling sick. So get well soon for us, Guren. But she will be back tomorrow, so we can flame her if her team loses. But there is definitely a good chance of them winning in this game because Newbie are equally, I don't want to say inconsistent, but they're just another middle of the pack team that they can take on.
Yeah, she's going to be looking towards, or at least LGD is going to be looking towards Snake and now OMG off of that. They're 2 games away from OMG, 1 game away from Snake, so that's going to be nice to see if they can really leapfrog their way into the playoffs. But yeah, going up against Newbie, we just don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because Newbie, yeah, sure, they're in the bottom of the table. Yeah. But if they look good, as they do recently, they even have a sub-jungler. We don't know if they're going to bring him in. His name is 9. So question marks as to whether he's going to get pulled in. Question marks if this team's going to perform. We'll see. Newbie.
Yeah, I mean, they could be fantastic. They could be really bad. It depends on the day right now with Newbie in particular. Against LGD, I mean, it's not surprising to say that LGD are literally that as well. Like, how's this set going to go? Who really knows, man, until we watch them play game 1.
Yeah, that's very good analysis of the set, honestly, and it's just really just have to see if it's going to work up against them. I guess the other thing is taking a look at the lanes as well. Raz, I know you specifically wanted to talk about the top laners in this matchup.
Yeah, Sky and Jinu. Jinu has been such a fantastic addition. It was really surprising to see how he was able to come up and really get MVPs based off of just the one set of performances. So I want to see his consistency on this one. Sky also coming back up, and he's really working well with his jungler and Swift. So both top laners coming out fresh, and they're really performing.
Yeah, I think I'm most impressed with Sky. If I was to actually name one of the two, I didn't expect a lot from him. He got Rumble banned from him within the first game of him playing. Yeah. Didn't get it in the second, played it in the third, and actually was going berserk. So there's a lot of positives to speak about towards him because he looked fine not on the Rumble, yet it seems like everyone has acknowledged that he is a Rumble one-trick because if he gets it, he can hard carry.
Sure, and it seems to be like the priority for him in Champion Select. If it's open, they'll even like first rotation it for that top laner, right? But I think at the same time, you can give props to Jinu. Jinu was going off. He had his highlight reels. He even got MVPs from his performances on Fiora. So at least for me, just because I like those highlight plays, Jinu was definitely turning up. But Sky, I think we're seeing a little bit more from him, and also until we see more of the Rumble, I'm hesitant to say he's a more rounded top laner.
Yeah, what I like to see was, even in losing team fights from Newbie, his rotation, her cross-map rotations were very clear for the team. It was nice to see the ideas come across for Sky. And then in Jinu, he's just mechanically sound. I didn't expect that from him. I thought, okay, put Jinu up there. Maybe we can get a tank top lane coming like the Maokai's, the Gragas's. But no, just give this man a carry. I want to see if he can actually consistently carry and they can get a third carry on that team.
And that's most interesting to me as well, because if they have an extra carry, that's another threat, as if they need another threat on their roster.
Yeah.
However, if you look at how Sky was playing, I mean, it's going to be an interesting dynamic if they give him the Rumble and say we're going to pick a carry into it. There are matchups where maybe he wants to have a good time, but I think that's pretty risky.
Yeah, it's also the last chance for these teams to start picking up wins from other groups, which will help them in their own right, and that's also something these teams need to be thinking about. As soon as this week ends, we're looking towards the playoff run, and LGD specifically still sat at the bottom of the standings, right? They still need to pick these constant wins to try and actually get up there, and when everyone above them on top of that is also accumulating wins, it only gets harder.
Yeah, they don't want to be left behind. Vici was able to get an unsuspecting win over IG, and if Vici is in form, or at least if they're getting their shit together, then you see Newbie, okay, now they have to start winning games, because Game Talents and Newbie, Game Talents and Vici, that is, they're really starting to take wins. So that's pressure on them.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they're 3 points, right? So this is the only opportunity they're going to have now to get an extra point that doesn't directly impact their ladder, only themselves.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of the cross-group play so far. Game Talents have put themselves up. They've elevated themselves to a position just like OMG have. And then when they go back to the regular groups, it's twice as important because it directly impacts 2 places on the standings.
Yeah, and while there's like question marks around a lot of those teams like GT to see if they go back within their own group and then suffer from the same problems they had at the start of the split, not being able to compete with the teams around them is another question entirely. But when you look at LGD, can they even do that in the first place? Because they've struggled even across groups. It doesn't seem like they've actually had any point in time where this team was thriving against specific teams.
And what's sad with LGD is, even when they're struggling, they're taking them to 3 games. So if you accumulate the games that they are winning, perhaps they would have been able to take 2 series if it was just consistency within one set. So it feels it feels bad for them because they're always that close. They're always that close taking it up against teams,
I have
but it's just not that close enough.
personal gripe with them though that kind of supersedes all of their personal growth as like a team growth thing, where they always swap people. They always look like they're struggling, and then they always hit playoffs and they look fantastic. I just feel like one time, just once in their entire existence, if they kept the same roster of 5, they didn't trade people, they trained them instead, I feel like LGD would have the capabilities of being a great team. But if PYL is meant to be your shot caller, and it's PYL and Imp that are going to be constants and the rest are going to constantly change, it's very difficult to actually work around your shot calling with them. You can tell them what to do, but if they don't do it in the way that you expect of them because you're saying a blanket statement, then it'll always go wrong. And it takes them probably half a split to a whole split to get that going. And then halfway through the split, they start swapping members again. Like, work it out.
Yeah, yeah. Good example of that is Punished, now known as Funny, when he was in the mid lane before. Going into playoffs, he was actually improving. He was getting much better. He was making proper roam plays. He was becoming a better or a good mid laner, and then they instantly swap him out. So it's just, you see the growth. If you're going to invest in the growth, just commit to it. Obviously, with Godv back, you just put Godv back in there. If he's willing to play, he's willing to play. But it comes to the investment in the future. There is a future in a young player. Godv, on the other hand, you just bring in the superpower. But I'm just saying, if 1 year, 2 years from now, there's going to be more value in Punish than it is in Godv.
It's also worth asking the question over to LGD and see their banner on your screen, whether their core is even good. Because you look towards Imp and he's having great games, he's having standout games, though first rotation him a Caitlyn, but is it actually winning games? Well, less than half of the time, clearly, because they're not picking up series wins. So is it a problem with the core then, or even is it just an equal problem with the fact that these rosters are constantly changing?
I think it's a combination of both of them in relatively equal amounts. The core can be considered inconsistent, but if the shot calling is good enough, then you can make good players or make good teams out of players. FlyQuest is my favorite example of it, right? If you have a shot caller, they started off on the right foot, and now other teams are starting to work it out because they've been playing together for a long enough time. LGD aren't even letting that happen. They're swapping people just so quickly that it never really happens. I am happy to see that the mid laner has returned, though.
Yeah.
That is a big win for LGD in my books.
True, and let's take a look at those rosters. But starting with Newbie, it will be Sky in the top lane, Swift in the jungle, Cool in that mid lane with LWX and more. So Cool getting another chance to head to the stage after his stellar performance in his last series. Jinnu in the top lane, Intruder in the jungle, Godv back in the mid lane with Imp and PYO in the bottom.
Yeah, so everybody kept here. You also mentioned Cool, and I want to double down on Cool because this Twisted Fate play was incredible. And their last set, the reason why they lost those games was just, it comes down, it's funny enough to say cohesion, because there's time where they can get the number advantage, but then when Cool's coming up, Swift is already in the jungle, and he would kind of just already die. He would get himself caught off guard. So I want to see patience coming in from this team this set. You have to be patient, especially going up against LGD.
And there's a lot more on the line for Swift as well as Cool now when you look at the Newbie roster, because there is a sub available in the jungle position now. Like Cool was the one at threat of being swapped with Coco, and so they both have to spur each other on. They both want to be the best performing mid laner, or they can get benched for the other one to come in and do that job instead. And if the cohesion is the ultimate problem, then they'd have Coco in the entire time. But it feels like Cool is playing in form to the point where he does still have a ceiling that can match, if not best, Coco. And now they need to threaten Swift to say you need to have cohesion with your mid laner, or there is a chance that you actually get removed instead.
Funny enough, in an interview with Icon when they played up against that team, Icon was just like, you know what, going up against Cool, it felt like he was 1v9ing. That was essentially what it was. It was a 1v9 because Cool was just playing so damn well. But it just didn't amount to much there.
I mean, Cool was unleashed last time we saw him. I just feel like both teams are still healing. I think they're in that phase where they're swapping people out, they're seeing what works. We've seen other teams do it, such as Snake, who have now found their roster once more and starting to net win, still losing games, but they're actually finding their identity. So the question is, which team is healing faster? Which team is closer to their finish line within themselves?
And what are you healing for? Are you growing for Worlds, or are you actually trying to perform well in the first split of the LPL, right? Or are they just going to try and not be relegated? Is that really their goal for the first split here? And that's okay if it is, right? Adding Koreans to a roster generally is a 2-split investment. LGD haven't really had to do that. They just aren't investing in players. So I feel like they are just trying to get themselves to a position where they're not relegated, aim for split 2, because that's just where they're at right now. They just can't really do it.
Yeah, there'll be some people who believe they can still do it, Frostgurn. I think it's hard to say with Newbie because Newbie can reach those points where they can take down the top tier teams.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, they're growing. The band-aids are being taken off, they're healed, and then they get chunked out a little bit more. So I just want to see an overly used word in consistency. It's used here because you can see the stellar performance individually from every one of these players. You just need to see them playing as a team. And so when they find themselves constantly caught out, and Swift can come off with 5 kills, but if he dies one time 30 minutes into the game, that can cost him the game.
Yep.
And so he just needs to be disciplined. We saw WE have a lot of discipline and be able to take a game because they're coming in as a team at every point, being able to control jungle sides. We need to see this from this team.
And speaking of jungle, I actually think that's the most important role in this game when you actually highlight mid lane. Cool has to go through Godv, usually just a null lane entirely. They're both really good mid laners that'll go equal. It's about what the junglers can do and if Swift can actually pop off.
It's true, and whether Intruder can do a little bit more than his counterpart Amy, and just more in general from the jungle role. Big questions as we head into this game for both teams and what it means for them in the next couple of weeks, but we'll get into game 1 and answer some of those questions. So Newbie up against LGD. It's going to be champion select coming in here, Raz.
Woo. I love how we were talking about jungle, but these teams, no, top lane.
No, all about the top lane, so retract that statement. It's 4 top lane bans. I mean, there's the flex of Jace, so it's, I guess, 3.5.
Yeah.
But Malzahar is a final ban in from Newbie, aimed at PYL, while LGD are looking towards their final ban in the first phase.
You'd have to believe it's Lulu, simply because Lulu is just that good of a pick. Makes it very easy to play around.
I'm going to say Graves.
Ooh.
Oh! Got
Well,
it.
you know, I still think Graves, pick up Graves, it doesn't matter because Rengar is still up and available. LGDs kind of think that's okay because, yeah, they can grab the Rengar on their first phase. So, you know what, you'll give you that one.
Now, you can't
I'll
see me,
take it.
viewers, but I definitely just made the PogChamp face.
Yeah, you did.
Raz.
Yeah. Had he shown that on camera, that would have been a Twitch emote for anybody involved.
Fantastic.
Unless if you put in the copyright.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's my copy right now, Raz.
All
Anyway, Newbie, first pick of the Lulu. So, I mean, if the Lulu isn't banned, then first pick it makes a lot of sense. Over to LGD now, and they'll first pick Nami,
Wow.
looking towards the bottom lane here.
Well, this is okay for Imp and PYL simply because they have a lot of bot lane priority. Caitlyn, maybe even Lucian. They're just going to want a bottom lane that can trade very well. They have a lot of faith in themselves, so pushing is not a priority for them. This is when you look to Newbie. They already know what support they're going up against, so Newbie might just have shove. I want to see what 80 carries they prioritize. This is forcing Newbie to get that 80 carry priority, but Newbie, it's within their best interest to showcase their jungle pick right now before it gets into second phase. I want to see a Kha'Zix in favor in Swift.
Yeah, would be the next go-to for Newbie. I mean, there is also an Elise if you want it, but we've got the Rengar coming in from Intruder right here. And we'll see what Newbie really want for their lineup when they want to look towards that jungle role.
Okay, I mean, it could be Elise. I like the Kha'Zix because it works well for most compositions.
Damn it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna celebrate yet. This man is trolling
2
the both of
seconds.
us. I'm just not gonna do it. I mean, now I'm gonna do it. Now
It's a lock-in of
There
Kha'Zix.
All right,
You
we're
win this round,
1 for
LaPlasm. 1 for 1. All right, next pick from Newbie. What's it gonna be, Raz?
Oh, I'm not. I'm done with this one. I'm gonna take my victories. Okay.
I mean, you're even, so you haven't
Yeah.
won.
You know what? I'm too late.
Yep.
He's already locked it in. It's a fair pick as
That's
well.
a strike. Okay, well, it will be Varus
Yeah.
over to Newbie, so they've locked down their bottom lane here. Varus has definitely come back, despite him not being a poke champion anymore. People are realizing that, he still does a lot of damage if you just build him attack speed, and the build that everyone is going, the Blade of the Ruin King. LGD were toying with the idea of their own ADC, but they will swap it up to Syndra for Godv, and we'll confirm that. So it's a pick that we see often banned out against him from many opposing teams, though often his go-to has been Echo.
Yeah,
which will be banned out.
It's very curious for me that they would go for Syndra here. They value it because it is a God V-centric pick. That's what he wants. But they were hovering the Lucian, and I think that picking up an 80 carry would have been great for them. Right now, Newbie has the option of saying, hey, we have Varus, we have Lulu. You know, why not ban out the Lucian? Why not ban out the Caitlyn? Force him towards the Ezreal Nami lane, and we can just be more focused on how to play against that, and it would be fine for us. Ooh, but they're respecting Jinnu.
The target ban of
yes.
Fiora towards Jinnu. I mean, he did have that highlight reel play where he ran into the enemy team and kamikazed, but he did get those 2 kills.
And that's the benefit of having a carry top laner for yourself, because they don't even want to ban out the AD carries because they're so focused towards top side, saying we want to pick a tank top laner here. We want to be able to say that we'll have a carry in the bottom lane, we'll have a carry in the mid lane because Cool can really play much like just about everything. And if they have a carry jungler as well, give themselves a tank top laner. But the fear is that LGD will just play through top side now. So that is a legitimate fear. So now they're probably just going to look towards banning these top laners out. You can even think of Rumble's already banned. Renekton. No, don't ban Renekton. I was about to give that one out there. Don't give that man too much respect.
Yeah, well, Nautilus being banned out there, and maybe it even will be a Renekton ban. We'll have to see. 1 second remaining.
Oh,
there it is.
I don't
should
want
have
to
doubled down. I went in there,
just-
Raz,
I
and I'll
still didn't-
take that point from you.
No, you can't do
2-1.
it.
Call
I
it
gave
in.
you the idea.
Got him.
I'm
All right,
salty.
so
PJ
yeah,
Salt.
that's 2-1 to
Oh,
me in this champion
wow.
select. And
Wow.
honestly,
I just didn't want to see it. Don't give that man that much respect.
you know, the good thing in this champion select, Raz, is the fact that we get to see these top laners dig deeper into their champion pool.
Yeah.
Because honestly, we haven't really seen anything else out of Sky outside of a Rumble and very few picks. Jinnu, highlight plays on Fiora. The next probably go-to would be Renekton, so now they have to dig. However, it's still LGD prioritizing the ADC for Imp, and makes sense. Big player in your team. Lucian very good right now.
Yeah, they're holding counter pick for top. This is hilarious. I would not have imagined LGD to be saying, we value our top laner. We know he just got double banned. We're giving him priority top anyways because they already know what AD carry they're going up against. Imp has a large pool as well. They spared him in the bans because they wanted to ban out Fiora and Renekton. So he just said, yeah, I'll pick up Lucian. I was hovering that in the first phase. You didn't ban it.
Oh.
So what is he going to go now?
Come on. This would be spicy. This
would
would be
be
nice if Cool could pick this up for us and see a Zed in the mid lane. There was a rather good chance it would be an Orianna.
Yeah.
Ah.
You know what? That was milliseconds.
That was milliseconds.
Yeah.
Recheck the VOD.
Wow.
Let's see if I made it over the line in time. It was,
I think you did.
Was
just
it
by a
picture
nose hair.
perfect? Okay. 3-1. So LGD, let's look towards their final pick. Do not think it would be Aatrox.
It would
We're looking for
definitely
a
be.
top laner, and it's Jinnu. So this really is just
We don't know what
This is
this
a
man
coin
plays.
flip,
Yeah,
yeah.
we actually just don't know what this man plays. The Akali could be very real because people haven't in the top lane picking that champion,
Yep.
and it's up against Gragas. It works out here. I think it's a good lane for Akali. So this would.
Jinnu reaches into his bag of
this
tricks,
man.
and he pulls out Akali.
Who trusts their random top laner to just go Akali? Third time in, he's like, yeah, we trust you. Just pick it. Pick it. I dare you. This is ridiculous.
It's like he went into the team and had a spreadsheet of picks, and he was like, all right, guys, priority pick of Fiora, followed by Renekton, Camille, Shen, Nautilus, Rumble, and they're like, all right, well, what's the 7th one? Akali.
Yes.
Well,
Huh.
I guess you pick Akali here.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens. This man has the Snoopy. This is hilarious. Do you know that bird in the Snoopy comics?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has it on the shirt. Imp, I just saw it.
Really?
Yeah. The camera's past him
Man.
now. They're not going to go back. That would be crazy if they went back to him. Maybe at
We
the
gotta
end of
go
the
back,
game.
Marty.
Nope. So
We
yeah,
gotta go back.
The Kali, you know what? It's a good lane for him. He's going to have a fun time up against Gragas. Doesn't shove in unless if he wants to. Gragas should have shove, but that's just fine. If he holds it towards his tower, he can just take proper trades until level 6. That's when she becomes a superhero.
Level 6?
Level 6.
What happens at level 6,
She
Raz?
keeps hopping. She keeps jumping at the man. That's what happens.
Hippity hoppity. Yep.
I wonder.
Battle Bunny Akali skin on its way.
Oh, you missed it. He
Oh,
had, you know what?
the one time I turned around,
Yeah.
pan down.
Yeah, don't look
please.
at me. Don't
I was
don't
trying to have
glance
a
at me.
conversation with you, Raz.
Look
I was
at
trying
the
to be
TV,
personable,
man.
a conversationalist. Instead, I missed Imp's patch,
Yeah.
which just makes me sad.
Yeah,
well, there's a good chance that we'll have more games in this series as we are in game 1.
Yep.
So, I mean, through probability, you can say that there's going to be at least one more.
At the very least, maybe when they win the game,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see it. So you'll catch on. I'll try to remind you.
Maybe I'll catch you on the player cam.
Yeah,
We'll have
maybe.
to see that
Okay.
as well. But we are gearing up for Newbie versus LGD. And you folks at home gonna get a rather loopy cast, and we'll see if Raz can keep up. I'm sure he can.
Ah, I'm game right now.
So we've
I'm
got
good.
his finger on the pulse.
Yep.
Not literally in this case.
Nope.
That would be quite uncomfortable. But we're hitting the rift. He definitely just poked me.
Yep.
LGD versus Newbie. Let's go. Imp on your screen. There's no patch on his in-game avatar, unfortunately. And it will be Cloud to start us off. So looking a bit cloudy on some of this rift. You know, actually moving forwards, I really want to just watch a lot of weather forecasts as we hear the chants in
Yep.
the background.
We have a few
and actually
TVs in
just
front of us.
and just describe all the dragons that have happened and will happen in the form of a weather forecast. I think that
in
would
the
be great.
6-day forecast, we're going to take a look at it. It looks fairly cloudy. No chance of rain.
No chance of rain. Any chance of sun?
Oh, we're going to have to find out in the next 6-day forecast. So. Yeah.
The only problem is the roadblock for me as we take a look at these keystones and see nothing unusual other than everyone's taking Thunderlords.
Yeah, Thunderlord Nation.
What do you do for Mountain? Because, I mean, the rest makes sense, right? It's sunny, it's rainy, it's cloudy.
Dry? Drought? Maybe? I'd say drought.
But it's
Just
kind
nothing.
of similar at the same time as sunny, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little bit.
Well, if you have an idea at home, make sure to tweet at us and tell us how we can be better weathermen.
Yeah.
Because that is a big aspiration in life for me.
Maybe tag your local weatherman. Get him over.
That's true.
Yeah.
I should do that as well.
That'd be nice.
If you also know a local weatherman, then hit him up. Intruder's going to take his jungle camp. We get to see Akali go up to the top lane. And last time we saw it, as we see Imp get blasted in the bottom lane, was from Doinby.
Yeah,
and of course it was Doinby.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you look at this league and it's like who picked it, it was either Doinby or it was Rookie. But now apparently his like 8th tier pick is Akali. So we get to see this come out. And you said, Mr. Raz, that it's been happening in solo queue. Some people have been picking it.
Primarily Gimgoon has been picking it up quite a bit. So when you see
naturally.
Yeah, naturally. This guy is just he's been hiding some pepperonis in his bag. He's got something ready. But what's funny?
Marinating that.
Just a tiny bit. What's fun about it is that he got Thunderlords in the top side. That's probably just going to be the AP. Probably going for Gunblade. You have the option of the tank Akali. He's not this man. He's not a tank player. I just judged him. I judged the book by its cover. I thought he was going to be a tank player. Not going to happen. Meanwhile, Lulu's also got herself some Thunderlords. It's just a lot of trading. That's what they want right here. That's what they're looking for.
So you say that, Raz, but I have seen Akali's go towards the Sunfire Cape. Going back to the old tank Kali. It's not quite the same because E isn't just like on a 1 second cooldown and you're not just like super hacker him. But you do clear out minion waves very quickly. And the fact that you just stick to people, you burn them down, and you just don't ever die. And also, you do the old Evelyn tactics where you stealth up,
in and out,
sit next to a person, they don't see you, but they're burning.
Yep. That's hilarious. That might be an insignificant tactic because that's like 20 damage burn.
20 damage, more like 60.
Oh,
look at the
Godby.
mid lane. Godby's going in, but Cool's going to hit him right here. He's going to slap him across the face. What do you say to me? You go back to base.
Yeah, he's going to feel a little bit, but he's got some potions. He's healing up. Put a few band-aids on himself. Honestly, I agree with you. Sunfire Cape on the Akali. That's something you think that would be it, but maybe Grasping the Undying would have been a better choice if you would go for that one. So I still double down on the fact that he's going for the good old damage one.
I'm just saying, Raz, that you're 3-1 down at the moment. So if you double down anymore, you're going to be through the
Renekton?
floor.
You really are counting the
You're
Renekton
actually just you're gonna bury yourself.
Oh, no. I still can't believe you counted the Renekton pick. That was me.
It was, but you said, I don't think it's going to be Renekton. And I said it's going to be Renekton. And what happened?
It was Renekton.
Renekton ban.
All right.
82% over to LGD. All right, viewers. I see
Okay.
you.
All right.
Wow.
I don't even know if it was a skill thing. It was just every single one of those are first screen.
Yeah, it's
They're all first
It's all first screen bot accounts.
That's what's happening. She hacked him. She's in the back right now. She has a laptop. That's exactly what happened. Investigate that woman.
Yeah, I thought she was working instead. She was manipulating the votes. We know. You can't get away from Detective Lepasm and Pulse.
Nope.
Look at the PYL. This is not great.
No,
he
that
just
is-
took a lot of damage. Imp is getting chased down by LWX. Yeah, this is not doing so hard with that priority Nami pick, are you there, PYL?
Yeah, not looking so good. Imp should have taken a lot of damage. The fact he was able to dodge out the hail of arrows was super good because he was stacked with blight passives. He was just, if he took it, would have been blasted. But he's sitting at a good point right now. More and LWX are just doing better in lane, but that would have just sent him packing right back to base.
That's true. Didn't want to pack his bags particularly. He likes where he lives, but he will be going back to base now. We'll see what PYL will be picking up. Typically pretty boring when you look at the support builds, but we did see Sky go back to base. He has now Boots and the Doran's Ring and the Corrupting Potion. I said that last because I was struggling to remember what it was called.
Oh, there we go.
On the opposite side, Jinnu has not gone back to base yet.
Hasn't touched it. He hasn't even touched his potion. Still has it ready for himself. He's level 5 too, so.
He's saving it for a rainy day.
Wait, Swift? Where are you?
Whoa.
Okay. That always catches me off guard.
That's good, yeah.
The sound that's being made is like, ding! Oh, someone's about to die. It's not in the bot lane. We're looking at it. It's this guy trying to struggle to take these
I mean, he
Krugs.
could still die.
Yeah, no.
We've seen many people get executed in Season 7.
I will never, I do not believe Swift to be that kind of a person. I know that he understands how much damage Krugs does.
Okay, you had the faith.
Yep.
I do not. Intruder in a battle to death with Scuttle Crab. He can't lose this one. So this is fine for him. Mid laners have gone back to base, and there is a significant advantage to Cool, as he has the last chapter over basically just an extra Doran's Ring and Boots, which is not great in terms of combat stats compared to that. And Cool's also hit level 6 before Godby, so he's in a great situation. PYL and Intruder just having a escapade? I think that's a good word.
There we go. I like
Through
that.
the jungle, and they are placing down wards, vision. They are lighting the path
Yeah,
for
they
LGD.
they did get caught out here, so Newbie should recognize this is an option. With Imp, ooh, that was close. But with Imp looking to go back into the lane right now, they had the freedom to see. There we go. They recognize this is an opportunity. But that's the double ward trick. He thinks he cleared out that ward. There's another one.
Psych! There's another one.
Yeah, that was the trick. It wasn't even a miscommunication between PYL and Intruder. It was not. This one's just this one's the bait.
Now you think it's cleared. 1 health remaining. And Ripbuff thought he was good. Swift will invade this entire top side while Intruder was getting that vision down there. So, got to question whether it was worth it.
Definitely wasn't. Swift right now is so far ahead. He was able to take a lot of camps. Oh, doesn't even want to take out the small ones. So he is doing quite well for himself. The wards that Intruder was able to put down was only good just for a little bit. 3 minutes now because the control ward didn't last that long. Usually you want that control ward to last for a century because no one really checks that book.
Well, in for the nice sidestep there, but he's still getting
Oh.
annihilated
Oh,
by
he
Elduin.
flashes
The
it.
flash over the Aqua Prison. PYL turns around. It's enough to dissuade the aggression from Newbie's bottom lane, but Imp was not in good shape.
Yeah, and PYL, just last-ditch effort, lights his match and throws it on top of LWX's face. That was Ignite just gets popped. Nothing really you can trade it back for. Intruder needs to be here to protect them.
I love that imagery. It's just
Yeah.
like lights the match, just tosses it.
Just
It's like,
throws it away.
Here, have this.
Man has
Just like toss a little bit of oil on him.
Yeah.
You know, that image where it's just like dropping the salsa or whatever. It's just oil. It's like.
I mean, I don't
match.
think any oil was involved because Ignite doesn't do that much damage, so he probably just, the guy had to
But
pat
it
it away.
takes for a while. You can't just throw a match at someone
Yeah.
and have it like burn, because it's like a 50-50 on whether you can catch his fire, maybe it just bounces off. The oil makes sure that it sticks.
That's fair, that's fair. I think these guys are they're just greasy. They're greasy human beings.
Maybe
You don't
they
even
are.
need the oil.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been
Didn't
working.
even think of that one.
That's 8 minutes in the game of slaving, so you in this game, you probably have a lot of sweat on you.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you don't have good deodorant and you're not prepared against a sudden match attack, then, I mean, that's just on you.
It is.
In all honesty. Godby will go back to base, and let's see what he'll pick up in terms of protection. But I'm more concerned about the top lane, which we've had no kills so far, Mr. Raz.
What?
It's 9 minutes into the game. We have an Akali,
Who just
a
hasn't
Syndra.
back? She hasn't back. 9 minutes of gameplay has not sent back at all. She's only used that one potion. She's really comfortable, maybe too comfortable. Maybe she would have been able to skirmish up against Guy if she had a gunblade. I'm just saying. Just any components of one. It's just a missed opportunity. I do think that Intruder should have been there just to be able to get her a good back timing. Because any bit of items would be able, Junior would have been in a really good spot to jump on him.
Is the type of guy who has a stable job. He's a family man.
Yeah.
Every month he puts aside a bit of gold
Okay.
for the family. Never touches it,
Yeah.
however. He reaches the age of 50, 60, gets into retirement, looks at all this, and he has no energy left to spend it.
Ah, that's the worst.
That's this game.
'Cause
10
when you-
minutes in, has all the gold, spend the damn gold.
When you're old,
Use
you're
it when you're
responsible.
young.
Yeah. That's the problem when you're old. You think that you're saving for something good, but you're suddenly a responsible human being. You're not going to
Yep.
spend it on a gold chain. You're not going to spend it on nice rims on your car. What is that gold for? Gold for is when you're young.
Exactly.
Not well.
Well, we have a pause, by the way,
Okay.
so there is a small mouse issue.
I wonder where that
Apparently,
mouse is.
LGD have allowed EDG mouse to run onto the stage.
You went for the human being perspective. I thought there was just a mouse scuttling across the stage
I mean, it
right
could
now.
be either. I literally just heard there was a mouse problem, so it could be.
That's on you,
It
producer.
could be a small mouse.
That's actually on the
It
producer.
could be mouse the player.
He should have just told us which mouse it was.
Yeah.
So,
So we just have to. So EDG mouse is
yes.
being too loud in the background.
Someone
is what
shut
I
that
heard.
man up.
So yeah, man.
He should have actually
Where's the
just went
chloroform?
up. Where's the shuttle bus? Send this man
Gagging.
home.
Yeah, why is he even in today? What are you
Get the
doing?
man
He's just
outta
like
here.
in the audience, bought tickets to
Yeah.
the match. He's like, oh yeah, title fight of GT coming up later today. I've got to be in the audience for this one.
He's probably just kind of lasering them, got himself a laser pointer. This man just needs to get the hell out of the studio.
Yeah, there's no Rengars around here. What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Man, this guy.
okay.
Intense concentration from Godv and PYL, I might add.
Yeah, not much to be. Here's the thing about it. Godv didn't have a good laning phase. Already
No.
was sent to the sent back to base pretty early. He's on a CS deficit because cool. The man we've been highlighting for a little bit has been doing quite well in this lane.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of just, walked up to him, saddled up. It's
Saddled
like,
up.
huh? What you say? Pow! Boom! Pow! And then, yeah, he just got shoved back to tower.
Yeah.
Nothing he could do.
It's not a good point. Like usually it's Godv walking up forward, but he didn't expect this guy to be dodging his
Right.
spears by just walking up to him,
Yep.
just throwing little pot shots.
It's just the ultimate bait where you think they're gonna dodge, but then you don't dodge, but then you know they're not gonna dodge because they actually think you're gonna dodge, and then you just walk at them.
Walking at them
Outplayed.
is always the best option.
Yep.
Because you go through these layers of outplay. How do you outplay this guy? Maybe he thinks I'm aggressive, but I'm actually just passive. But no one will ever think that. Walk forward.
There's some feng shui. That's probably the wrong word, but I'm
Nah,
gonna
that's
use it
very
anyway.
I'll appreciate it nonetheless.
Okay.
You're the Asian man here.
There you go, Raz.
Any
I'm
context
an
in which you
expert.
put it,
There you
I'm going
go.
to agree with it.
No
So,
one else on this broadcast can deny that fact.
I could just put it in the right context. You can say, I decline that. That is wrong.
Nah.
Uh,
Anyway, there is an ETA of 5 minutes on this pause, so let me regale you of a tale of,
Okay.
of my day, or at
I'm
least
ready.
me walking to the studio.
Okay,
so,
okay.
I went to the gym, and
Oh.
Rusty will be very proud of me because of that fact.
Yeah.
But I had the genius idea of doing leg day.
Oh,
so
no.
I got off the leg extension machine,
Okay.
and I was feeling
Leg
pretty
extension?
happy with myself.
Feeling
so
extended?
for context,
Yeah.
I can lift 2 barbells of 4 kilograms. However,
Yeah.
leg extension 40 kilograms.
Oh.
So I am the inverse of many bodybuilders.
Yep.
I just have huge legs.
You're
so
a
I got up,
triangle of a human
and I
being
was
is
like,
what you are.
I'm actually a Dorito.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is great.
Yeah.
So I got off the leg extension machine, and you know, like a slinky,
Yeah.
and you have it full extended, and
Yeah.
then you drop it,
Yeah.
literally me crumble to the floor. Couldn't get back up, and I was like, this is awful. I have to walk to work because it's a Saturday and everyone's the roads are cluttered.
Yeah.
I can't take an Uber.
There are so many
So-
human beings on the streets in this country.
Exactly, it's insane.
Yeah.
I went to, I passed the Chinese Garden of Friendship, and there's
Yeah.
like so many people there. So I'm walking out, and imagine I just have like no bones in my legs at
Ah,
all.
yeah.
I'm like Mr. Spaghetti Man,
Yeah.
right? I can't move at all. So I'm just like I'm lumbering away like towards the studio. But
Like
this is
octopus
This
dad.
is exactly.
Yeah.
But this is a 20-minute walk, Raz. You know
Oh,
the walk from the
no.
office. It's not
You
good.
should start crawling.
Exactly. So I'm trying to go over there,
Yeah.
and people are looking at me and be like, "What is this idiot doing?"
Yep.
Because I'm trying to get there.
Australians
I'm
are
hovering,
rude, they'll say it.
I'm trying to get towards the studio. I'm
Okay.
bucking it.
Okay.
But it's like a kid who's just taken off his stabilizers off of his bike, Raz.
Ah.
I'm swerving all
Oh,
over the
no.
place. And this spaghetti man
Yeah.
is trying to lure towards the studio. He's feeling like, what is
That's
this
a good
small Asian kid
experience.
doing?
That's
Just
a good
all over the
experience.
place. And then I made it here.
Yeah.
I
Mine
kind
is-
of
yeah.
fell into the door. I was like, "What up?"
The worst thing about it is like the studio, or at least I guess it's the office room,
Yeah.
the Riot offices. It has a stair, a pretty massive staircase, I might add.
Yeah, it's nice
You get right through the door, and you have to walk up those staircases. So every single time I do leg day,
Yeah.
I just feel so bad because I have to walk those stairs up, and
That's
someone's
true.
immediately sitting fairly close to where the staircase is, so someone's gonna catch you.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be walking up there and just not being, you know, someone's gonna.
The problem is, Raz, that person always looks at you,
Yeah.
and there's, even if they don't look like they're judging you, you know
definitely
there's a part
judging.
of their brain that is
Yeah.
judging you. How tired are you when you got to the top of those stairs?
Yeah.
How unfit is this human being that works at this office? That's a thought that goes through their mind.
Yeah,
But they
definitely.
gave you a smile, and it makes it feel fine.
Yeah.
So that's the end of my story. That was
I
pretty much
appreciate
it.
it. I liked it. I liked it.
Apparently, we still have a little bit longer to go. So far in this game, nothing has happened.
One
we do
thing-
have
yeah.
item builds though.
There we go.
So to hit Jinnu once more, we're talking about, will he go for some 5k? What will he do? He went for the Thunderlords, of course. So he will go towards the Hextech Gunblade, which is to be expected. Hextech Gunblade Spike is exceptionally good for
Yeah,
Akali,
yeah.
and something that the mid laner of NewBee did not manage to get whatsoever. He was shut down before he got to that point. So I actually think at that one item power spike, LGD can do so much with that.
They can. I think right now they've set themselves up to be pretty strong when it comes to just split pushing. Gragas is going to have a really bad time in this lane. He should just get out-traded for the most part. That might even turn into a 2v2 because at that point, Kha'Zix does not want that to happen. His bottom lane is pretty comfortable. His mid lane is doing quite well for himself. So Kha'Zix's idea, Swift should just be thinking about that one win condition that LGD has in the top lane. If he can crush it, if he can get that game going, get it rolling, then yeah, that could be great for him. But the worry is that, yeah, Rengar is going to be there. Akali is super hard to be able to kill. So once she does have her Shroud, is it Shroud of Shadows? What is it called? Her W?
Twilight Shroud.
Twilight Shroud. Why did I think it was Shroud of Shadows? That just sounds awful.
I don't know.
But yeah, she's incredibly strong, and she should just be split pushing at this point of the game. They have good pick potential as well. But if they're going to be building this one as a damage, I think Gragas is just not going to be able to handle this champion.
I actually think it might be because her Q is Mark of the Assassin, so the OV just kind of came in there on the W. I actually wonder what Jinnu has been maxing. It's we can't tell obviously now currently, but that is really big actually for the game if he is maxing E for the wave clear and the consistent damage in team fights, or he's actually going like Mark of the Assassin. Most people still go E regardless. Okay. So that may be the case.
Do you play much Akali?
No, but I research weird picks.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's the thing. I would have expected you to be an Akali player because a lot of your
I was a tank Akali player for a while back when it was like you were Hecarim. Yeah. And it was great because you just clicked E constantly and had like basically no energy cost, so you went around murdering everyone.
Oh, I hated that Akali.
Yeah. So that's actually why we see some other.
Did I just hear somebody?
That Gunblade into tank. Hello, Rusty. How's it going?
Hello.
Oh, he's here. Okay, let's go.
It's me.
How's it going?
I am good.
I wasn't looking for you, but
I enjoyed the story.
Oh, thank you.
How was your ride with Adele, the Uber driver?
They didn't get it.
That's
it was really lackluster.
That's really disappointing.
We're here watching some League of Legends, though, Pulse. I will say.
We are. We're just talking about Akali. So
yeah. What do you
have?
think
Do you have any thoughts on Akali? Oh, we're back. So
you know what?
Yeah. Get on.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Godfrey just got killed.
Before you leave. What's your thought about that? What just happened on the screen?
Analyze it.
I don't wanna.
Okay, now get off my. Get out of here.
You're a bad CSI detective.
I'm not going to be here loud with you guys.
Fire him.
Right,
you go.
All right.
Can we examine the crime scene?
I guess we can. That happened out of nowhere. So
we got the CCTV footage.
And
don't worry.
Godby was just came out of pause time and flashed to the left into the Kha'Zix. Not a good flash, I'll tell you right now. That's my analysis of that entire engage. Don't flash in that direction.
Now, Raz, is that bad sportsmanship? We just had a pause of 10, 15 minutes. It's probably not even that long.
Well, I'm assuming they didn't communicate with each other.
You just come out of it and it's just like, oh, yes, what was I doing? Yes, CSing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, I guess I'm dead now. Okay, well, that's nice.
Oh, that's the benefit of coming into wait a minute.
LWX, Moore's going to step in front of Imp, and that was a very good chains of corruption. Otherwise, Imp probably would have killed him.
Yeah. Just going back there, that's the benefit of coming out of pause time and just say both cool and swift to themselves. They recognize this gank's going to happen. They've been sitting in that position for quite some time. They're not going to be communicating to each other, but they're just going to be like, oh, how do I play this out perfectly? Meanwhile, Godby's in that position. He's just sitting there. It's like, I just want to hit that one creep.
Right.
I just want to farm. I don't have that much farm right now in the game.
Yeah, caught Godby sleeping. Caught the Observer sleeping as well. They didn't even know what was happening in bot lane, so did miss a bit of that trade, but we do know that LGD is firing back, because LWX did have the advantage in that lane for like the entire first 10 minutes. Yeah. So it's that's pretty good to see on that Lucian, and really it is about like scaling up. As weird as it is to say about a team that has like Akali, Rengar, Syndra, Lucian, you want to get levels on Lucian so he can just run around and hit people with his guns. And
that's what's surprising about Lucian.
Level up too.
Lucian has changed into a scaling champion. That's what's really surprising. For the most part, he was like way back in the day. When he was good. Was that he would just, okay, that's not no story time.
Come on, that was the exact same
time?
thing. He even came from the same angle.
Yeah, you see Godby scratching his head on that one. He's got to be scratching just a little bit harder because that is turning into a torturous gameplay right there. Oh, no.
Oh, this is going rather badly for Jinnu. No. Great W.
Did he
got
propel
out of
himself
dodge.
forward?
He did,
Actually,
yeah.
okay, I was wondering.
You can
Yeah.
teleport a little bit
Yeah.
forwards.
Oh,
Swift
this
is going to
is
jump on
unmatched.
Intruder. No,
Don't
run
get in
away!
there.
He's going to
Oh,
flash
what?
after him, but
What are you doing?
even with the evolved claws, was not in range.
Yeah.
Did force Intruder to pop his ultimate though, so he was more scared than I think anyone else was.
Oh, I don't think LGD stretched a little bit when they were coming into
Yeah.
pause. They definitely didn't stretch out much because right now they're feeling a little bit of the pain.
They're reclining.
Yeah, they're definitely reclining right now.
Gunblade picked up from Jinnu. That's rather big. So that last team, that last 1v1 rather,
Yeah.
against Sky went very badly for him. That's actually how a lot of these matchups go with the W max from Gragas into a Swishy matchup. He just does a lot of damage.
He does.
But now that that Gunblade is picked up, it will probably 180.
It just comes down to what Gragas is in the top line because he skirmishes very well. Oh, that is. Oh, it's a Q-Max. It's a Q-Max. Okay. But Jinnu wants to do sustained damage, but Sky, or at least the Shen and the Gragas, will be able to have sustained damage with their W, as you mentioned. But it's the moment that Jinnu can out-sustain that, can be able to heal back up off that, and then suddenly all Sky can do after his initial W punish will just be like, well, I have no auto attacks. My auto attack just does nothing. It's negative damage.
Is there a difference between negative and negative?
Yeah, that, you know what? Yeah, I'll take you up on that one. You caught me on there. You got me.
Is that come outside and we'll discuss
the
this?
negative damage. We'll talk about it a little later.
All right. I guess if it's like a Rengar jumping on your face and he's going for the neck,
Oh.
some negative damage.
Don't say that, because I'll actually pick it up as a legitimate word.
Maybe we can coin it on the LPL.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, copyright LPL in 2017
That'll be the word I use instead of cheat. I'll be saying, yeah, he
instead
neck.
of cheat.
Yeah.
You never say cheat though. That's Dom's word. You can't steal Dom's word.
I've been hearing that from everybody. Yeah, that's Ross hearing. I even heard it in the NALCS. People just using cheat. Huh?
Not even the right context. Triggered. Anyway, top lane, Jinnu, kind of running down Sky. You see him like go back with the standard Gragas combination,
Yeah.
hit him with the body slam, hit him with the W, but Jinnu is just like, whatever, man. I'll just lifesteal it all back because I have Gunblade.
Yeah, what's the worst thing about Greg is sure he's CSing very well, but he's going to have a hard time in terms of dealing with the mana, because the mana advantage, of course, is in Jinnu, because he doesn't have much mana at all. He has nothing. He's working off of just being able to just output the Q damage very quickly, much more often, and he has the lifesteal that he can be able to use to just keep himself up in the lane. So Sky has to be a lot more mindful of how he uses mana to trade. Jinnu's just going to be able to outtrade in a lot of cases. But I want this game to be opened up for him, because it's going to be difficult now that the mid lane tower does not exist.
Shh. We gotta be very sneaky because we're jumping on LGD. He tries to do Intruder. Hello? Oh, he's just standing on him. Nice kill.
Wow. Wow. He was trying to dance left and right, but Intruder was just trying to get his stack so he can just nail them down with the bolo. He did exactly that, and so LGD is going to be able to push this one for this tower. That's great for LGD because losing that mid lane meant that Cool could have done a lot. He could have been able to move down towards the bottom lane if he expected that, or you can go towards the top side and just put Akali down in her tracks before she even starts to scale up. It might be Swift's job. Wait, Swift!
Oh, he walks into the bush. You're about to experience how much damage Akali does. Oh, maybe the other way around.
No.
Ultimate coming in from Cool.
Oh, no.
And he's
tracking
seen
him.
He knows he's inside the shroud.
Investigating. This is awkward.
Oh.
That's just
Well,
Oriana.
that was
yeah,
the
that's
most
Oriana.
anticlimactic death I
Yeah.
think I've ever seen in League of Legends.
That's just a sad death. She thought she was out. She thought she was going to be able to get out
I'm
of that
being
situation.
stealthy.
Yeah,
Just kidding, dissonance.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that was the end of that tale.
So exactly what happened, though it was a trade instead of Cool being able to just immediately impact the top side of the map. So now they're just trading bot side to top side. Lucian's able to come back into this matchup, has the CS advantage, now has Blade of the Rune King. He's going to be heading straight top, but right now, he should be feeling very confident after what was a bad laning phase for him.
I like the Ninja Tabis picked up here, not only because Ninja Tabis are insane at the moment, but also because if you think about the people who are going to be hitting him, well, he's going to be diving LWX. So LWX,
Yeah.
and maybe Swift will be getting there, trying to peel away. So it makes a lot of sense in this one. Looking towards the mid lane. What's Cool doing? He just like bought and sold 6 items in a row.
Yeah.
He went towards the Hexor Grover. Now he has an Aether Wisp.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want a revolver. I don't know. I'll give him that one. That's going to be that would not be a proper purchase.
He's like, I'm so far ahead in this game. Look at my farm. I can do whatever I want.
It's just going to...
Oh no.
no. Okay. Look at where Rengar and Nami is. They're just setting up vision. This is actually, this should be a good enough kill, but they're not going to go for it.
There's a lot of respect there.
Yeah, they could have walked in, but Lucian played towards the bottom side of the map, so he didn't make it easy for them. Sky could have maybe set up a flash E, but you look, Imp would have had the mechanics to be able to flash away from that, and he has his dash. So I guess it's a safe decision for them to back away from that entirely. But that just means they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, because they weren't really actively helping out in terms of pushing the wave, stopping that dive, or even being in the bottom side of the map to help out LWX. So it's, yeah, it's a bit of a tough one.
Bot lane being pushed in by LWX, so in the end, that may just result in more towers. They're still pushing top lane. Cool.
Okay.
Under attack, but he was good to go. He just survived the onslaught from Godby.
But I'm wondering what's happening on the top side because of
I
how
really want to know.
long-
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
nothing.
Nothing,
Okay.
all right. And you know what? Sky uses ulti for it, so that's why that tower did stay up. He could have used it for the first tower, but you know what? Missed opportunities. It was the risk they took with looking to set up on top of Imp.
Yeah, just going to farm out the wave now. Curiously enough, he is actually just ahead and farm purely because Jinnu, well, one, his wave is pushed in, and I was going to say B. I'll say it anyway. And B, Jinnu got killed, so he's just slightly behind. But it's not too bad. He's got his core. Of all the items,
The one
Gunblade
item core.
feels as good
It
as
feels
like
good.
a Triforce. So. Yeah, he's in good shape.
Question is now with the map being open for LGD, both top and bottom side, they have the option of sending a colleague. Always look for the 1v1, and that would just be to try and match with Gragas as much as possible. But they're putting the dual lanes up against Gragas in the top side. Well, it could be just to really stop this. If they are able to stop this Herald, that would be nice. I think they're suspicious of it being happening. Oh, okay, you're not going to be able to do it. Back away, Newbie.
Harold is angry. Ooh.
Oh my
The flash,
God.
the ult as well. Imp backing away, but his support's already done and dusted. Here comes the TP. It's May turning around. Sky's gonna literally body block everything. Jinnu slowed down. Fantastic glitter lance from Moore. And Godvy's dead.
Huh. He's definitely dead. That is, and Newbie completely taking out the win on that one. And they're going to be pushing towards the mid lane. That was ridiculous. And that was just a great call from Sky to be able to recognize that his engage with his body slam flash was going to be able to net them the kill. Imp survived, but they're not able to take the kill. So the mid lane control that Newbie has had has been really getting this win for them. And this was it. Yep.
He's having a stroll through the jungle. Up, chain of corruption.
I thought it was just cool. It was actually Varus as well. They were setting up for it, and they knew that Syndra was looking to collapse. So great mind from Newbie to just catch him on the run. Catch him on the run.
That was just a straight mugging though. He
It
was
was.
having a nice stroll through the park.
Was it nice? It was
Like,
ill
I'm
intent.
gonna go feed the ducks.
Oh,
And instead, they just wanted his money.
that, you know, that makes me sad now thinking about it.
He doesn't even have that much in his bank account. He's being mugged twice already.
Yeah, that's a lot of muggings. This guy's not been having a good time right now in the Rift.
Yeah. He's a bad luck magnet in this game.
I've never seen a Syndra fall that far behind against the Orianna.
Yeah, this
That's
is not great.
It's a really sad time.
And Orianna is so far ahead, I might add. Hello?
Oh.
Swift caught in the air, put in a bubble, and put in the ground. LGD finish off whatever that void thing is.
Yeah, and that was 21 minutes into the game. Options are now open for LGD to look towards the next objective. And that's going to be towards the top lane turret. They're just taking these towers a lot, so it's making it easier for them. Even with the advantage Newbie has been able to acquire for the... Oh, he's not going to
Barrel
stop.
knocks PYL actually into Fog of War. Ultimate, the sombrero's on the floor, Raz.
Yeah.
And PYL should be able to get away with it. He's having tacos tonight. Returning fire.
That's a
Jinnu,
delayed
he's
sombrero.
chasing after.
What is he looking for?
An intruder, belch louder than dumb, and I think that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's about it. It's hard to belch louder than that man, but he's done it. And so, yeah, the new LGD able to save that one. Cool could have gotten the kill. And I like the look from Sky to be able to go on PYL. It was just a delayed ulti. He probably thought he had the kill. Probably thought he had the Thunderlord skill on top of Nami. And he was like, okay, maybe I'll expand the ulti. Oh, already out of range.
It was one like missed ultimate. To be fair, Cool has hit like every other ultimate,
Yeah.
and he's already got the ultimate backup, so
I'm just going to judge that man
we'll
off that
just
one ulti.
pretend it never happened in like 5 seconds when he's got his ult again.
Oh, we'll have to see if he misses the next one. That's all eyes on the ulti.
I have faith. He's definitely riding momentum though, because he has 3 kills, he hasn't died yet. He completely demolished mid lane, so you gotta be feeling good. You'll go for those kind of Hail Mary shockwaves. Just toss him out.
Yep, time and time again. And at this point, every ulti should hit. Newbie has so much control towards that mid lane. That's 2 towers down, the inner and the outer, of course. So they should be able to set up a lot of vision towards top side. Dragon's coming up, so maybe they think about taking the Ocean Dragon at this point instead of setting up towards the Baron. Either way, whatever they choose is the right answer, and that's the benefit of getting that mid lane tower.
Small tangent. If you ever play a Kali and you clear out the minion waves and you get the kill on the minions,
Yep.
you actually feel like a lawnmower. It's great. PYL caught out in the Baron pit. There's nothing else to say about that. He's just dead. Caught warding. Unfortunate casualty of war.
Why was he even there? They know they have that entire control.
Why
So-
was he there? He was in
yeah.
his natural habitat. He was in the river. He's a fish.
Yeah, no, you know what? He ain't gonna find a lot of friends there. That's a pretty shallow pond.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of bones in the Baron pit.
Oh yeah, that's not a good. That's
He was in mourning. Now he's just added to them, actually.
he really has. It's kind of like that bone area in the Lion King. That's the darkest memory you can have of Lion King, other than Mufasa dying. So you know what? I'll just back
pretty
away
bad,
from that
actually.
one.
Here comes Swift. He's going to jump onto Imp, but he's pretty good. Intruder jumps in. Oh, flash away from Cool's Shockwave. That was a mighty cool flash.
That was just good from Newbie to look for these picks constantly. Now it looks like they're gonna try and set up for his top lane. That's a wave coming up. Nah, they see that red buff.
God V. He's charging up. How many episodes is it going to take? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Nah, that's too long. Too long. The series is gonna be way too long at this point because he's gonna keep dying.
I don't want to wait 20 episodes for you to unleash your power, God V.
Oh,
Great tidal wave. I wanted a shockwave. Everyone's Orianna in this game. No,
Yeah.
tidal wave for PYL.
and there's a 2-death rule in Dragon Ball Z. He's died 3 times. He can't show his power at this point. It's over.
Yeah.
It really is.
He's permanently in heaven.
This guy does not have. Maybe he can power up in that. Up there. Maybe.
Maybe he'll power up Intruder. Because he is 2-0.
Okay,
Has
that's
a Black
possible.
Cleaver, so maybe
possible.
he is the person who will bestow the power upon. But Newbie, they will go for their 3rd dragon. It's been cloudy with light patches of rain. But Newbie, they like this weather.
What do you see? What's the next weather on? What's the forecast?
It's even more cloudy. A lot of
wow.
clouds.
It seems
Very
like
dark
you
clouds.
You did not
I don't
leave
know the
Europe.
language. That's what I said. I need
Yeah.
to go out there and look at more weather forecasting.
I'm just saying, you're right at home here. UK, same deal. Cloudy,
Look,
cloudy,
man,
cloudy.
like in the UK, they're just like, it's the same thing. They could actually have the weather forecast on repeat and it would be the same thing.
Oh,
It's cloudy today and it's gonna rain.
that's
It's
different.
cloudy today and it's gonna
Oh.
rain. Bot lane, Jinnu is gonna hit Sky, and then remember he doesn't do
Oh, he's
damage
actually
because
getting
Gragas
bodied.
just doesn't
He's
even care. He's
actually
actually
getting
just
bodied.
murdering a Kali.
Oh
Very
my
slowly,
God,
I might
take the
add.
camera away
but he's
from
gonna
this
get him.
man.
Whoa! Flash over the wall. Jinnu
Okay.
survives
That
with
was-
a sliver of HP.
That was 20 HP. That was just. I don't even know if that HP existed. The guy should have died.
I know.
Okay, well.
Phantom HP. But
This is. How many items does this guy have to take? It looks like he's going towards Zonia's. I just don't know if he's doing much. I thought he had the sustained damage on Gragas, but that's a lot of CDR on the Gragas, so he's going to be charging up his barrels at every time.
yeah,
Yeah.
I personally disagree.
Okay.
I mean, you'll jump in, you'll kill someone, if focus goes onto you, could dodge out of the shockwave.
Yep.
Kind of makes sense, dodge out of the big ultimates, but I feel like you just want to be tankier. Like, you want a bit of health so you can actually just not die like that in a 1v1. Like,
Yeah.
your purpose right now is to not get murdered by Sky, and he got murdered by Sky, so I don't know, man. I mean, now he's got gold for Zonia, so he's going back, but
I wonder what the next item is. I would think Raw Light Crystal Scepter. I'll tell you right
Yeah.
now, I have not
If he's-
seen
yeah.
Akali much at all. So, it's gonna take getting used to.
yeah, well, usually Gunblade is in there. There are some builds where you go for Sunfire on top of that just for the tankiness because it is a really stat-efficient item. Intruder is going for the jungle. He's got friends,
Okay.
but he is caught in the sombrero. Ah, he's down.
Yeah, and that one was just
Taco
gonna be
overdose.
easy. That's such an easy setup because Intruder flashed away from that ulti before. So Orianna just walked in very confidently. Okay.
Sky has found Imp. He's going to knock him towards the tower. He's going to give him a bit of a back rub, but it's too much. Imp, get away from me. I
Smack
didn't
him.
pay for this. Oh! Murdered in cold blood.
Oh no.
Jinnu.
Wait, how did
Wow.
they even see him? Didn't even matter.
I don't know, but regardless, he was dead even
Yeah.
if they didn't see him. So
This is a slaughter. This is an
feels
outright
bad. This is
demolition.
a bad day for Akali mains.
Yeah.
R/Akali mains not
no.
having a good day. Top of Reddit. Jinnu ruined the champion for his incompetitive.
Yep. And I
Who's below? Doinby ruins our champion in competitive. Godby chased down by Sky.
Oh,
It
smack
just
him.
feels bad. He says timeout, but Sky does not care for rules.
This is such a clean newbie. This is really clean. It started off on a very murky set. I think it was looking pretty bad.
Were we in a swamp? Why are we
Yeah.
saying murky?
Oh, well, you can say that the lake is a swamp as well. Yeah, I'll give him that one.
Over time, yeah.
yeah.
Got polluted.
Yep. Polluted with bones. apparently.
Yeah. Of Namis.
But yeah, Godby.
Don't need to sidetrack you there, Raz.
I like
in
that
there.
though. The image is nice. But yeah, Godby, he's dying a lot. He's not having a good time, and it's really starting to translate. We want to see Newbie translate their leads. It's starting to translate. So one inner turret down in the mid lane, and they're just abusing that. The vision control, you look towards top side, that top side is lit. Sure, there's a control ward there, but they're already moving it towards the bottom side now. So that they're not even focused towards that ward. Oh, it's
Jinnu has been caught, but where's the Akali?
Apparently
Akali's
they didn't
already
see him
made
walk
out.
of it.
She's
Yeah,
a true
they didn't
ninja.
see it.
She's died twice, but she's still a ninja.
Yep.
You can't see her. You can't see me.
I don't even know what they want to see her. At this point in the game, it's too cruel. It's too cruel of a game.
Here's the bot lane push from NewBee. It's like 30 minutes into the game, and this game is all but done. 10,000 gold advantage.
Oh.
Godby, he's called out LWX, but I mean, no one's really had to do anything, so everyone all has the summoners on the side of NewBee.
They see the low HP though. Moore is right for the pickings. Not gonna go for it because they saw that flank coming around. They're not gonna let it happen. But this guy has actually just been drinking way too much on the top line. He is so strong. Don't leave that man alone with the tower.
I'll tell you what, the art of the drunken fist, that's something to be reckoned with. He's studied many years in the monasteries of
Ooh, you know what?
alcohol.
We need a new
What?
Gragas here. Two of them is an option. One's a monk. The other one's just an actual karate smash.
Monastery
An
Gragas.
iron fist.
An iron fist. An iron cast. What? Hello.
Oh, no.
Godby.
Okay.
He'll find both of them. Gigantic shockwave. And the arrows pile in as Swift will be the person to pick up all of these kills. Jinnu,
He
he's
couldn't
called
even
out.
get the kill on him.
There's going to be a flash from Cool. He's looking for more. He wants PYL. Have some of these parts of a clock that I don't even want anymore.
Yep.
He'll take him down. It's a 4-0 Raz. 14-2. NewBee look for the game.
This is a game if I've ever seen one. Cool has been getting MVP after MVP from every individual performance. This is his best game yet.
Let him live.
No, don't do it.
Send a message
Now get in
to
there.
your people that we do not mess around. NewBee will take game one.
What a game. All right, just send him a reward already. Give him an MVP performance. I don't even want to wait 2 minutes to wait. There's no judging here. Just send
Ship
it his
it.
way.
Welcome back, Rusty.
Yeah,
Hello. Welcome to the madhouse.
How's your vacation?
How's it going?
How's life?
What's poppin'?
Jesus!
Yeah. Oh, the cameraman doesn't even want to handle it.
T-Tors, we're drunk all over here.
Alright.
All right.
He's been playing too much Gragas. All right, what's going on,
That
Rusty?
was good from Cool. I'll give
Yeah.
you that, Raz.
Yeah.
I do think that it was pretty close to MVP worthy. And you have to talk about why, not just that he was MVP worthy.
Okay.
It's the fact that between him and LWX, for some reason, they were the dynamic duo of catching everybody out to win the game.
Yeah. They're looking pretty hot.
Yeah, that's the results from the gym,
Yeah.
actually. I've been going a lot over the last week, and back to
Ah, yeah,
reality.
there we go.
So
There goes gravity.
that's
It's just
I'm actually just done.
So this is you already mentioned it. Orianna, he hit him in the laning phase. He hit him very hard. The back timings was very. It was not even poor. It was not even of Godby's choice because he was just really losing that matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And then we come out of the pause. He instantly gets ganked. He gets ganked again.
Yeah.
They lose
Yeah.
tower, and at that point, it's still central.
It's
And
definitely, yeah.
If Newbie's winning that game from that point, like if they are able to secure top side, because their only hope was Akali, then that's it. It really is impossible to come back in that one, and they just stomped it from there.
It did feel like there was a clear plan in mind there. It was just like, let the side lane scale. Akali didn't even want to go back to base for a large portion of the early game. And then Godby, as you mentioned, continued his ganks in there. And it kind of just rippled out from the mid lane. And then the bottom lane as well even started winning. So it just kind of all went downhill all at the same time in every single lane.
And the most important thing before these games started, we came in and we're like, all right, So Newbie, they've got a new jungler. They've got a potential replacement for Swift if he starts underperforming. Before we get to the game, remember that the biggest problem with Newbie is Cool and Swift working as a team.
Yep.
So the first thing that happens to give them a victory is that he comes mid twice. He gets 2 big kills, and then Cool's able to carry the rest of the map actually working around with his jungle. Like, that felt so much better from Newbie and much closer to what a League of Legends game should look like from Swift, because usually people rotate to him when he finds people.
Yeah.
But finally, he's now going to them.
And we talked about this before the set. We look towards Newbie. It's like, oh, well, what is their... Are they strong? Are they an incredibly strong team? What kind of Newbie will we see? Are they a bottom, like a 6th place team like they are right now? That was a top-tier Newbie. And this is a Newbie that we want to see going into Game 2. This is a Newbie we want to see going into the next week. This is just a Newbie we want to see performing consistently.
And I think the operative word that you said during Game Raz was clean.
Yeah.
And that was a clean version of Newbie, where we just saw all of their strengths and pretty much none of their weaknesses. And that may have been contrasted by the fact that LGD, they made a couple mistakes. They had the problems in the mid lane, and the top lane didn't kind of work out for them. But Newbie, when they got ahead, we only saw good things from them.
Yeah.
Whether they can actually translate that against different teams is another thing entirely.
Oh, that's a new
But
graphic.
That is a new graphic. Wow, cool. Just did a lot of damage.
He did. His ulti, his catches, setting up for the next one too. Rengar had to flash away from the first one. Second one, you can't flash away from that one.
Yeah.
So it was just really smart. The best game I've seen from Cool yet, and he's had a lot of good games.
Yeah, and of course this is the big fight that actually turned it all around on the back of, again, a shockwave coming out of the Orianna. The Akali doesn't have a purpose so much when a Lulu is going to be present. Orianna also having the shields. And when there's more than one threat there for the Akali to assassinate, he is actually quite reliant on the Rengar, either assisting in the first kill to give resets or attacking somebody else so that they can actually have a 2-pronged attack. And realistically, from what I was watching of LG, they just never got anywhere. It was even close to merit. Imp was irrelevant.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to take damage from him. Even the carries were just being tickled by the bullets that he was throwing at them. So realistically, I don't even think the Akali was a problem with LGD, but they have a lot of big problems that they need to fix.
Yeah,
A lot of losing lanes. That's the start. I think that's the first thing they're going to come out that one, where bottom lane was losing, even though they were set up afterwards to be able to take tower. Mid lane was getting stomped. Top lane took a long time before he backed, so he was just getting even, and actually was losing in CS. That's just something that they all need to change. Is just focus on the first point, which is winning out lanes, so Newbie is not setting up for the next objectives.
Yeah.
And that's a tough lesson, because suddenly you're just going to look towards draft and maybe we change up everything.
Maybe. I mean, to be fair, Jinnu was equal in farm until he got ganked, but that was also the kind of bleed over from mid lane and then the pressure coming in from jungle. But I think, talking about the mid lane, it could have go to anyone else. He was just ramming down the front door of that Orianna, 6-0 and 5, really took it home. And then, as you said in that final team fight, Rusty, it was that shockwave into him just flashing into double Nexus turrets and killing everybody. So, yeah, well played to Cool. He took a couple kills and turned it into a game.
And Cool was flashing forwards, but it wasn't just him as well. It's the whole team and the mentality behind them, right? They're all going forwards the whole time. There was a fight that happened in the bottom lane that was meaningless, but LWX, instead of walking away, flashed over a bubble to try and do more damage because he saw an opportunity to win the lane just a little bit more than he otherwise was. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it really speaks towards the mentality of the team in this game. And perhaps the coaching staff before it started said, all right, just be aggressive. Like, it's something that they're not doing as a whole team. Swift is being aggressive by himself. If you want Swift to be a better jungler, have all 3 lanes winning or pushing. And then he's unlocked to do whatever he likes, whether it's invade or gank. He has freedom, which is something that Swift never usually actually has.
And as a strategy against this team in particular, LGD, if you are just aggressive against them, they're not cohesive enough as a team to be able to respond to that, because we never really saw the team come together. And not only in just this game, in a lot of their losses, we just kind of see all 5 members just kind of like drop off the face of the earth and then come back, and it's just like, oh, well, we've all lost and we're just weaker than the enemy team. So by being aggressive, that could be how Newbie looked to close this series out in very convincing fashion. First game went in half an hour. We will be taking a quick break before we look towards game 2. Stick with us. It will be Newbie going up against LGD, looking to fire back. Welcome back to the LPL. We're gearing up for game 2 between Newbie and LGD. Newbie honestly just demolished LGD coming into that game. So welcome back, and we are probably looking at, I would probably say, a 2-game series. I don't actually think, unless LGD change everything they did in that game 1, we're looking at a 3-game series.
I think we should just upgrade that LGD graphic right now. Just add that extra
Get
loss.
on it, Frosker, and I know you're back there, so go ahead and just punch that one in.
Can I just remind you both that it's LGD they're playing against, and you can update the graphic all you want, but sometimes they'll win in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And you never really know when it's going to happen, and there is a 50% chance that in every game it happens in that game. So coming into the next one, I wouldn't update the graphic. I wouldn't touch it until Newbie show up again.
I think it's fun analyzing both of these teams because these teams definitely make it easy on you, doesn't it? They just feel like they go into the game prepared every single time.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, ready to go.
They're a prepared team.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At least one ban prepared per game.
I didn't even detect a hint of sarcasm in all of those
No,
words.
we're very straightforward people.
Newbie heading on back to stage and looking chipper, looking high spirits because game 1 went very well for them. It was also kind of like, it just kind of sucked just if you're Godfrey in that game because it was immediately after the pause ended, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Go back to lane, I'm dead. And then the game just kind of, he was irrelevant for the rest of the game.
And speaking of, the 2 members of your screen, on your screen were Swift and Cool. They're going to be still playing together, no substitutes to be seen for them, which is super important for Newbie, because that's what, at the moment, their best team looks like.
However, on the opposite side, Intruder will be subbed out and Amy will be coming in.
Ooh.
So I don't even know if that is a good substitution in terms of what it does for the team, but maybe at this point in the series saying, let's bring in Amy a different perspective. He was rearing to go backstage.
I don't know if it is very difficult. I think the only thing we can look towards is the team dynamic and what compositions we can see. Because top lane is going to be consistently playing carries now. So if he's looking towards not so much a Kali, but if he gets that Fiora free, if he gets the Renekton free, maybe the Ivern. I do think Ivern is a stronger pick now with how the 80 carries are coming about. 80 carries patches. So it's funny just to always focus in on that one champion when it comes to Amy. It feels like he's a human being, damn it. He's not just an Ivern player. But that's where he's been most effective on this split.
I mean, that's up for debate in the first place. He is definitely just an Ivan player, and he has looked the best on it. But I also think Amy has been playing for a little bit longer than that of Intruder. He's a new inclusion to the team Intruder as of the end of last split of League of Legends. And Amy, you would expect, by having extra experience, might be a smarter player and has been with the team for longer generally. So there are advantages to bringing him back in, aside from just the mental reset, where Intruder always has the carry mindset. And that's the biggest problem with LGD. They have too many carries.
Yeah, and it's fun to talk about Intruder in this sense because, I mean, Amy. Amy because he's very experienced now. He's been around for quite some time. He started off in, I would say, Vici when they were in the LSPL. He grew up. He came into UP, I think it was called, Potential.
Unlimited Potential.
Unlimited Potential. He was just a carry player once upon a time. He played those Lee Sins. He played the Echoes. He was a hard carry player of his teams. And, of course, his teams didn't succeed all too well except when he was on Vici. So now he seems to have just kind of buckled down and went towards a static play style. Not so much static, just the facilitating style. So it's nice to see that growth coming from him. But I just want to see something I just want to see him perform better than Intruder. I want to see him perform better overall. That's just been why Intruder's been playing more often.
I mean, between the 2 games we've seen, or game number 1 to this one, it's not going to be a tough ask for him to perform better than Intruder for this particular set. And don't forget, even though he has played his fair amount of utility-based junglers, or even just played like a utility-based jungler would, helping his team, peeling for his team, he can become a carry. If that's what the team requires, or if he gets the early gold, he can still carry.
Rusty, you spoke about LGD and the random 50% chance that they could just turn up in this game. What would that look like? Would it be all those carries turning online at the same time and just running down Newbie?
I just, they need to draft better more than anything else. Like, the Lulu being a priority for Newbie made sense, whereas LGD's bans didn't make sense in that respect as well. If you're going to ban away certain champions and just give over the Lulu for free, you're losing out on it. They should prioritize the Lulu, or they should ban the Lulu themselves. They should also give themselves a better position in the middle lane for matchups, perhaps. Orianna is okay into Syndra, but it's about jungle focus.
So the prediction is 50-50. Once more, heading into game 2.
I mean, I'm willing to give LGD 1 game, but I don't think they'd ever win the series.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I think, at least for me, that is unanimous. Raz?
Oh, Newbie. 2-0.
Newbie 2-0.
Yeah.
All right.
It's going to be awkward because I'm going to have to... I'm casting this game. So if I'm wrong, you're just going to rub it in my face.
I will.
Yeah.
Yep. And the great thing is, because I have a buffer of 1 win, it doesn't even matter if I'm wrong. Hey, LGD up against Newbie going into game 2. Newbie with that 1-game win. Exceptionally strong performance from that team. There you go. I'll finish off that sentence. I won't leave you hanging. Varus and Elise will be banned out here from LGD, and it will be Camille
I don't know what that champion.
and
That-
Led.
That TV definitely has a small resolution. Everybody out there, if you don't see it. So.
Jace is going to be the final ban from LGD. We're looking towards the final one from Newbie here, Rez.
It's an Ivern ban. That's what it was. Newbie banned out Ivern. The man doesn't even exist. Sub in Intruder right now.
Excellent. Well, final ban of Lulu. So you were 1 game too early, Raz. That was
Oh,
your prediction
no.
last time around. So Graves is left open, and that was the pick that replaced Lulu in the last one. But Rumble is going to be denied from Sky, and arguably that's maybe better.
That's, yeah, it seems like they're taking Rumble away because it's Sky, and everybody's just afraid of Sky's Rumble, not so much the champion. 38% win rate, so no one will first pick Rumble unless if it's up against Sky. Graves is open, so they just lost Graves. Usually people go towards either the Graves priority or the Lulu priority. No, it's Rumble priority for us, so
Yeah.
that's it's not technically bad. Maybe they're confident enough to pick up the Kazakhs in the second rotation for themselves. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's also down to Newbie and whether they just really value the Rengar over Graves. I mean, they actually do. Damn. All right, so Rengar going to be picked up here by Swift for himself, along with the Mazahata bottom lane.
That's funny because when
Huh.
Swift had the Graves in his hand, he just blasted teams apart. His Graves was so spectacular to watch.
Yeah, you can say that about a lot of picks from Swift, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Swift definitely turns up on lots of different champions, a myriad of champions. So you can say that, like, his Elise performance, for example, the random, like, Mad Life Predictor was pretty sick.
Oh yeah. Two
And
times in
Kazakh's
that same
on the
game, too.
opposite side. So, like, Amy, Graves is up. Did they just forget Graves is up?
I think at this point, once you know you're going up against a Rengar, it's your choice in how you want to play it. They have the Rumble, and so the synergy between Rumble and Kazakhs is fairly nice. It gives you a lot more openings to damage, get in and out. You are evolving your E. I like it. I prefer it, especially since you can, even if you evolve your W, it helps as well. So at that point, they know that they can pick into it. But the priority is the question where I would like the priority of Graves over most champions because you can actually just win out early game and even help out your mid laner. Godby definitely needs the help after that first game.
Yeah, see, Zyra going to be picked up here from LGD towards PYL. And Newbie will pick up Ezreal, okay, as the ADC here. And that will be the straight-up priority. And now hammering the ADC pool from Imp.
Well, someone didn't pick up their AD carry. The Zyra priority early is really surprising to me. I know it works well for the 3 picks that they have controlled with each other. That just means that Imp is very confident in the picks that he has here. They didn't ban any AD carries in the first rotation other than the Varus. So Varus, Caitlyn, maybe even the... I mean, Ezreal already got picked up. So, if you look towards it, maybe he goes towards a Sivir. Lucian is still up and available. Maybe a Newbie just banned the Lucian. This is looking tough for Imp. Hopefully we don't get another Twitch game from him. That Twitch game we last saw is very hard. Oh, actually, no. They're going to allow him. They're going to give him the privilege of picking up a Lucian.
Yeah, it's going to happen as Orianna is banned away from Godby this time around. So Cool had that killer performance, but it looks like he has something else in mind for us. Fizz banned out against Cool. And we've seen a new Fizz pretty good in the middle lane. And by the way, Kennen from Sky. So LGD definitely knows something that we don't.
Yeah, the Kennen is a nice pick into Rumble. I think Newbie should just pick up their Syndra. Syndra is a pick that's still up and available with the Fizz ban. You have to think that Syndra is the focus. Don't troll me, LWX. Oh, but they have the Renekton open.
Yeah, Wizard Lizard could come forth. Was banned away at last time, but it was a Jinnu champion. And in the end, we go Nautilus.
That's fun. They're leaving their last pick for the mid laner. So Cool's going to have counter pick here. He has a large champion pool, so banning out Fizz is not going to do much to him. He can pick out the Twisted Fate if he even wants to. But the fact that they're now giving over a Syndra.
Oh my
potential-
god, he locked
I
it.
didn't want to see it.
Oh, it's Imp's
Okay.
Twitch. Last time
Alright.
he played this, he didn't even play a skin, and that's why he lost. 0%, as you can see, only picked once by the man himself, Imp. Pick your damn skin.
Yeah. Pick it.
Use the emote. Roll around on the floor.
The difference between this one and the last game, and the last time we saw him, he got demolished in lane. This time it should be easier. He's going up against Ezreal and Malzahar. He's not going to get instantly shoved in, not going to get poked out too hard. It should be much easier for him, especially since he has the Zyra pick. So it's going to work with the composition, and it should work with the lane. The only worry is that he's laning up against a Malzahar. Will level 6 will just turn on him. And they get the Twisted Fate, so if he ever gets focused down, he should get QSS right from the get-go. First item, QSS.
Oh, man. Yeah, Cool's just saying you were never going to get to a point where you are going to be relevant, Imp. Have fun in the bottom lane, because I'm coming for you. 40 seconds left on the clock for these teams to talk about their compositions here.
I touched on the Twisted Fate just a little bit as a counter pick that Cool can go towards. The reason why I'm kind of interested in Twisted Fate is because they hold it for counter picks so often. People just pick it into bad lanes because there's not a lot of good lanes for Twisted Fate. So Echo is definitely a bad lane. Twisted Fate can harass it early on, level 4, level 5. I think that's Echo's matchups in general. But my god, Echo, and if he ever can hold Twisted Fate in the lane, Twisted Fate can't even sit under tower because that will be a constant dive threat. But yeah, this is fun for Imp. I'm just, focusing on that Twitch.
Yeah.
He's picking up his tried and true champion. Should pick the skin. We'll have to judge him on whether he does that. Earlier this morning, too, in the NALCS, and Echo Fox picked up Singed for Looper, and he picked up his skin.
Ah.
Unfortunately, he didn't win that game, so it's kind of counterintuitive to the message I'm about to send. But pick your skin.
It's a worldwide conspiracy.
Yeah.
All of the world champions are picking their own skins and their own champions.
And you should do that. Hey, I suggest it. If I had a skin, I'd pick it.
I understand if you're Faker and you just like only go classic.
Yeah.
But if you have a skin, doesn't Faker have like multiple skins now?
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just has
He has
too
a
many
big
skins.
wardrobe. And he's
SKT
just like,
keeps
nah,
winning.
I'm just gonna wear the same gray V-neck every day because I'm Faker.
But just focusing on this comp. Direct. Oh, moving. This is a really cool composition from both teams. I'm gonna focus it on the LGD's one. As we get into the game, LGD's composition is sick. They have so much AoE, such strong team fighting. Imp is gonna look for those ideal flanks. You can see it already in his dreams. Get that incredible ulti off, flanking the 3 people. That looks like a great composition if we can get the team fights rolling. But the opposite will be looked for Newbie. They want numbers advantage, and they're going towards Cool's Twisted Fate. Last time we saw him on the Twisted Fate, he was styling once again. Icon said he was 1v9ing. Still lost that game, so history will not tell that tale.
Now, gotta neuralize that from our memories. Jinu is keeping his heat up. Godvi is running away.
So that was good warding from LGD. They put in 2 deep wards.
That's a ghost from Cool. He was trying to get in range for that gold card.
He was trying to do it. I won't mean too much right now unless if he gets insta-ganked. But it's pretty cute from him. Nothing came of it, of course.
And got the further battle from Imp. So he's really just trying to hit like a truck. What build do you think that Imp is going to go for here?
He might just outright go with, I think Blade of the Rune King. I think he'll just start with Blade. It's easier for him. And this is the fun point about AD carries lately, is that sustain isn't really that big of a deal. People are moving away from Warlord's Bloodlust. Fervor is the ideal one. And on top of that, you're directly itemizing towards lifesteal. So the poor lane that you have the gift of saying, hey, if I lose a trade, it doesn't matter too much. I'll just lifesteal it up on the next wave. I have a support. He can support me in being able to do that. Just walk me up. So I think this is a much better environment for him to pick it, and the builds help him a lot more, where he can just go Blade of the Rune King, Renon's and Hurricane.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the time you pick up the champion. Wait, did he pick up the skin? I didn't even see him.
We don't know. We'll just have to go down there.
All right.
I don't even think we've visited bot lane yet, but we have seen the jungles. And Amy will come in with this invade.
Okay.
while Swift is doing a full clear on top side and going back. So, did he read that? Did he have information? How did he know?
LGD, when we first saw the Raptor clear, you do your Raptors, you're closer towards blue buff, so he was able to take the 3 camps of Raptors, red buff, and then get towards that the actual blue buff. It's a faster one. You can do it and look to contest. So even if Rengar was there, then
It just becomes a battle,
Yeah.
scuffle.
you look this, just rap battle over there. And you have shoving lanes for yourself, so Twitch and Zyra should be able to help you out if that ever comes around. But that just means Swift didn't read it. Swift is going to come over there and does not have a blue buff. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix is taking his second blue. So he's going to be a little sad.
Little bit
Just a tiny bit.
unhappy.
Yep.
Oh well. Amy gets a second blue buff.
Oh!
And Core takes a little
Ooh.
damage. Did not proc the Z drive resonance. Resonance? Dissonance? Resonance.
I don't know, actually. I feel like Orianna and this champion is just too close.
I think it's resonance.
Yeah,
Pretty
could
sure
be.
it's
You know,
resonance.
double down on the resonance.
Yeah, double down. Triple down. Gone V.
Quadra down.
Quadra down. Double 4. Swift.
Ooh, yes, he still has flash. His ghost is coming up too.
The hood is down.
Oh yeah, you can change it up.
Yeah. He's brought the hood down.
Can't see him.
You can't see me.
Oh,
Oh, that was a bad decision.
what a
Yeah.
disaster.
No.
The last trade they had, that was good for Cool because he could reset, take some trades back down, and he would just be fine because the third proc didn't go for Godby. That was the easiest third proc in Godby's life right there.
Yep.
Twisted Fate just was not even looking at his own lane.
It's just like when you're in solo queue and you just see that person just run down mid and run into the enemy team. It's like, sorry, it was tapped out.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's
why?
That's his excuse.
Yep. Sorry, was
Trying-
tapped out
Trying to change his playlist.
in MS Paint. That's the only thing they have access to.
Oh yeah,
Because
that's,
Godby.
that's true. I wonder if they have XP on that stage. Nah, they
Probably.
they wouldn't do that to
Who
their
knows?
players.
It's China. Swift is slicing up the jungle. And Amy is on the opposite side as well. Not a lot of interaction to start this game off.
Yeah, good focus here is Amy's getting the right camp. He's on Krugs. He kind of has to be taking it. He's pretty far behind in terms of experience. Sure, he took the double blues, but Rengar took a full clear top side, and he was able to take it. Raptors here and steal up in the bottom side of the map. So he's pretty highly topped off, 38 CS to 19. It should change up. Hey,
The Lion has a rat in his sights.
awkward situation when
He'll let him live.
yeah, he's gonna have to. I feel like it's the
This
rat that let
day.
that man live.
Yep. He is the rat man.
Oh no, he's a raccoon actually. He got the raccoon skin. This man just doesn't like his own skin.
Man, I can't even make a Scatman reference because they changed the ultimate back to spray and pray.
Oh, they did.
So it's not like he's a rat man, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Well, that sucks.
Oh well. I like spray and pray personally.
I do too.
Yeah.
But what triggers me more is LWX getting called out. But on top of that, as he took a lot of damage. I think
Yeah.
he probably has to go back to base.
Yep. Get him
Is
out of
it's
there.
now contaminate on E
Ooh.
instead of expunge,
Yeah.
which doesn't make any sense. You're not contaminating.
You already
You're
contaminated with your
expunging the
passive.
right.
Yeah.
You're expunging the poison.
Oh well, that's a problem you have. The reason why it's not a problem for me, sometimes I just forget it as a general point.
As a general point.
Yeah. Hey, that was a good time to use it.
It was. That's true. I'll let you off on that one. Though I will be putting it down on my Raz Bingo card.
Okay. I'll accept it. Oh,
This is a
not
1v1
a
to the
good
death.
thing to fight,
And it's
Swift.
the Grump's death. It's going to be a flash from Swift. And Amy will back away.
Yeah, he burned Flash
The
because
booty has been plundered.
Who fights for the Grump? Who likes Grump that much
Amy!
to fight for it?
He loves the bot side.
I'll get out of there.
Cool. He was burning. The floor was lava.
Yeah.
But
Got out
he'll
of
make
there.
it out.
Yeah. Scot
He's good.
free.
He didn't take the long walk. He kind of cheated. But that's fine. Cool. It's fine. Got your destiny. But this is really good for LGD. It's like you were saying in Champions like Raz, if God V can keep him in the lane, shove him in, make sure he can't roam to the side lanes. And he's doing both.
Yeah.
Because he just also had to burn his ultimate. So cool. Not able to shut down bottom lane. Gets the gold card off just in time.
What's
And
good
it's
about
awful.
what I love about this from LGD is that Jinu's roaming towards the mid lane. That shut down Cool's opportunity of looking for an ulti fight. That's him saying, "Oh, actually, I can't really leave this lane. I'm gonna be stuck here for a little while longer." So it's pretty bad for him. he's going to be in a position where, yeah, he's going to be trying to survive and farm up, and that works well with LGD's strategy. Godvy's just going to keep going in there. I mean, this is a weird way to do it.
Oh, over the wall. The flash from Cool. That was surprisingly good. Predict and will jump out of
Oh, no, he's
that
up
attack.
in Swift.
But, oh, he's just found Swift there as well. 400 gold to Amy, 200 gold to Swift. All of that money in the bank.
I was surprised when he ulted right back behind that wall, but he must have seen Swift farming up a camp on top side. Man cannot catch a break.
He has eyes everywhere. One
Yep.
eye's going left, one eye's going right.
The
He
guy
saw
has-
both plays happening.
It's just definitely, or a teammate could be telling him. But I like the
Or
imagery of this man
he
just having eyes
turned his
everywhere.
head 180 degrees. He's an owl. Oh, cool. Okay, well, this guy is just dodging everything right now. Whether he means to or not. That was the wrong card. But he gets both of the minions anyway. Good
Yeah, he's
job.
got it.
Cool.
Perfect timing. And
thumbs up.
this is Cool behind in the lane right now. This is so now we gotta observe Cool where he's not just stomping his laner. That's gonna be fun, especially on Twisted Fate. Oh, okay. All right. That's good for LGD. They can now look towards the dragon here, knowing that Smite was used. Of course, the 15-second thing, if he's stacking the Smite, won't mean too much.
That is amazing. He actually still says hi.
Does he?
In the man.
Oh,
yeah.
he does. Actually, I heard it. Yeah.
That's great. But Imp is scaling up. He's actually gone for the BF sword, so he didn't go for the Blades of Ruin King that we thought he was going to go for, Raz. So it's not even an itemization thing. It was just, this is a better situation to pick my signature champion.
I think that's fine. I think he's going towards like the Caitlyn build. You have that BF sword and you go straight into Runan. That could just be it. Go into IE, so he's just trying to do as much damage in team fights and not look to survive. So I know Runan's Hurricanes. That's a surprising one. I thought that would just be right down in a natural pick for the Twitch. But I like this better. He's doing so well in his lane. Why go towards lifesteal? More damage.
He's going to be hitting pretty hard as well. I mean, he's got Nigh on, Dead on, Perfect on, Farm.
Yeah.
So he's just in a great position. On the opposite side, LWX, I mean, like, great, you're Ezreal, and you're going to have that one item power spike, but Twitch will outscale you. And as soon as he hits that point in the game where he's far enough ahead of the enemy team, that he'll just spray and pray and kill everybody.
And it's easy because, they works well for the pick and it works well for his lane. Every laner right now for LGD is doing quite well. And then I look towards top and he's kind of, Rumble is losing out in CS to Nautilus. But he should be scaling up, especially once he gets the Leandries. He's going to be able to just burn through that lane and have the shove. But he's just feeling a lot of pressure. Oh, that pressure is going to be dealt with here. Godby.
Swift is going to be turned around. Godby going to jump on top of him. It looks like the kitty cat is going to drop once more.
Whew.
Thank God he has 9 lives, because he's just lost 2 of them.
Yeah, he's gonna have to start counting. Cool though.
PYL,
Oh no.
I've slowed you down. What are you going to do now, Cool? Absolutely nothing at all. However, this is my kill. I came to the mid lane. I took the long walk.
Yeah.
Screw you, Godby.
And Rusty said it best in the back. He was saying, 50-50. That's it. That's a coin toss early of whether LGD was going to show up or not. That was such a strong game from Newbie. Just 11 minutes into the game. But it looks like such a new LGD where their lanes are so strong. Zara doesn't even have to lane with the Twitch anymore. Twitch is just AFK at his turret because Zara's just doing her thing. He doesn't want to really do much here. This is when you start question mark pinning Twitch. They've already beat. Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. Now he's about to do it. That's fun to see that. Oh, got him.
Ah, we found him from the shadows. LWX is getting annihilated. There's the contaminate in the end. I'm going to call it expunge because it should be called that. But LWX had to burn heal. If he didn't burn heal there, he was dead.
Yeah. Either heal or flash, but he didn't want to flash early. So he was just in a bad spot. You know what? Imp would have probably just followed up with a flash of his own to catch him with that expunge.
Oh, flash on the ultimate from Moore. But he stealthed up in time. What? PYL, he didn't even need to be there. Imp was he's
oh
even.
My God,
he's BMing.
Oh,
look at this man.
See you.
Oh,
just, what is that? All right. They need to kill him. They need to go back for it.
All right.
They need to go back.
We need to go back.
Get the kill again.
Go back on. He didn't burn either of his summoners, Raz.
Ooh,
That was triple ultimates from Newbie.
Godvy's not going to let him fight. Godvy's just not going to let him.
Oh, psych! I'm coming back for you, Cool.
He's
Are we
gonna
looking
go!
for a phase dive?
Oh!
The tip of the rocket.
Yep, yep.
The proto belt.
He let it rain on him.
He did.
That was disgusting. You know what? Oh, it's not cool. Cool said no. I'm gonna stick to this lane. I'm gonna get the farm here.
Yep.
He definitely could have just at least flashed. He didn't expect to get rained on with proto belt. So this is definitely a stump in the opposite direction.
And this is the perfect composition for it, Raz. Imp gets huge. Godby unkillable. He's massive. Amy's even getting kills. Jinu, he's having a party. He just went to mid lane, gets an assist. Cool, go back to top lane. Look guys, I've denied Sky's pick. Got him. That's my contribution to this game. My team is just gonna carry me.
Wow. I mean, okay. All right.
And it's sunny skies as well.
Right.
This is just,
There we go.
this is a great day for
Fire's
LGD.
gone. What is it?
Oh,
It's a sunny
it's
day.
just heating up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Australian summer.
Yep. Plus 40.
Plus 40. That would
And
be
humid.
3. That would be 3.
Hmm?
That would be 3 Infernals.
Oh, you're right.
That-
Okay.
that would be,
plus
yeah.
20.
I can say we go up to 30.
Okay. 30.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
2 is uncomfortable. 3 is unlivable.
Oh.
Cool. You're going to have to bucket, mate. You got a flash, and you may have
That
to use
was a
it.
bad ulti.
Well, he made it over the finish line
Yeah.
that Jinu laid down for him.
You
But
could have just put it vertically.
yeah, he should have made him
Yeah.
walk the coals.
Yeah.
But he was playing the wrong game, unfortunately.
Nah, well. He
That's
had
just on
flash
Jinu.
anyways. Cool did have flash, so he probably would have gotten down in a decent spot. Didn't have to use it.
I was too invested in seeing if those voidings were going to steal that from Cool. But he waited it out. He was a smart man.
Okay, okay.
The Voidling army gave the blue buff to him on a silver platter. They were carrying it themselves.
Ooh, oh.
Ah, Cool.
Takes
He's
the
going to have
blue
to
away
burn the
from him.
flash. And Godby gets away. Didn't burn anything. Didn't use his ultimate.
Yep.
And sends Cool packing.
Wait a minute. Sky. The sneaky man.
Rengar.
Yeah, this is
Definitely
this,
just belched.
this is bad for Sky. This guy
LGD
needs to get
smelt
out of
it. And he'll back away.
there. Yeah. So Zyra's doing a lot of work right there. With that being said, Newbie able to take the tower down first. They should just back. Oh, okay.
Yes, but it is 3-1. Godby probably going to take this tower. He just needs to finish off. There we go. And now he still has ultimate. He's going to turn it around onto Cool. Or back off. Maybe a little preemptive because here comes the Titan of the Depths to hit you with the R button. And there's no getting away. But he died and took the tower with him.
Yeah, so LGD, they get exactly what they want. They get mid lane turret, inner mid lane turret, that is. They get the top lane turret, so that's a 2-for-1 trade. Sure, Godby goes down, but LGD have such a massive lead and a strong push in the mid lane that by the time the man gets up in about 13 seconds, he's going to be able to catch the wave at his turret. So there's no real threat. Newbie really can't do anything off that depth.
Yeah. And it's stylish when he comes back up. It's like the backflip when you're on the floor. And you jump back to normal position. That's Godby right now. He just respawned. It wasn't like he was just crawling out of bed in the morning, which is cool. Because he's been put on the floor too many times.
He's starting to spend money in the bank. That's what he's forgotten. He's been reminded with that depth that he should probably buy items.
Yeah.
So he's got a Sheen. And now he's probably just going to go straight towards, and I say this every time, he's probably just going to go straight into a Lich Bane. But I like to see if people just build Luden's Echo straight after that. Go for the straight AP, but no. He's going into a Lich Bane, 100%.
Okay, define that term for me, Raz.
What do you mean?
Intel Extreme.
Intel Extreme? Who said that?
You.
Did I say that?
What? Yeah.
I said 100%.
No way. You definitely
No.
just said Intel Extreme. And I was like, how does that pertain to this game, Mr. Plasm?
Once an IAM caster, always an IAM caster. I'm
Apparently.
debating you. I'm just saying, nah, I said
Yeah.
100%.
Wow.
We're going to have to check the VODs on
100%.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Get the footage. We'll comb through it.
Oh.
Jinu being very sneaky in this bush.
Yeah, he's just sitting in there. I think they know he's in there. No, they don't.
I mean, there's a control ward in there, so I'm going to have to assume... Oh, maybe he passed over a ward.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah.
So he was taking the long walk. Cool, get out of there.
Ah.
He
Blows the whistle.
Oh.
And PYL is there to find him. There's the knockup. Imp, he's on the way. Blast cone. Maybe PYL could have given the alley-oop. Oh, he's going to jump over the wall instead. True shot barrage in return. Oh my god! Imp, calm down!
This is ridiculous. Someone stop this man. That's the second time he's done
He
it.
can't keep getting away with it.
He's just holding that pistol up high.
Minions. that's just depressing.
Yeah.
Like he's on Runans, he's got a BF sword.
He's probably going IE next.
Yeah, I mean he's
that's
probably
IE.
got that very soon, Raz.
So
17 minutes into the game, and I think it's already over.
this is the kind of Twitch game he wants. That's an obvious point, but oh.
Well, good luck, Swift. Oh, here comes more.
okay.
He's got the
All
Void
right.
Laser. They're still going to chase after Swift. Godby's going in. Oh, he's popping back with the ultimate, and the minions are there to tank the tower. Imp even has arrived on the scene.
There's so much pressure from these guys. Newbie cannot take a breath of fresh air without getting dived on.
Without smelling some rat sewer poison.
Yeah, there needs to be a smelling mechanic because this man trying to invis on top of you just doesn't make sense for me.
It's true.
Yeah.
You would smell him from a mile away.
Maybe that's what it is when he turned into a camouflage instead of invis. Is that camouflage is not that.
He
oh,
just
you can
sprays
see
some
him.
deodorant on himself, and it's like, you can't see me.
Unless if you get right close up to him, then you see him suddenly.
Ah.
You're like, oh wait, what?
What's that smell?
Oh,
Death.
yep.
It's an Infinity Edge, and a Runans, and Imp just doing too much damage.
Yep.
Oh, well, taking a trip through the forest, just getting stung a little bit by the nettles. Ever been stung by a nettle? Terrible
What
experience.
is a nettle?
That's the right thing, right? Nettles?
I just don't know what
Like
it is.
they're like plants. They're like poisonous plants that sting you
Oh.
if you touch them.
I don't think I've actually ever seen one. Oh, is it
Those
is
things
it poisonous?
Suck. Well, slightly poisonous to humans,
Okay.
and that's what our good friend Moore just experienced as
Yeah,
he went
this-
through PYL's
Oh,
forest. Oh, hello, Sky. Here comes the Goon Squad. There's the ultimate coming out from Corp.
they
Where's
got
he
it.
going? He's going on to Jinu. Lays down the red carpet. He's
No,
turning
they
it
don't
around.
got
Oh no! Turning it around. Gets the kill. It was 1 versus 4. And now
Yeah.
everyone has to back away because where's Godby? Where's him? There they are!
my
Surprise!
God.
It's a party in mid lane. Goodbye, Swift. We hardly knew ye.
How did he get hit by that? The man was clearly out of that circle, but no.
Nope.
It hit him first. Apparently, he just got stunned.
He wasn't outside of the ring.
Yeah, he definitely
He wanted to
wasn't.
tap out.
He wanted to tap, couldn't do it. This is a stomping on the opposite direction. I didn't want to agree with it. Rusty was just right. These two teams are not in the right state of mind.
But I like it.
Yeah.
This is the right wrong type of state of mind from LGD. Taking down an inhibitor tower at 20 minutes into the game. Amy turns towards the Infernal. He wants to bring down the temperature just a little. But
Okay.
just PYL.
But what's good about this is that Imp did get himself a QSS, so he didn't even go into the IE just yet. Decided he's doing enough damage to kill a few people. He's just saying, you know what, I need to save myself from the snare and the stuns. Mostly stuns I get from Moore and Cool, so it's a little bit too much to worry about.
It's an Australian heatwave, Raz. We have a third Infernal Dragon
We
on the
do.
way. And I thought that was Swift, but my eyes deceived me. In fact, it was Amy taking the dragon, and it's now 40 degrees.
This is just when you have a spray can of icy hot water just at your bedside because you ain't leaving that house.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Right now,
Stay hydrated.
Newbie just doesn't want to leave that base. That's exactly what's happening out there. The day is too hot. If they walk anywhere near a little bit too far outside your own house, they're just gonna get popped by Echo. Gonna get popped by Imp.
I mean, the #1 cause of death in this game has been Imp.
He's moving too close.
Oh.
He's moving too close. Get that man.
Oh, we
Get
found
that
him.
man.
Cool. Panic. What do I do?
Oh.
Oh.
Is he gonna do it? Don't dance. Okay, he's good. He's done it too
He
often.
didn't disrespect
Yeah,
the man.
he's fine.
He let him get away.
Yeah, you
All
gotta
right.
give Cool that respect.
Yeah.
Whoop. Okay.
Let's go, Swift. Let's get away from here. Well, he has 5 lives remaining.
Yeah, he does. 5 lives and that's it. Then
Okay.
that's all he's
Then
got
he's
as a
done
cat.
and dusted.
I wonder if he's actually going to die 9
Well,
times.
this is sad, honestly. Sky is trying to hit Godby. Godby's like, I'm just gonna hit your tower. It's fine. Sky is very tanky, but he just doesn't do anything.
Really doesn't.
Maybe should have hit the minion wave actually.
Maybe.
Instead of hitting the God V.
Yeah.
Because he still had ultimate.
Where's he
Cool
going?
has
You're not
popped
going to do
ultimate.
damage to anybody. Don't even think about it.
He's teleporting for the minion threats.
Okay. See, this
How
is my
does this
thing.
make you feel?
He can't. Yeah, that's the best use of that TP at this point in the game. He actually can't do damage at this. He can't do anything. I played that skin so often, I didn't even know he blows a whistle as he ulties in.
I didn't either.
I just did not know that was a thing.
Let's say it's a Chinese thing.
I don't think that is. That'd
No,
just
I
be
don't think it either, but
yeah,
I was
that'd
trying to
be
give you an
unfair.
out for it.
That'd just be unfair. I want to whistle too. But yeah. This game's gone a little bit too crazy. At this point, LGD should just be going towards Baron. They're so far ahead
Yeah.
in these team fights. Imps just purchased the IE. He
And
was
he's
already
got
insta-killing
QSS.
people. Yeah, he's just came off cooldown. He's already insta-killing people. It's only going to get worse from this point forward.
It's not great. That's a Giant Slayer on Amy? Wow.
Ah, it is.
That's intense.
Yep.
Yep.
See, I would be okay if he just got Last Whisper. Last Whisper is a good one because it got a buff where it just gives you that 40. It gives you a lot of the armor penetration.
And you pulled out there, but it's definitely 45%.
Okay, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Oh!
Should have committed. Double
Yeah,
down.
Definitely should have.
Yep. Never pull out.
I gave him that look.
Amy and PYL will clear out the vision here in the jungle. Let's go full play-by-play here.
Okay.
Cool, he's hitting minions, he's getting gold. More. He's taking the stroll. He's taking the hover, I guess. Malzahar doesn't really walk, does he?
Ooh, I guess he doesn't.
Yeah. An imp. He's hunting. He's searching for his next victim. I'm surprised Amy managed to hit that ward, honestly. 'Cause it was like right underneath the red buff.
Yeah.
That guy has the ward clearing mechanics. Newbie are in a horrible situation. They cannot go out of their base.
They can't do anything.
They're, like, how do they fight? There's a Triforce on LWX, but I don't think that's going to do anything.
Yeah, it actually does nothing. When you have a game, Twisted Face not doing damage because he's so far behind. Oh no, you don't see the ban, do you? Okay.
Okay, well, he got out of the circle this time. He'll tap out.
Then Ezreal just does no damage at this point of the game. Oh, Imp is already in position.
Oh, a flash from Cool. Man, that feel when Imp is leading the charge. Classic Imp fashion. He just sends 3 players packing by himself. Middle inhib down. 11 kills to 2. LGD looking towards objectives.
I'm surprised they're backing away.
Yeah.
Just mentally destroy them. Try your hardest to end at any point in time because it's just how are you going to lose these fights? Godvy's at half HP, but he has his ulti. The triple, or at least the double Infernal Dragon, I guess they're looking toward the triple at this point. It's going to benefit each and every one of these members. Each and every one of them is a damage carry, including the Zyra, who has the, I guess, wait, what is it? Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Ah.
There are too many scepters in this game.
There are. Wait.
I was going Abyssal Scepter.
Abyssal Scepter, yeah.
Sure,
Rise,
yeah.
Crystal Scepter.
I guess
I
there
think
isn't.
that's the only
Yeah,
one.
I think it's
yeah.
it.
There's too many.
Too many.
It's too damn high.
Yeah. It's not that much.
No. It's not.
Wow.
There's probably another one.
Nah.
Vamp Scepter.
Vamped up. Nah, yeah, I guess so. I suppose.
We've got 3. Another one? I feel like there's another one. That's probably it.
Yeah, probably it.
Yeah. Anywho. Amy cleared out the Baron. LGD are going through the motions right now.
Oh.
And Imp is,
There's only
again,
one motion that matters.
he's hunting.
You can't find anybody.
No.
There ain't
But he'll do
nobody.
it off cooldown every single time.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Ambush doesn't even have a long cooldown.
Yeah.
God be. Oh, man. If he just found LWX in that bush. And that ward comes down a fraction too late.
They're killing this pretty easily. All of them are. They're not control wards, which is the only criticism I can put down in there. We need more control wards in that jungle.
What, from LGD?
Yep. They should be able to hold them. There's just that one. No,
I mean, he
there's
had
not.
3 down, but
Yeah.
none are in the top jungle where they
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah. So that's the problem. You need to move that control ward. They're just using the control ward in the blue side jungle to set up Imp. Oh. Okay, well, Rengar.
I have found Amy. There's
they
voice
jump on
lines from him. They'll jump on PYL. They should be able to get this True Shot Barrage as well.
Good.
Everything
pick.
in the kitchen sink thrown at him. That's a flash out. Nice equalizer will slow down many of the members from Newbie. Can they actually break into this fight? 4 versus 5. LGD do choose to back off. They'll beeline it over towards this dragon.
It was a good pick coming out of Newbie. They will not be able to win this fight if they ever go to a 4v5 dragon. LGD is far too ahead. So it's going to be a 3rd Infernal Dragon going over to LGD.
Yeah, we've hit Heatwave territory. This is not a good day. Everyone stay in your homes. Especially Newbie. They would just want to stay in their base.
Yeah. This is when you get all the ice cream you can.
Yep. You douse yourself in ice cream.
Oh, Jesus, I don't want to even see it. I can only picture it now. Oh. Clear it. They should just be able to start it.
Yeah, maybe I'll just start it right now. Imp is still looking for a pick. Just like a random more coming forwards. Because a pick for LGD means so much more than it does for Newbie.
Yeah.
Because a pick just means like, well, we 100% take this objective and win the game.
What's benefiting, let's to even hit on the point of what these picks mean, because recent patches made it so there's the comeback mechanic, the mechanic we all know and love. You get a kill when your level is behind. It works really well for you. Now, this is...
Of all the people to tank the Baron,
yeah.
those were the two worst.
They don't have lifesteal. They're incredibly squishy. Now they both need to base.
There's no honey fruit either, so...
There goes that plan.
I mean, this is now kind of sloppy from LGD. From a win that probably could have happened, let's be honest, like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, they're a team that they're just bloody. Yeah, you know, they're pretty bloodthirsty. But they might be able to get it now. This is just the point where you look towards Newbie if they can look to react to it.
Yeah, this should be going down. There's no steal attempt. And Newbie back to base, honestly. It's like we have to take a fight in our base. We have to go for that last chance saloon play. And if that doesn't work, then let's go game 3.
I'm just looking at more at this point, because he's going to be trying for another ulti. He's going to be coming up. I think it's already up. Yeah. Showcasing that it is up.
Imp is so big.
Yeah, he is. I think he's going towards... I wonder if it's going to be... What's that Zeal going to go into? I'm going to ask you.
I think the game's going to end before we get to find out.
Oh, no. Well, if it doesn't, I'm going to go for Fandom Dancer. I mean, Rapid Fire Cannon is usually the item that you pick up with it, but I don't know about it on...
I think he's got his ultimate, but he's... I mean, that's all you need. You don't need a Rapid Fire Cannon. Oh, God. The humanity! Godby comes in there, snipes a target. 2 men down. Confirmed kill. Mistake the inhibitor. And LGD. This is what should have happened before, but they'll make it clean. They don't want a sloppy end to this game. They want to confirm it and bring it to a game 3 up against Newbie.
Oh, they're going to try and end all this one.
Low. But he has life too, so.
Oh.
Yeah. Here comes the Equalizer coming down on top of Sky. Godby's low, but he's got the Zhonya's instead. And Amy comes in, finishes him off, tastes their fear. And the unseen threat, more coming back from the dead.
Oh, they're sounding the horns.
He wants anybody, any of the squishies.
It is impossible.
But Godby's got his ultimate and Imp stealth. He'll jump onto Amy, but no, he's got leap.
Oh
and it's gotta be
my!
Godby! The huge play! The ultimate coming back. And that's more than just resetting the game. That's just taking out Newbie in one fell swoop. Cool coming back as well, but it's just, they're just running into LGD like lemmings right now. Newbie, no chance they can come back. And Imp, he just wants to pad out the stats. This is an Imp game that he's gonna win. And it will be LGD taking it 1-1.
And what a game. Going into game 3 between both teams. What a way to take it. A stomp on both ends.
Well, I'm just saying that I agreed with Rusty. Ship the 4-1. But welcome back, Rusty, to the desk. You were right. There's the 50-50.
I agree with Rusty too. Absolutely. Sounds like he knows what he's talking about if he predicted this happening after a stomping game number 1. It's almost like LGD are unpredictable and really inconsistent.
The prophecy has
But
come
they
true.
actually did show up. You can't actually predict when that will happen. So
Yeah.
no, kudos to them for getting a victory. I really don't like how long it took them. They got 3 Infernal Drakes and it still took them 30 minutes when they were snowballed from what you can see on the screen as 12 minutes.
I mean, it's that plateau, right? Looking towards, what, 19 minutes towards the, like, 31-minute mark is where the plateau happened.
Yeah. At some point, my favorite moment in the game was when Imp and Amy thought they could just two-man that Baron. Why not just, at the very least, all in on it? Even if it turns into Baron 50-50, it's much better than just a none. Like, that's not an there's no opportunity in that one.
0-100.
Yeah. That's a sad.
I mean, they were trying to sneak it, I guess,
Yeah.
in a way. Like, if there's only 2 of them there, you're not going to assume they're actually hitting it. But no, I do think that, like, whilst LGD got a win, it didn't look as clean as Newbie did when they had the win. The only real reason that LGD got it is because they won lanes, which is the big thing we said needed to change between games 1 and 2. So they did that successfully, and as a result, you can see how easy it is then for them to translate that into a win.
Yeah, it was very much a snowball win, honestly, and I think like that's a type of win that like a lot of teams I actually think within this league can take. If you win those laning phases across the board, you group up, you're stronger, you go for the team fights, you win the game, right? It wasn't anything particularly special out from LGD. in comparison to a lot of the wins that we have seen from LGD, which have been special.
Yeah, we just saw them stalling on their lane matchups, and it was just getting to a point where Echo was just random diving mid just for the pressure, and the jungler was just not having a good time with Newbie. He was just constantly getting pressured out. Swift was at 0-2 very early on in the game and just getting bullied.
Yep.
So there was just no jungler on the map, and that gave even more confidence to the bottom lane to be able to just pressure up towards the tower and just make it very hard for the Ezreal Malzahar lane.
The thing is, bottom lane's winning. I picked it into an Ezreal, the Twitch in particular. Most champions do okay into Ezreal. It's more about the support matchup that dictates that, and the Zyra was doing a lot of work. So bottom's free. They're roaming around the map. Top lane, Junu was performing well on the Rumble. He'll start to get the pushback against the Nautilus around level 5. He hits level 6 and starts roaming himself, and they're all going mid lane, and Godvy's collecting all of these benefits and getting bonuses from this. And my favorite part about this, ideally in a replay that I would like to show you all, is how Godvy doesn't actually do anything crazy. He forces a flash, and like, you know what, that's great. Then he ults away, and he just happens to be next to a kill that's softly set up for him, that he just comes in and says, sweet, free gold, free acceleration of the game. And every single time this continues to happen for Godvy, he actually just gets further and further ahead, and cool as a Twisted Fate stuck in lane. Like, everyone was just doing so well individually that Godvy accidentally found these pockets of sunshine.
That's true. And what's best is that when Twisted Fate had to use his ulti defensively in the mid lane, it wasn't fun to him. And so, yep, Godvy's going to be able to pick that one up.
He was just accidentally finding goal, accidentally finding kills, and accidentally found the MVP in this game.
I don't know how much I'm with giving him the MVP.
Who should have been the MVP, Rusty?
I think he played well. I think Intruder was a little bit behind in farm, but made it more meaningful with what he was actually getting, invading Swift, keeping Swift down the whole time.
He thinks it's Intruder because it's the Kazakhs.
But actually, it was Amy.
Whatever. I mean, the Kazakhs.
Yeah, he was doing really well for himself. I actually think it should be Zyra, and that's why, as a team, everyone did well to play their part. But Zyra was just always up in Twisted Fate's house, just always roaming. They were doing very well within the lane, so the fact that he was always moving up, doing exactly what PYL was known for, and being able to roam up, get wards down, roam up, get impact mid lane, that is what we wanted to see.
And speaking of roam, there is one thing that you'll always see LGD do, and I guarantee you'll see it the next game. They kill the explosive plan at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, they just love killing that plan, preventing ganks.
I will look out for it. Either way, we'll look towards Game 3, and it will be 1-1 in this series. LGD with the comeback miracle in Game 2. Let's see who can take it in that final game.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Welcome back to the LPL. We are ready for Game 3 between LGD and NewBee. I even think I was going to come to a Game 3 right now in this series, but somehow LGD just take it out of the bag once more, win the lanes, snowball. Took a bit longer than we really wanted, but then in the end just took the game.
LGD fashion, though. They get the composition that they've been known for. The Echo, the split pusher. I mean, he never got the opportunity to split push Godby because he is just styling on the lane. And then in the bottom lane, Twitch, he was even just styling too. He was just spamming emotes because that man was just popping off.
And they picked winning lanes and had winning lanes, I should say, with scaling champions as well. Godby is an Echo one trick at the moment. It seems like between that and Ari, he has phases on what he wants to play. And it was Ari 6 months ago. Now it's Echo. So you might want to get rid of that champion into the coming game if you were NewBee. In fact, LGD banned it from him in the first game. It was a bit confusing. But, you know, it still stands as a big point that they need to consider. The other one is the Twitch. And I'm not saying ban a Twitch or get rid of a Twitch, but actually remember that an early rotation of an Ezreal opens you up to these things unless you're picking the Lulu or picking something even like the Zyra that actually has a lot of wave presence. Even Karma is a pick that needs to be thought about from NewBee because if they're going to pick an Ezreal, granted Ezreal's good, Imp will pick against it accordingly for lane.
And it actually felt like NewBee had an answer because they're like, aha, Twisted Fate, Trump card, rock, paper, scissors. And then, in fact, like he just got shoved in and then Godby murdered him. So it was like that didn't even happen. So don't even look for those drafts in the first place. Don't even look to counter. Just don't, as you said, open yourself up to those opportunities.
I think the one focus that they'll have here in Pick Ban will just be picking a stronger support. Malzahar is a support we don't really see as much anymore. You go towards the Lulu, the Karma, really anything that can either contest shove. And if you want to go for trades, it would be Nami. So Malzahar is fine if you want to duo with a AD carry that can pressure pretty hard.
Yeah, you have Malzahar because he kills champions, and you pick an AD carry that wins the lane for you. So if you ban Lulu, you pick Malzahar, that's fine. But your AD carry should be Ashe or Varus so that you have wave clear and can actually control the minion wave.
Yeah.
Pretty much coming into this final game, and it's so hard to say who is going to win this game because it's really like, will LGD just randomly win all their lanes again and win the game, or will NewBee have that really clean game? Will they play it smart? Will it come from the draft? Will it come from the early game? So there's so many extraneous factors in this matchup that even after seeing 2 games of this series, it's so hard to call.
I think LGD will smarten up again, though, being on the red side, and I think blue side has an advantage between both of these teams because the first pick is what's determining a lot out of both of them. Forcing a Rumble first pick because of Sky's ability to play it is ultimately giving advantages to the red side, but they drafted poorly. So right now I think first pick can win the game.
All right, first pick can win the game. Let's take a look at that. And also, blast plant at 3 minutes. I remember that one. So NewBee and LGD coming into game 3. And it will be Camille. First ban. Just checking my words. I was like, Camille, really? Shocking against Jinu.
Yeah.
But banned out all their series. Varus in there against LWX.
It's an interesting one. Varus would likely go into second phase, but that's just LGD saying we want to widen the pool. Widening the pool for them really does work out. If they can force LWX on an Ezreal again, then they're going to want that. Open up the AD carry pool, so maybe if they go into the second phase, they can get a good counter pick for themselves. But if they go into second phase, NewBee's going to be likely just saying, hey, you know what? Let's ban that Twitch. Get that Twitch out of here.
Take it away.
Yeah.
Elise banned out there against Swift. And Ivan banned out against Amy. That's something that they have to think about when Amy is on the Rift. Interesting that their Elise is the primary ban there. Leaves open Kha'Zix, Rengar, Lee, Graves. Yes, Lee is the last on that list, really. Jace, final ban there against both Jinu and Godby. I definitely say that either of those players could pick up that champion.
Yeah, and it would be a great, I guess it's been seen once as a flex pick towards top, but if you pick it up early, you're likely going to have it mid. And I'm surprised that it would be the threat of Godby picking it up. Godby does want to win out lane, so having the Jace is fair. I don't remember the last time he picked it up. Wants to go with his style of champions.
For sure. Final ban of Gragas. It's really interesting first phase of bans from both teams, actually. It doesn't seem like it's like they just came fresh into this series versus banning away things that cause them problems or even going along the same guidelines that they laid out for themselves.
Oh, so check this.
I'm checking it.
Rumble. Okay, thank God. Whew. I was about to say Rumble is priority over Lulu. No, that's not the case. Newbie has smartened up. Because that would have been really telling if they just picked Rumble for Sky over anything else.
And you think you gotta think how tempted Sky was to just hit that button, right?
Yeah.
He's hovering the Rumble.
Accidentally
It's his
pick
own.
it.
Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, League
Didn't mean
officials.
to.
Oh no, yeah, you can't reverse that one. Guess they
Mm.
get Lulu in this game. So Jinny will pick up Rumble himself and take it away from him. So Amy also gets a priority on Rengar. So Swift, let's see what he does.
Probably Graves. Of course, once again, he's going into Rengar, so he
Kha'Zix.
can just go Kha'Zix as well. It works well with Lulu, but everything works with Lulu.
Damn it.
But
8
he
seconds to go.
He can still hover over and change, but he had such a fantastic performance on the Graves
Yeah.
prior. They're not even going to go towards it. They do need to pick up jungle in first phase. If he's that confident with his jungle pool, that'd be surprising to me. LGD will just start chipping at it.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
Graves and the
Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix as well.
Take it off the table, and then what have you got left remaining? You go to like B tier picks
Yeah.
from there. Whoa, yeah, and Nautilus picked up there for the top lane, so Swift's feeling very confident. I mean, yes, Caitlyn is A, good for LWX, and B, good for denying against Imp, but
It's a good laner. They picked up a strong lane in the bottom lane. That was
Yeah.
their idea. They just really wanted to solidify a strong lane and a tank top matchup, because that would have just gotten pinched even more with the Gragas ban. So maybe their worries about second phase bans hampering topside and the 80 carry was what took it away. So Swift's probably just gonna go to Rengar. No, not Rengar. I mean Rek'Sai. The other
Rek'Sai.
champion, the other R
Ah.
champion. I guess so.
because this will be double bans here from LGD, surely.
Graves, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's one.
One on the check.
1 out of 1.
All right, already checking it off on the list.
All right, Newbie. They two look towards ADCs and mid laners for Godv. But Godv, he's either going to go Echo or Syndra.
Yeah, I don't even think they should ban AD carries, so
Not
banning
Echo
mid
now.
lanes makes a lot of sense. Because if you go towards AD carries, they already did so much in solidifying Caitlyn and Lulu in the bottom lane. They don't have the same problems that they would have in this one. So, yeah, get that Kha'Zix.
Followed by Syndra.
Yeah, I'd say Syndra. Yeah, it's gotta be. Ban out the Syndra. Ban it out.
There's the Kha'Zix.
I'll
We're 3
stick
for
with you.
3 so
Yeah.
far.
They might go Orianna, but I'll say Kha'Zix.
With our powers combined,
Oh, I
there's
mean
no way
Syndra.
we are
Syndra.
unstoppable.
Double
Wait, there are
powers
no-
on the Syndra.
No way we can be stoppable.
Anytime.
Syndra?
I feel like
Syndra.
if we're bad at this,
Syndra.
this is what we do for a living.
I
Newbie.
mean, technically, it's what you do for a living, Raz.
Oh, come on.
You're the analyst.
Well, you tied me to this bit.
I just say words.
Wow.
And sometimes I'm right.
Little did we know, it was nothing. Lucian.
Lucian?
That's a bad
Our powers
ban.
combined suck.
Yeah. That's a Lucian. They're just afraid of the Lucian scaling, I suppose. The lane is bad for Lucian. Lucian Thresh. Yeah, that's a
What?
fair.
That's locked in.
Oh.
Jinx! What?
Okay.
Imp?
The
Hello?
hipster. This guy just picked the Jinx Thresh lane. All right. He's not
I
even
mean,
raising his hands up. He
whoa.
wants it.
The team wasn't even shocked, so they clearly discussed this.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Imp going off commando.
You'd have to expect that he's been practicing that one. He's just not going to go on stage
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
I will pick Jinx, even though there are hardly any AD carry bans. Lucian banned out, Varus banned out, and they're like, yeah, Jinx.
Come on,
So-
Raz. I'm going to push you for some harder analysis just after
Okay.
we finish Champion Select on that one.
All right.
But Rek'Sai.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai comes out because we expected that one.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep. So we are 4 for 5, I think, in predictions.
And Orianna. Okay.
And Orianna, yeah, we should have gotten that one. That was pretty easy. So yeah, cool. We'll pick up as Orianna. And Godv Syndra.
You can go Vlad if he does this.
I swear to God.
It actually works with the comp, is what's disgusting about this. Okay, good. Thank you.
Ooh. That
Thank
could be
you.
good. We saw it from WE earlier today.
Yep. Talon has a lot of strength. When Xie was on that champion, his flanks were phenomenal.
Oh, no,
He
just
was-
kidding.
Whoa!
He's channeling
Oh.
Roggen.
All right.
Here comes the Anivia.
It
On
does.
to Godv.
Okay, so
Welcome to the
yeah.
LPL, Icebird.
Yes. So just going back to the point I made, it does work with the comp because the comp has a lot of AoE protection. The Rumble, the Anivia, and of course, you look toward Jinx. I was like, why are you picking Jinx? He can farm okay because he has the range when he goes into rocket form, but he's just going to be always behind in these fights. He's not going to be able to walk up until he has actual items, and he doesn't have the benefit that Caitlyn has in the early game to be able to defend well with traps and be able to siege well without using mana constantly that Jinx has. But they set up in team fights, and LGD have been really focused on these team fights. Very creative composition to set up for these team fights. So if Rumble gets a good ulti off, if Anivia can really chunk people down and set the fight fair well, she's going to be a janitor in a
See
lot of
how
cases.
fast he shook his hand?
I thought
He's
they just-
immediately going to go wash
Yeah.
it. It's like, what are you doing?
Yep.
Drafting a Nivea Jinx in this game up against us. Who do you think you are? This is absurd. How spicy is this composition, Raz? On a scale of 1 to spicy, is it like Shin Ramen? Is it like Korean, like...
They're all the same. You're asking the wrong
Spicy
man
chicken.
about how spicy is something. For me, if it gets anywhere near mildly spicy, I'm going to the washroom. Like, I am bad when it comes to spiciness. So, it's just pretty damn spicy. This composition.
Chipotle mayo. So, oh, it's too spicy. Take it away. Cannot eat this.
Can't do it.
Oh. I guess we need Frostkirin. I think she likes spicy food. Damn. Well, we'll never know how spicy this composition is until they maybe net the win.
Yeah. So Jinx is just going to be a janitor. Get the janitor skin going with this champion, because if any of these guys go low, she's going to fire at a rocket, and it's going to be snowballing where she can chase down multiple kills. It's a snowballing teamfight comp that is really centered around Jinwoo getting proper ultimates. And Anivia not dying constantly. She's in a good lane. She should be able to farm up quite well for herself. If she gets level 6, killing Anivia or getting anywhere near her, you're going to sacrifice a bit of HP because she can trade back.
I think I just saw a sighting of the Icebird as we were panning around. Ah, there he is. I think he's just rocking the legendary skin as well there. He's up against Orianna, so I mean, like, he's just going to farm out the lane. Man, Newbie up against LGD. And LGD, oh boy, have they got a composition for us.
They're just trolling these guys.
Yep. First I take your champion, then I take your brain.
That's what's happening. Newbee's brain will definitely go boom after this if they lose, because losing to an Anivia Jinx comp, it's not what you want to. It's not a taste you want to have in your mouth.
Oh, the only thing spicier would be if it was like a Nivea support Vayne ADC.
Oh, that's just when you question this team being in the league to start.
What champion is that?
Oh, that's Orianna. That's
Is it?
Orianna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, man, Nivea sounds weird, but I've never heard it before, right? On the Chinese server.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so nothing really crazy here. The Warlord's going to be on Caitlyn.
Storm Raiders on Icebird.
Yeah. She does chunk people out fairly consistently, so that's why it's not surprising for me. You'd get Thunderlords to burst them down, sure, but if she's able to get her ulti or even just Q into her E does so much damage, like an absurd amount, where, yeah, she's going to be pretty fast in these fights.
Do you still max E?
I don't play the champion. I haven't watched that champion too. That's just me not watching Echo Fox games. That's what that is.
Well, we'll find out.
But I would say you max E. I think that's just the natural ability to max.
Yep. There are definitely some Anivias who do not even put a point in W until like level 8.
Yeah.
I want to say.
There are a few people who will put a lot of points into wall and have that utility. I think for now, he doesn't need that. He just needs to win these trades and shove out the matchup. Not shove out, just out trade. Oh!
Oh, it's close.
Yeah.
I actually thought that should have hit, to be honest. But, man, Godby on Anivia. I think he's been trading tips with Froggen. Who else is some, like, notable...
Wait a minute. I know that man.
Ah, he tries to hide his face.
That's TBQ. Why are you watching your old team for?
He's creeped in.
Yeah. He's just putting notes on Amy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's cool to see.
I like how the cameraman caught that one. Good eye, good eye.
I'm just like, I've got a great shot lined up. Give it to me. Give me the pit. We're watching mid lane a lot, but I kind of want to see bot lane.
I don't know. I like mid lane. The reason why I do is because Godby will. Oh, he's moving. He's fast. He's fast. That's the.
He is very fast. Yeah, I agree with Storm Raiders now.
Yeah. So this one's not gonna turn into anything.
Oh
my God! You know what? That will work if you decide you're gonna.
He's actually turning it around here, Raz. Look, and he's on 2 attacks. The flash away from Swift. Oh, if only Jinwoo had a flash himself, and Sky will just give him the backhand. He'll give him the anchor instead. That's first blood to Sky.
Yeah, head, or at least hands on your head. That was the most disgusting flash that I've ever seen. That was so bad. All right, he's probably just trying to go over the wall. That's just one
He
of those
didn't even go in the right direction.
He didn't.
Because he like went full flash.
He didn't. It
The
was
other
just,
way.
it's a throwaway.
Oh, it was full spaghetti.
Yeah, let's just move on.
More
Hope
spaghetti than my legs.
that guy
Yeah,
went
let's-
through some leg days. Is what
he
happened.
definitely did.
Yeah.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, so for this lane, I'm
Ah.
actually, yeah, this is what I want to look at, because Oriana should have constant shove until he gets, Anivia gets 6. So it's the constant battle for CS, where Anivia's auto attack animation is next to Annie's in how bad it is. So you have to time it very well. And so he's just going to be having to battle it with his own turret. And if he can get it, then that's fine. He actually is able to keep up in the lane till when he's strong, and can constantly look to trade at level 6.
However, for all you cheeses out there, where I feel like this game is appropriate to talk about cheese, as we look towards top lane. Amy, he wants to dive onto Sky. It's going to have to be fast, and it's going to have to be a neat dive. Amy's locked on the tower. Nah, he's dead.
That actually, he would have been able to survive if the hook didn't come through, because he still has flash. But, nope. So, he kills himself for that.
I mean, what did you think was going to
Godby?
happen?
Godby.
Godby. He's very close to that Thunderlord's proc, right? Yeah, I mean, there's the Thunderlord's proc, and we've just lost passive. Swift's going to come in for the fun as well. Look for the knockup, look for the damage. Whoa, that was a lot more than I was thinking it was going to be.
Yeah.
And PYL finds the hook, but Godby, man.
What was Godby thinking? That was not legitimately very curious. So he's dead. And top lane's dead. So a lot of people are just dying here.
Yep.
This is not a good early game for LGD.
This is an odd game, Raz. This is Newbie and the Curious Village.
Oh, this is definitely
This is...
a curious country, because this was an odd
Yeah.
set. This entire set has been an odd one. He's easy. This is easy for him. Wow. Okay, he set it up well. I guess he has 1 level in Q. Yes, he does. So he's just using it to help him out in CSing.
CSing God. It's the constant poke. And Lulu Caitlyn is such an obnoxious lane. It's very difficult to play against. It's like Cockmore, but probably worse because Caitlyn always has that range. So
Yeah.
it's just a constant barrage of picks missiles.
They would have been in a better position, LGD, if they... if they didn't pick this lane. Jinx Thresh is going to be definitely a difficult one. They're going to just constantly wave clear, and they're keeping up just okay. It's just they're going to get poked in and constantly out-skirmished with LWX and more on this champion. And the only thing they could have really stopped about that is if they just have higher priority on theirs. They fan it out constantly. They could leave it open and try and force these trades. Their laning phase would be a little easier. Oh.
I'm surprised that didn't hit anyone. That was... Because you see so many hooks, like, kind of just... It flies forwards and then it comes off to the side and then suddenly latches onto somebody.
Just snapping on a bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Flay
oh,
lands, and
oh,
Mora's
this is
taking a lot of damage. Big Flay, but the TP now coming in from Sky, and he's got his R button. He's going to click it. It will knock up both Imp and PYL. That was disastrous. But Imp will just leave his support out to dry. PYL, he's trying to bucket toward his tower, but nah, the knockup's coming in from Swift.
PYL, the savior himself, was able to get that hook and save Imp from actual demise. That was so good. Swift had to just go on towards getting PYL because he couldn't get the kill onto Jinx. But you know what? That's still good for Newbie to get the kill that they, this one kill wasn't the one they wanted, but now they get the Earth Dragon. Have we decided which weather this one is going to be?
No, well, I haven't had time to watch the weather forecast in between last game and this game, Raz.
Yeah. I'll say it's just a meteorite.
And no one messaged... Oh,
Meteor
meteorite.
shower.
A
So,
meteor shower.
Yeah.
That's not a very common
It isn't.
occurrence, though. I was thinking something like hailstones.
Yeah.
But that's still like precipitation, right? It's still like
Yeah, it's still
rain,
like-
so... Yeah. No one said anything on Twitter, so... The think tank is dead.
Yeah, leaving us out to dry. That's a kill. That's a joke killed an
It is.
entire
And there's
game.
a second one coming as well, so I don't even know what type of day it is. Because there's 2 mountain dragons on the field. Hang on.
Oh,
Imp and PYO in top lane.
they just swapped out. This is okay. So
What
this
season
is
is
the
this?
reason why this is good because Jinx is actually very fast.
And the
They're
reason
gonna be
this
able
is
to go for
good
this.
is because PYL does not miss hooks.
Oh.
The flash predict on the Flay there by PYL. It's not going to result in a kill, but that was sick.
Okay, so the reason why this is great, Rumble has ulti. He's going to be able to use it for the wave in the bot side of the map to stop this push coming out of Newbie. Meanwhile, Jinx is really fast when it comes to clearing out turrets. If she's in the machine gun form, she's going to be able to completely output this damage. So that's good for Newbie that they decided to match lanes rather than trying to go for the speed here. Rumble didn't even have to use ulti, so that's just LWX now swapping lanes for his top side. He's going to be a little bit behind in CS. Right now, he's ahead, just naturally from the 2v2 that occurred before. But now Jinx is going to be able to shove in more waves to this turret and give himself a bit of a CS lead, not even just get even in the lane. And he had that option because of the random swap that he had.
Really interesting. Recall coming in from Imp and PYL though, so they will not continue to push. There's more, and now WX have found themselves in top side.
Oh, you know what? This is my fun. I haven't seen this game since lane swaps happened, where you constantly swap time and time again.
To get the superior timing.
Yeah, this might.
Positioning.
And they're doing it because Rumble still has ulti. So Rumble can continuously put them in a position where they are ahead in the shove. You think Newbie is going to be ahead here, but Rumble's going to be able to get to this lane. Maybe wait on it this time around. Maybe just use his Q, his random abilities to hold onto it. May not have that leverage. May not be able to do it because he's afraid of getting ganked here.
This
So
extra pressure from Swift is good.
this is good. He might use it for the next wave here. He's going to definitely use it here. There we go.
Ah.
If they
Yeah.
can lure the minions. No, you can't do it. No, they're all dead.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah, so then now LGD should be a lot faster here. Red buff on Amy too.
Sky's coming down, so is Cool.
Oh.
He got a good engage, and Amy, not a good time to hit that bush, mate. He'll get hit by the depth charge,
That is
and
a very good response.
that push also stopped. So good responses by both teams, honestly.
Yeah, bringing in Cool towards the bottom side of the map to stop that overall is good. That means that Godby has to be a little bit creative here in how he utilizes. So he's going towards the top side to stop the shove happening there.
What?
This has been the most
You
creative.
have a hook. Take the hook back.
Oh,
I don't want it.
I don't even think they can kill him.
It's
Oh,
Godby.
but they can kill LWX.
LWX. I mean, there's no getting away from this. I mean, he even walls
Oh,
him
wait a
off.
minute.
What? Hello, you
Okay.
actually need to hit your skill shots. Okay. Godby picks up that kill right there. And there was no escape.
This is the most hilarious thing. Both mid laners 10 minutes into the game has just abandoned their lane.
Yeah, there's no one in mid lane. The minions are like, what are we meant to do?
I guess just battle it amongst ourselves.
The great war of mid lane.
LGD wins out here. Sure, Oriana's now going to be looking towards pressuring this mid lane. Maybe they're just going to all in on this one. But LGD getting top lane turret and good pressure on bottom lane is what they've wanted. Now they just need to figure out a plan how to protect their mid lane turret that's just getting smacked by the Oriana.
TP.
Yeah, there we go. That's
from
one way to do it. They might have.
Godby.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So, goodbye mini wave, because Godby is now level 9, so. Yep. Have fun. It's basically Ziggs 2.0.
Yeah. Or Ziggs is the 2.0 version of Anivia.
Ah.
Anivia is the old
The
champion.
OG.
Yep.
Wave clearer.
Back in my day, I went to 70-minute games.
When CLGU existed.
Good memories.
Good. Well,
Well, I mean, good memories looking back at it.
Yeah.
Now it's just,
at the time,
yeah.
yeah, it's one of those funny stories that you tell people, which
Yeah.
are just horrific at the time.
I mean, it was horrific because every time CLG went up against, I
It was
guess-
Resident Sleeper, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was, and a lot of GAs.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, so many
very,
VAs.
very many GAs.
Very many. Yeah. But right now, it's nice to look back on. You know, reference those days of the million-minute games.
That's why it's nice to see these champions come back. Still want to see a Karthus come back, but you know what? Who's gonna have results? Nivea's gonna have results. Still is somewhat useful. Karthus, no. So
Nah.
might need to get a few changes.
Unfortunately, because back in the day when there were less champions existing, Lay Waste, powerful spell.
Yeah.
You hit that on a champion multiple times who didn't have a dash, because not many champions had that many dashes back then. You just do it. Ridiculous amounts of damage.
Yeah, and you have to consistently commit to Qs. Meanwhile, Cassiopeia, if she gets that one Q, she can just get a click-on ability to just do a lot of damage on you. So Cassiopeia is just much better in terms of pressure than Karthus is.
But Requiem is a frustrating spell. So
Yeah.
you want to pick it for that reason, or you go for it. You do you. In the end, that's recurve boat picked up by Imp. So actually, yeah, same build from both ADCs, I think. Is this one?
It's the same build that they'd always want to go for. It's the same switch build. It's just get that BF sword, but you're really prioritizing the wave clear, the attack speed in the Renown's Hurricane. Jinx is one of the best late game AD carries with how she like with her crit, I suppose, and how it works with her Runons. It's a lot of explosive going off if she uses her, what's that mode that she has? I guess it's her rocket mode. Yeah.
Switcheroo.
Switcheroo.
You have Pow Pow. You have Mr. Fishbones.
These are awful names.
You're an awful name.
Oh,
Oh,
hurt.
got him. That's like the 10-year-old insult.
I'll
It's
still
just like,
take
I can't think of a clever comeback. Say the same thing back at them.
It still has some meaning. You know, Barento. I still value it. Proud about that one.
It's a good name. Brent's Fox is even better. Oh, looking for the steal. Goes over to Amy. But it's actually, just kidding. It's back over to Swift.
Good timing from Newbie. And they're in a good positioning to getting this dragon. They already had the first Earth Dragon, so they're going to be getting a second one. Newbie is just much better off right now in this game.
Yeah, it's a rocky start for LGD.
Oh, they're committing.
Ah, TP in from Jinnu. Got his ultimate. Swift still wants this, but Dragon is fairly healthy. That's a late TP from Sky. Oh. But now he's here. Depth charge will knock up PYL. Interesting target. Blast cone. And we're out. Ah, we didn't look towards the 3-minute blast cone.
We didn't. I'm just going to say he's wrong.
Disaster.
That's all
Yeah, I
can say.
didn't see it, therefore it's false. Second Dragon over to Newbie. Third one's an Infernal. What is with today and Dragons?
They're all incredibly impactful. I mean, last one was all cloudy.
I don't think we've seen any Ocean Dragons. Been absolutely zero rain.
There was one.
Oh, there was one?
Yeah, there was one.
Oh, yeah. There was a drizzle because it was with the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cloudy day. Light drizzle.
combination.
Light shower,
Yeah.
I think is the technical terminology. But no, it's just it's a hot summer's day. Maybe it is a drought combined. I guess it does make sense. There's a lot of tunnels as well, all in the same area.
Yeah, these tunnels ain't getting cleared anytime soon. Newbie have so much control around that area. They're just going to exist. These tunnel networks doesn't even have to move at this point.
Yeah. Never. Or ice to go with ice. Gotta be picks up the Super Soaker. Gotta hose him down. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, no one, everyone likes the Catalyst build, and just no one likes the Rod of Ages build. And there's a good reason for that. And he's gonna be looking for nobody. Just checking him out. Knows that Swift is there. That's all he's got.
Yep. Yeah, maybe in his spare time, Rengar uses that ability to check other lions out. Lionesses, I guess. From afar.
Just catches him up.
Before pouncing.
It's a good ability.
It is, yeah. Pretty good. I mean, you know that he's nearby, but you can't see him, so.
That's true. Did they get that Spidey sense too? The Lionesses?
I don't know. I mean, I do know a lot about lore, but I don't even know if more Rengars exist in the world.
Ooh, you're right.
I'm not sure if he has like a species.
I would say they are.
There's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always another Rengar out there.
Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, more. Hello. Yeah, don't really want to be here anymore.
He was turned
Pops
away.
the ultimate. Here comes Swift, though. Oh, he will flash away. Jinnu, he's got another flash as well. Take a drill to the face. Here comes God V. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide, but Jinnu, he's out of there. And the Super Soaker will hose him down. Oh, what the heck just happened?
That was a flash and still getting hit by Cool's ultimate. So you guys need to start flashing in the proper direction.
That was really confusing to my eyes. Jinnu's getting chased down by a Swift, hits him with a Prey Seeker. LWX on the way. Oh, it's Rengar. He's jumping in here. He's going to move on to Swift. He takes him out. He's getting chased on from LWX. It's not going to be enough. And Jinnu going to hit him with the Spit Roast. And down comes in. Peaceful health. Have this one, Imp. This one's all yours.
He made the pose before Imp was able to get that kill. That was pretty unfortunate.
It was just like giggling. It's just like, ha ha, easiest kill of my life. And that will just translate into an Infinity Edge very shortly.
See, now this is fairly messy from Newbie. Newbie had a really strong early point, but then they just started getting these random skirmishes. LGD is going to be pretty happy about that. Primarily the Jinx. Nah, you're not going to be able. Yeah, back away from that one.
There's a fast Orianna. Got the slowdowns too. Imp has gone a little too far forwards. He was a little bit too greedy for the farm, and he also face plants
Flash
the wall.
City. LGD, learn how to flash. That's
Man.
3 members on your team already.
This is the DC universe in film. The Flash is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
But in TV, absolutely amazing. Newbie have it on lockdown. Newbie is TV Flash. LGD, DC films. Don't understand.
I just don't get it. Oh,
Ah, it's like,
got him. Went over
what
to
do
the
I do with
left.
this blast plant? There's so many opportunities now.
Alright, so this is when LGD just needs to take control of their opportunities. They have a small goal lead. It's not through kills, it's through the fact that the CSs are coming in their direction. Every lane is CSing well. Oh, Invictus is getting into this one. They're not going to be in position to help that one out.
Godby walls off Swift. And the TP's cancelled. Bot tower goes down over to Newbie. Actually their first tower of the game. But they have those 2 dragons, so those are the objectives they have been accumulating for themselves.
Yeah, and they have an investment topside too. That tower is really close to dying. Nautilus should be able to pick that one up if Rumble sticks to this lane as he should be. So right now, Sky is just looking towards this tower saying this is pretty free for me. So that's just going to be more gold coming over to Newbie. That should just be a lead for Newbie to be able to get these 2 towers.
So at the current pace in the game, who would you be favoring to take this game?
I would say with how the pace is going, much slower, I would go towards LGD. The composition is really hard to be able to take front to back. Sky just, I mean, Godby does a lot of damage going forward, and their plan is just to be able to layer down AoE for Imp. Imp's job is going to be really easy. He hasn't hit his rocket just yet, his ulti. Mega Death Rocket, I suppose.
Super Mega Death Rocket
Ah, yes,
is the full
super,
title.
Yeah.
Yep.
Almost forgot that part. Rumble's doing really well, so he's doing so much damage, and if they can just layer upon these teamfights, and if that just really requires them to get the positioning on these objectives first, and they haven't been able to do that. 2 Earth Dragons in Newbie's favor. They need to get positioned towards this next dragon, but it looks like they're just not even there. So, I mean, if it continues this way, then I'd give it off to Newbie. But LGD really needs to start taking initiative and walking forward.
LGD is bullying this crab. Swift throwing out wards as well, but we're all setting up
Yeah.
for the dragon.
LGD got here first.
They did, but I'm not sure that's a good thing. As Swift and more like already on top of Amy's face.
Yeah, so they just need the rest of the team. Rumble's coming in slowly,
Yeah.
same with Anivia. Anivia just purchased an item, so she's coming in rather slowly as well. So they're just losing position, or at least skirmishing for it. The traps are going to make it harder to be able to come around, so Jinx is taking the long walk. They already started on Dragon. That's not a good idea since Jinx is nowhere to be seen.
Swift caught in,
There she is.
and Swift still taking a lot of damage, but he's looking for the spike. He actually finds it! Dragon has been stolen. Mega Death Rocket landing onto LWX, and the chase down from Jinu as well, heading on to more. He'll go into the Zhonya's. And a perfect timing on the shockwave. Godby turns it around. We have to build a wall! But he doesn't actually get anyone. And that
Wall
should
come
be
down.
the end of the fight. Oh, he finds Cool with a flash thrust, but doesn't choose to come in here. Amy.
This is really awkward for
backing off. This is
LGD.
really, really awkward. Amy turns around. Swift is running after him. He's actually still fairly healthy. He just gets stunned up. Locked in place by the Flame Chompers. It's a back and forth. It's a dance right now between the 2 sides of Newbie and LGD. But in the end,
Newbie has
it's not a
mid.
deadly dance.
Yeah, Newbie's able to get through mid lane tower. It should be easy for them. There's no way LGD can get it unless if they force a fight. Nah, they're just done. All right.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so
Win for Newbie.
what's the end of the fight? The end of fight calculations. Loot scored. Well, Newbie have an Infernal Dragon, 2 mountains, and LGD got a kill.
Yep. So this is Newbie just coming out with a win for that one. They 100% got the dragon, and this is LGD's mistake because they got towards the dragon first.
Yep.
Right. Good positioning. Don't start the dragon yet. Your members are not there yet. They need to be able to be there 5-man strong. Rumble's okay in being on the side. He was near the traps. Him being there is irrelevant. He's just in range for his ulti, and that's what matters. But yeah, Imp wasn't really able to get any autos off. He was only able to really use his ulti for a Caitlyn that only took a little bit of damage. So that was poor setup, even though technically they properly set up around Dragon. Their bodies just weren't in position.
Unfortunate for LGD, but this game is not unsalvageable. Not even that far behind in terms of gold. And Jinu, well, he is doing damage to Sky, but he'll need to do that at least 5 more times to actually kill him.
Yeah. He's forcing up. Oh, okay. Yep. The reason why Jinu is that far up is because this pressure is coming through mid. And there's not much you can stop it. I mean, sure, the traps are doing well, but you cannot be forward or else the walls are going to keep coming up. That's the second ability. Anivia's leveling.
We found the Rex site. That's a lot of damage in from God V. The wall comes down. Super
There
Mega
we go.
Death Rocket followed by the crit auto out from him. RNGesus coming in there, praying to the gods.
Yeah, they're going to be looking towards this. Rumble's already coming around this lane. There's a ward there, so they would catch him if he gets into position, but...
Oh,
okay.
there's a good
Yeah.
flash.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to do the other time.
Nails it.
But it was only an ultimate from Cool, right? So, burning a flash. Good in terms of timing, I guess you could say it is a large ultimate from Cool in the sense that we'd like to hit more people with it, but if you got that pick, then it would have been big for Newbie.
Yeah, short term, LGD will look at that and say, well, Cool's ulti's down. He's been the most impactful member thus far for the team. So maybe you can pick a fight while his ulti cooldown's there. They're just looking to reset right now. So that just means long term, that's going to be awful for LGD because PYL doesn't have the ability to start the fights with his flash. In fact, if he could just easily be the next focus, and he won't be able to get out of the ulti range from Cool next time. You have to be a little bit safer.
We also have to talk about the fact that Cool is once again having a stellar game for Orianna. 3-0-2. Exact same build as the first game because there's absolutely no reason to go anything else.
Yeah.
In this one specifically. Godvy's gonna quickly troll the blue buff, meaning he cannot even get a hit down. Not a fair fight.
Once he gets Void Staff, once Orianna gets that Void, she's going to be doing so much. She's probably just looking toward that as a priority before the team fights next time. So Imp is going to have a hard time walking in. Same with Godby. Just about everybody. I'm worried about Amy because he's got the halfway build as you usually go with Rengar. First you get the warrior, so you go on damagey, but then you have to build into tankiness. So it's just essentially you have to be as impactful as possible on your first rotation of spells.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to last long enough in these longer team fights, and Orianna will just be able to just take you down 2 rotations of spells. So it's how he sets up these fights. And speaking of that,
nice double knock-up, not the dark passage you should have been taking, but Swift doesn't have any follow-up behind him. That's lots of damage moving on to this one member. PYL gets dragged in by the shockwave, but again, only one target. Depth charge coming in, knocks up him, preventing the damage. Off to the side, Cool zoning way more members of LGD. Jiddu finally into the fight, but it's so late. He's gonna walk in and die, go into the Zhonyas, and I mean, that's just gonna prolong the inevitable. And you've got to start questioning what Jinu was doing.
yep, and
Oh,
got him.
Godby dropped into the egg, and we're going to be scrambling this one. Yep, see you later.
Okay, when you see this composition coming out of LGD, how would you think they use it? How would you think they frame it? How do you think it comes out with the most optimal point in these team fights?
Not like that.
Yeah, not like that. Imp used his ulti on nobody. Rumble's ulti came off later. You want to be able to start the fight with Rumble team with ulti, so people are low enough so they can back away, and if they don't back away, then that's the execution of Imp's ulti really damaging people.
Amy, I mean, you've got to get it, or you need to kill multiple members.
Yeah, he's
Dark
dead.
passage. Elduix getting shredded by Imp, takes out one. Amy, somehow gets away. PYL, the miracle lands it, but he's going to fall for it. PYL is dying for so many people since this game.
He definitely has been. Doesn't have flash since the last time when Orianna was able to take his flash out. So this is becoming a lot cleaner cut from Newbie after a pretty scrappy early game. This is looking pretty bad for LGD.
Yeah, it's turning around, and in these longer games where LGD don't straight up snowball out of control, Newbie seem to start edging ahead. They just play the map better. And the fact that you don't just have these overwhelming forces on the side of LGD makes it very difficult. The good thing is,
Yeah,
Anivia exists.
he does.
So, she does.
My apologies.
Did you just assume that bird's gender?
Huh?
There's an easy mistake to make. I mean, it's just that ancient ice bird from the lands of Freljord that is pretty difficult, to be honest. But they could just sit under their towers forever,
They could.
like her Zigzacom.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility.
Jinx helps that too. She has her IE. She's actually got the 3-item spike that she's looking for. She's not going to be doing enough damage towards tanks right now. She just needs that one armor penetration item that we're looking for. Last Whisper. And then she's going to be able to just run it down. So it looks like they still have a good shot. Game's not out of their length because they're 4K behind. Sure, that's a lot of dragons in Newbie's favor. They're probably going to be looking towards the next Baron, right? But LGD, they're going to be they're going to be fine as long as they layer their ultis properly. As long as it's not rushed. LP, wow. Nope.
No, went fishing, caught nothing. We can try again another day. Sky
Not
definitely caught 3 members of LGD. Where's the
Taking a lot of
follow-up?
damage.
LWX coming in. He's got the triple item. Godby dropping low. There's no passive from him, and it'll bleed out from the red buff. Sky finds PYL, comes down with the anchor. Jinu, good ultimate from him. Isn't enough to turn it around. Amy popping the ultimate, but it's not enough in the end. Newbie finds 2 kills, the middle inner, and moving on to the middle
That's a
inhibitor.
TP.
This is disastrous. A TP from Sky.
They're healthy enough to
How
end this
much
one.
can they keep going for here,
Oh!
Raz? The hook. How did that land onto Jinu? It's not going to result in a kill. More minions flooding into the base. 5 men strong from Newbie.
They're gonna
The
try and
main
end.
wave clear off the table. Amy, he's hovering off to the side. He's trying to get the inside track onto more, onto a squishy target. Jinu doing the same. He's guiding away the minions, but Sky is the tank they need. Imp taking a trip back to the base. PYL misses the lantern.
Oh!
Jinu comes up. Trap is there. Taken out. That's not for you. That's for your doors. PYL annihilated by Cool.
There we go.
And Sky, he's low, but he's still a front line. One Nexus tower down. Imp is still alive. Godby back from the dead. Newbie still pressuring.
And look at Sky's HP. Yeah, that was the shield. So, with Jinx still being up,
Flash
they
Frost
could probably
landing.
get something going.
The sprinkler comes in from
This could
Godby.
be a sub. Oh!
Finishing off one. No!
Got
Swift
him.
survives. Imp coming in with the final bit of damage to finish him off. Cool. Taking the collateral
There's
damage in
ulti.
there. Ultimate coming out. Last auto attack. That's another one. 2 kills to Imp. Can he go for another one? Godby chasing them down.
No, that's
That's
it's
the
the
flash
wall.
across
He
the
got the
wall.
wall.
He's built the wall. Is it enough to keep
No,
them
if
out
this
of
still
his
goes through, he's gonna
country?
chase him
Yes,
through.
it is. Imp's
Imp.
coming in. He's looking for another. Moves on to LWX, but it's the
LWX.
turnaround. Taken out. Headshot. Finishes off Jinx. And Jinu, he's coming in. The
Oh, he
ultimate was
got him.
back up from
No, he hasn't.
Cool. He zoned them out.
Oh, wait a
But
minute.
Cool, it's a 2 versus 1.
Ah, you got him.
Now that was a death sentence.
The court of judge, definitely. Court of law.
Yeah.
Definitely got him on that one. So this was how LGD messed up. Godby got completely demolished. LWX was really close to it. Got sped up. Attack speed got buffed up. And so the auto attacks definitely got the kill on him. Somehow Lulu got the award for that one. So this was great from Newbie. The entire point where they were just pressuring up, that ulti from Imp did absolutely nothing. And so Newbie thought they could pressure their luck. Thought they can go for the Nexus. They're already pinging on it because they know it's open. So they reached too far into that cookie jar, but there's no more turrets for LG to save because they're not going to be looking towards top lane turret or bot lane turret. You have to expect Newbie to just try and end this one.
That's such a random ping in competitive play.
It
I
is.
always get annoyed when I'm in solo queue and someone pings the enemy Nexus, and it's like, yes, we need to win the game. Yes, that ends the game for us.
Yes.
Good job. Glad you understand League of Legends. But when you're in competitive play, it's just like, I mean, what are you trying to communicate?
What's happening
We
here?
need to go into the enemy Nexus. Good one.
I think they're trying to bum rush it. That's the
Yeah.
only way they're doing it.
Yeah, I guess you're
Otherwise,
right.
that's just very much the most useless ping.
But then they
Maybe-
didn't even do that. They
Yeah.
went towards bot lane. They're going to play it safe and seeded in. So, I don't know, man.
Oh well.
That was a flurry of hooks. But PYL's not a very good hooker this game. He's been missing a lot of
He
death
has been.
sentences.
There's been a few where he's just fishing without vision.
Yeah.
So it's just like, well, I mean, if he had landed it, that would have been incredible.
Amy, oh, he's just throwing all over the place. He hasn't even had a chance to react. Give him some
Oh,
counterplay,
no,
somebody.
this is
Great
LGD's fight.
equalizer in from Jinu. Sky needs to back away. We've lost more. We've lost top lane. Death sentence. He
Wow.
goes fishing, but again, doesn't find anything. He needs to take off that blindfold.
That was looking really good for LGD. And then Orianna damage.
Yeah.
QW just completely demolished Godby and Imp. So they didn't want to chase that any further. I just want to take a second look at Cool's itemizing here because he is doing so much damage at this point in the game. There we go. Yep, that makes sense. So you'd have to expect he's go towards Rabadon's Death Cap as next item. And then there's no escape.
From all of that damage,
Mm.
all those deeps. Next dragon is going to be Mountain Dragon. So, we've not had rain in a long time. It's
Is that
crazy.
really a mountain dragon?
It is.
You have 5 dragons?
Yeah. Because we took the first one so early.
Yeah, that's actually that's something that priority hasn't gone.
It's like a
through
double
so
rainbow.
much. I don't even think the
It's cool, but it
graphics
doesn't-
are ready for it.
it's cool, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah. I feel like the graphics are just not ready for this fifth dragon.
Oh, that's true. It will bleed into the Baron.
That's a little unfortunate for
I want
everyone
Newbie to
involved.
take it now
Yeah,
and see
let's
what
go for
happens.
it. I want to see what
Yep.
the. How
And
did
then
he
get an
this
Elder as
response?
well. Deal with that.
Oh.
Overlay.
Oh.
Ooh, flash away there from Jinu. That's good use of Shockwave.
Yeah, he used his flash for that one, so he was a little bit slow on how he used his ulti, but doesn't really matter.
Cool did use his flash though.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He used his flash to get in range for that, so he was probably really banking on getting that. It just makes it harder for Cool now in these team fights. He doesn't have sums. Get out of there, sir. So he doesn't have sums for if the LGD sets it up. Throw a Rumble ulti on top of him. The kills are looking a little easier if they were to somehow get into the back line. So Cool has to watch out now that he used his flash. He shouldn't have used it. He should have been able to just fish for ulti, see if he can get a flash. He's doing the majority of the damage here. LWX has to watch out with his positioning because he's getting focused really hard in these team fights. It's on Cool to be able to help that one out. So yeah, here we go. Let's see it. This is when we find out how the graphics roll out.
I feel like we've probably had it before. Right?
Hmm?
We've had, yeah, there you go. But it's the sixth dragon I want to see how they deal with.
Ah, okay.
Because then what? Do you move Baron? You can't.
They can't do it.
LGD, oh, they've started the Baron. I think they have to.
Yeah.
So we're going to see him.
now.
Got the Prey Seeker. Godby. He's the one to zone him away.
Wait a
LWX is just kind of...
He can just win the game.
Yeah, he's just winning the game.
Newbie
As
can
long
just
as
stall
Newbie just
this.
fights, there's the ultimate in from Core. In fact, they're probably just going to win this outright. Swift and Sky are keeping them all occupied. Redemption coming down. Sky's going to fall here. No! Titan's Wrath comes back up, and in comes the anchor.
LGD needs
That'll
to
be
back
the
right.
kill.
Oh, they can't.
No,
It's over.
LWX is just winning the game, and the champagne bottle has been opened up by Imp, but it's actually just for their opponents. And LWX, I mean, this is the most boring backdoor in history.
Yeah.
That'll be the game, and that'll be the series for Newbie.
Talk about a set. This set was a little bit ridiculous. Newbie get the win for this one. So now they're going to be really competitive in their group going up against Vici and Game Talents. But LGD, they really needed this set. This could have been the freest game for them if you were to look towards the groups in the next set they have.
Yeah.
Losing this one's going to be damaging for their playoff hopes.
Really does hurt, and some crushed faces on the side of LGD, typically very chipper, but Godby in particular is
Stand
not
up,
looking
man.
good. Yeah,
Get up there.
the game's over, mate.
Yep.
Yep.
There ain't no fourth game.
Nope, that's not how best threes work, but in the end, gets all the handshakes, and well-deserved win in the end from Newbie. When drawn into these longer games, we actually just see them flex their muscles and say, we are actually just a better team consistently, and we will take these incremental wins within the game to take the game. Welcome out, Rusty. Hello.
Hello. That was a Nivea game, if ever I have seen one.
Yeah.
Newbie had it good at the start. LGD threw a spanner in the works, and Newbie brought it back. But then Nivea existed, and naturally they'll get themselves to as close to 40 minutes as they possibly can. And then they have to leave their base to go for a Baron, and that's when it all goes downhill. Not because Nivea is unable to defend, but because Nivea left the base.
Yep. That was the most crucial kills that they can get. The only time they were able to get the inhibitor turret and the inhib was when they were able to get the pick off of Anivia. So that was pretty crucial. They had the option. If they were to fall behind, they definitely fell behind to be able to stall out the game. But Newbie gets the proper picks.
They do indeed. And a little bit spiky in the end there from Newbie. Again, struggling to close out, but I don't even know if you can say struggling, because it was a pretty convincing game overall. 5 dragons over to them. They were losing towers, but they just seem to have control as the operative word through that entire game. Cool was, again, going off. I mean, this could be another MVP to him in this set, honestly.
This is when you start looking towards other MVPs, because this guy's racking up too many. Maybe even Sky if we were to look for someone else, because his hooks were really solid. Always weaving in through minions, which is very hard on a Nautilus hook. That hook is fat.
Yeah.
So he was doing really well.
But Cool was a beast,
Yeah, he was a
to be
beast.
clear. I
Yeah.
feel like the last couple weeks of seeing Cool play when he is there for Newbie, not Coco, has been outstanding on his part. Individually, he's been able to do so much work for this team. And it's really good to see that not only do well, but flourish with the Newbie roster. Swift has actually taken a back seat from watching him play in this set. Like, he's doing his job, but his job is now to camp for Cool,
Yeah.
which is the weirdest thing to consider when you think about how Newbie have operated for over a year.
Yeah,
It's
it's almost
just
like
changed.
yeah, it's weird. It's almost like he's on a leash. Like it just harkens back even to like a kid. It's just like you go mid lane, you ward for me, you come mid when I want you to come mid.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like. It's not the same like Coco Swift dynamic. It's just Cool saying I will carry this if you just give me resources.
It's incredibly simple, and I think that the patience that I was looking for when it comes to Newbie, it was there. It was definitely there. It was there, and if you're comparing it to the old Newbie, where a lot of the times they would rush things, specifically Swift would rush too much. So it's not at peak. It's not to a point where I think they can take games off of direct middle of the pack or top teams, but it's good enough for LGD, and I think that's a good point of improvement towards next week.
Yeah, and that was what we were talking about at the start of the series was next week and moving into playoffs, right? When they start moving back into their own groups, can they start picking up wins? I just look at this LGD and say I don't even know if that's going to happen because they're so inconsistent in the way they win these games. But let's bring it back to Cool just for a second, for a hot second, because, yeah, I mean, 7-1 and 10, another outstanding performance from him, and deservedly starting to pick up more MVPs.
And breaks the 40% of team's damage mark, something that people
Ooh.
very rarely get
Yeah.
towards. Looked fantastic, and that's his 4th MVP, which does put him in the top 10, I believe.
Yeah.
At the very least. Everyone seems to be tied at 4.
There's a
though,
lot of,
so-
yeah, tied members. So, yeah, congrats to Cool. I mean, he's honestly turning up, and it was like, honestly, after that one series, I think it was against OMG, when he was, like, unleashed back onto the battlefield, and he just started, like, murdering people.
Yeah.
And then ever since then, it seems like he just found his groove. Because at the start, it was like, well, Coco's here, and we know that Swift and Coco are just solo queue buddies.
Yeah, they're Bash Bros.
Yeah, I was going to say something else beginning with B, but and honestly, in the end, it was just like they're never actually going to get a game with Cool. It's just going to be he's on the sub bench forever. But the fact that they gave him a chance to come back in and then performed consistently, I think it's just really cool.
Yeah, that's
That was
awesome to see.
unintentional.
You didn't even have to say it. I
Yeah.
probably wouldn't have
Yeah.
caught it. But yeah, you're right. It is incredibly cool, and I think that Cool into the bottom lane. Don't look at me like that. When he was in the bottom lane, there was one time where I was just waiting for that one team fight that LGD would win, right? And then Jinx would be popping off because he would have that movement speed boost. But he knew exactly what he needed to do to disengage off of that. His Q, like his burst in general, was so strong that it was a force, and it felt like LGD's only chance to come back into the game.
And they
was
were
just stopped.
I mean, they were playing front to back as well, Newbie, right? They had a big Nautilus. They had a Lulu actually using everything on the Nautilus because he was the one taking everything. And if Jinx doesn't get excited, doesn't get the resets and actually get to a backline and get pot shots off with the rockets, then nothing really goes well for LGD. So they did super well, Newbie, at least like being aware of how they should be playing this out. Unlocking Cool by having people stand in front of him at all times, building tanky on the people that stand in front of him, acknowledging that his damage is high enough, and that's the easiest way to actually empower him to do well. But like above all of that, positioning was immaculate. He's getting shockwaves off even if they miss sometimes. He's still hitting targets or aiming for the right ones. Like he was doing a lot of work.
What are your guys' thoughts on Anivia and Jinx coming into this set?
LGD.
It's 2014 LPL right
Yeah.
there. And for some reason, LGD are the ones playing it. Like, it's EDG when they were playing against LGD and Deft gets a pentakill. That's exactly what it is when you look at this team composition. But it's also just too difficult for a team like LGD to do. I don't think it's by any means bad, and we can see the merit in people picking Ziggs, OMG picking Ziggs because they want to do 1-3-1, QG doing the same thing for the exact same reasons. Anivia does that from the mid lane role, so you can pick a hyper carry, AD carry, and that's why Jinx is able to be picked, or Anivia is because Jinx is there, and conversely, they complement each other, but LGD aren't good enough as a team to be able to get through the early game successfully. They just die in early game, and then they have to claw their way back for 40-odd minutes.
Yeah, see, because I do love the creativity, and I think Chuggu is also a team that is the suspect when it comes to this play, where they pick creative compositions, and they're not good enough as a team to be able to play around those very slim win conditions, right? So LGD, I would like for them to play meta because it is easier usually to play it, because meta usually means the ease of play is much better for you to go for it. If LGD wants to go for a very cutesy composition that goes towards those team fights where they get to that point where they can stomp out and layer their ulti properly, which they didn't do this time around, then just put out the practice out there and get it through. But right now, they're really struggling to get wins on the board, and that's not going to get you wins.
I think it's also an interesting topic on pocket picks in general, because we've seen like Akali's come out and just these random picks every now and again. And I think for the most part, if we actually tallied up how well they do, a lot of losses. Honestly, for the LPL. And it seems so interesting because you look towards different regions, like Unicorns of Love, very prominent for picking these random picks in the top lane, or even like Shaco Jungle, Udyr, for example. And it worked for them. It was their identity. But do you feel like teams and players are trying too hard to just not play meta because it's meta?
I don't think the reason that they'd be picking off meta is because it's not meta, more so that
They think it
people
can
don't
work.
know how to actually play
Yeah.
against it. If you just play Jace mid, you're playing solo queue, you're playing scrims, you're just against regular mid lane champions. You know, Jace playing against Orianna or Syndra. You know the matchups, you build a Hex Drinker, and then someone picks Kled into it. You're like, oh, I actually don't know how to play this matchup. I know what Kled does, and I know that he's going to run at me, but that's literally it. And so it's confusing for the opponents to actually have to deal with these different things. And
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only real merit behind picking something that is off meta, because it's technically cheese. You don't know what to do against it, and you have to play on the fly. The best example of this for the LPL is actually Aurelion Sol at MSI. They didn't know about Aurelion Sol. That was Xiaohu's first time ever playing against it. He had no idea what it did until halfway through the first game.
It's a cool topic. Anyway, we're going to wrap that one up and look towards our final series of the day, which is my personal favorite of the week. It's GT versus IG.
Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder.
you better know that we're turning the music up because it's GT versus IG coming into our final game of the day. I mean, this is only going to be hype. I don't see any other way that this could go. So, gentlemen, how do you think this is going to turn out?
This is going to be hype.
This is going to be hype. Let me lay some groundwork. So, IG lost their last game against Vici. GT won their last game. They're coming in off momentum. IG inconsistent. GT or GT.
Yep.
Therefore, GT win. Discuss.
Math.
That was the best maths I have ever heard.
Yep.
I cannot
You can't argue against
Can't
that.
argue with that.
Can't do it.
It's sound, except that IG are also similar to LGD in the way that we're going to describe them. So you know
Alright.
what? Sure, momentum for game talents, that's good. I didn't think that Gimgoon has ascended to Goldgoon again, though, just yet.
Okay.
He has a long way to go. He's back down to regular levels, whereas IG can at any moment become gods.
And that's the thing about IG. IG is they just need some time. Early game strong. Nothing else. That's the problem with it. They get goaded into fights far too easily. So game talents will bait them into fights. It's almost a certainty. I just want to see who comes out ahead of those fights. There are a lot of strong mechanical players of not Republic, but Rookie. So it's like, wait a minute, my mind
Man,
is
you
going
just
to
abandoned
Republic.
your boy Republic. It's just like,
he needs to
Rookie's
prove
in
himself.
here. Get him out. I
He
have a
needs to-
new boy.
He needs to prove himself. Rookie and Duke is in the house. So I think those two are gonna give these two a run for their money. Republic and Gimme the Goon up top.
Give me the goon.
Yeah. So I want to see what's happening.
I do want to specifically look at the top lane matchup as well, because Gimgoon, I would say Gimgoon, not Godgoon just yet, up against Duke. I mean, Duke is just a straight up badass, so whether he can take him on, I think this is just such a tactical fight. Like, I love the fact that Gimgoon gets the chance to go up against Duke, but we only get to see it once outside of playoffs, but super cool.
Yeah. The biggest thing for me when we look at Duke is actually, I mean, the fact that he has a higher KDA doesn't mean a lot. It actually indicates more that he is a split pusher and he individually does quite well. The other really big thing is the kill share there for Gimgoon. That stands to attention as a very, very big margin between them both.
Yeah.
He's involved in a lot of the team's kills, and that just makes sense when you look at game talents, right? As a whole team, pretty reliant on having that top laner be involved.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't play Ryze or Syndra. That man is incredibly strong. What's fun about it is the champions he plays towards, like tanks, like the Maokais, or he can play the GP. He's really the only one right now playing Gangplank to the amount that he is right now, and it's been playing to like mixed success in terms of wins and losses, but his success within his own lane is actually quite large.
Oh yeah, his
So,
individual performance is
Yeah.
outstanding. Like, so many times we've seen him get away with like 1v2 ganks that he has no right getting away from.
Yeah.
He has crazy outplays. He just has the mechanics, but it also feels like no matter what Duke is on, he's gonna perform well.
Yeah, so I love this matchup because it's not the matchup where we're going to see tank versus tank, or we're not going to be seeing the carry versus carry. I think we're going to be seeing tank versus carry. I think
Yeah.
that Duke has played tanks quite consistently, and he's shown himself he can overperform on it. Meanwhile, I think Gimgoon's always going to look for counterpick because he always has something, in his pockets.
Yeah.
He's the
I mean,
linchpin.
that actually, to me, comes down to actually looking at the drafting phase, because if we're going to have a tank versus a carry in the top lane, but Invictus Gaming is on the red side of the map, they'll
Ooh.
actually counterpick their mid lane over their top laner.
Yeah.
So we may end up with a random tank versus tank top lane in games where IG's on red side, because they always want to counterpick for Rookie, whereas if you have Gimgoon on the red side with his team game talents, they might counterpick for him instead.
Yeah.
Yep, definite case. So, which is more impactful as a counter pick? Would you just like not even just for the teams, but like in this matchup, is it a last pick for Rookie, or
Yeah.
is it
Yeah,
over
it's definitely
to
Rookie.
Gimgoon?
I would say it's Rookie because, you mean Rookie versus Gimgoon in terms of like which one's more impactful?
Yeah,
for
if they were
both
on
teams?
red side and you're looking for a final pick, which one's more impactful based on the players?
I still think it's Rookie. He's called red side Rookie for a reason. He has the deepest champion pool. He can play assassins into anything that you pick. You need to be super careful about what you are picking, and Republic's also a control mage player, might go towards the Rise and just get absolutely bopped by something that gets brought
Yeah.
out by Rookie. So there's a lot of
Yeah.
threat there that needs to be answered towards.
Yeah, and Rookie has unimaginably like a larger pool than he shows. So giving him red side, not only you're giving him proper matchup, but a matchup that you might not even expect in terms of like what are you playing in solo queue. Republic probably doesn't know which matchup he's going to be looking for. So
Yeah.
he'll probably be surprised today.
And I think that is a big problem for GT coming into this match, because as fun as they are to watch as a team, if they just get annihilated in their lanes, which is a very real possibility, it seems like they're outclassing almost every single role. That could be a major problem for them before they even get to what is mid-game for GT.
Yeah, Republic's been known to pop off sometimes. You know, he'll have an incredible game, and if he does, then maybe he can hold it to Rookie. But when you do look at the laning phase, I agree with you. I feel like IG will have an edge through their solo laners and maybe be able to forge advantages and grow those advantages to actual meaningful leads. And that's where Game Talents will have to be very seriously considering in the draft phase and in the early stages of the game how they're going to pan this one out, because the junglers then become super important.
Yeah, and you mentioned the junglers because this is going to be good for Game Talents. It's probably the first time in a long time that they're not going to get outright outmatched in the jungle position. Xiaoyu has a bit of a good example, and just to put it up there, Duke in the top lane, Kid in the jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, and Margin Megan in the bottom lane.
Yeah, same roster all the time. Kind of flip-floppy on their performances, but on the other side, Gimgoon, Xiaoyu, Republic, West, and Savoki. So, same lineup.
Yeah, so it's going to be Xiaoyu versus Kid. What do you like? What do you think about that?
I was going to say it is actually still Xiaoyu. They haven't changed their junglers anytime soon. They've committed to the man. And whilst Kid is a former AD carry player that has transitioned nicely into the jungle, he still has experience playing competitive League of Legends, where Xiaoyu is young. He could be naive in that respect, could be exploitable, may still have the obsession with being aggressive, which is something we saw from him in his first week playing, that he's slowly tapered down, but it can always flare back up. I think Kid has an advantage, just not necessarily mechanically, where I think Xiaoyu can keep up with him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, for sure, and just how he handles the laners as well. Looking towards the bottom lane, West coming in over Zubin. We did see him play up against Snake earlier in the week, and just from based off what we've seen, is this a bot lane that even challenges Margin Megan?
It depends on what day you're looking at, because there'll be times where Margin Megan are just popping off in their own lanes, not so much even towards the team fights that IG would play towards, and sometimes and most of the time wins. So if Margin Megan are on their game, then they will be much better than West and Savoki. But what's fun about this team too is that they're actually been passing it off towards West and Zubin.
And they've also been changing where the carries lie in both of these, in all of these roles in Game Talents. They had a Fiora season. They just decided for one set they're going to play Fiora, and they're going to put top lane as their biggest carry tool, and the next one they're playing Kog'Maws. And they're winning with the Kog'Maws, and I think that they have decided that is the best strategy. To be clear, I don't think that their top laner should be a split pusher. I think that they should continue to utilize Gimgoon as a good teleporting tank or carry, as long as he's teleporting. And by picking the Kog'Maw comps or picking the AD carry-centric comps, they can actually do this, because their mid laner Republic likes to roam. He doesn't want to be the hard lane carry. He'll play the Rise, he'll ult to side lanes, and if he has Gimgoon and everything working towards West, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and here's what's fun. I want to see how their practice has, or at least where their practice has gotten them, because when they played, gave Republic the Echo pick and got him split pushing, it was night and day in comparison to the Fiora split push, where if Fiora, or at least in this instance, Echo was getting picked out by 3v1s, they were actually doing a lot in the opposite side of the map. It looked like that 1 week of practice has really made it so that they are able to react properly to it.
All right, here you go. You ready?
Oh.
2-0 IG.
Okay, that's, you know what?
2-0
That's not even surprising. I was waiting for Spice.
2-1 GT.
I mean, they just lost.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Raz,
Alright,
Raz, what's your prediction?
why are you giving me a prediction?
What? Because we just made predictions.
Oh, you're right. Okay. 2-1 GT. I'll take
Yeah,
2-1 GT. I'll
that's
go
what
on
I'm
that one,
talking
yeah.
about. All right, IG versus GT. Let's get this rolling, as apparently I can't roll anything off my tongue right now. Caitlyn and Colette, followed by Malzahar. That's such a respect ban against Gimgoon.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, respect towards Duke, taking away Camille, and Jace as well. Aim towards Rookie, of course.
Yeah, still a very high priority towards the Jace. If that's up and available, people have first picked it, first rotation it. Their IG is on blue side, so they're just, of course, they not going to have that hand, not that option.
That's the fastest pick I've seen all day, Raz.
Wow.
Instant lock of Rengar for Kid.
Kid really likes the Rengar, and that's what's surprising, because Lulu was up and available. Game Towns are going to be able to pick it up for themselves. So Rengar, that means that Megan still has a bit of an option. He might want to first phase his pick, because with no Malzahar, no Lulu, you have the threat of it getting banned, or at least the karma and any other support like a Nami getting banned in second phase. So he might want to pick up his counter pick right now.
Yeah, your options are indeed dwindling if you are Megan in this champion select. First pick of Lulu, no real surprise with it being left open for GT. We have to scramble over that pick, and Xiao Yu may even look towards the Graves here. Again, a big power pick available for him. So right now it seems like GT are getting a lot of the power picks that we're seeing, but we don't need to pick the Graves right now.
Yeah,
Rengar's already been picked
They
up.
might just go to it for third pick, and the reason why they're picking up, or at least hovering over the possibility of Ezreal, they just lock it in, because they just don't want IG looking to pick it up on their second phase of picks, which is not surprising. So they just have the opportunity to go towards the Graves. In fact, they might even try and say, hey, maybe it's not so important. We know we're going up against a Rengar. We might just go towards a Kha'Zix instead. So they want to see a little bit more before they make that decision. Now, that is surprising. An Orianna first rotation.
Yeah,
At least
so
second rotation.
early for rookie.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's look towards the next pick here. And
Maybe Cool inspired him.
yeah, and as you said, Raz, Megan will want to get that Nami in right now before support bans start flying his way. So that'll be locked in there. Makes a lot of sense.
So what they're hiding is AD carry and top lane, which is fun to see. Usually you get the early rotation towards Duke's pick, but not this time around. I wonder what they're saving.
This would be super interesting if it's a Kha'Zix coming in here right now. I guess they just don't want the threat of a potential Graves and Kha'Zix ban coming in at the same time from IG in the second phase. So it's going to be the Kha'Zix lock in for Xiao Yu.
Yeah, it was either going to be Graves or Kha'Zix, but they had to make that decision early. So GameTown's made the right choices for their first three picks. I'm still questioning towards IG. IG might have something that they're holding on to, saving. Maybe Duke has a pick that he wants to save up, so it could be a Gangplank. He does have a larger pool, so he is not too afraid of getting pinched out.
Yeah. So interested to see what Gimgoon will head towards now that Cled's off the table. I mean, he has played a bit of Rumble. His Rumble's been good. Something that can provide utility in those team fights. And Echo towards Republic, alright. So he had that performance on Echo, of course. Ryze is still on the table, though, and that is a Republic special.
GameTown should ban out. I guess Caitlyn's already banned. Ashe is already banned. Yeah, Evolution. So this is really tough for Margin Megan to see what he is comfortable into picking this one now. If he goes Kog'Maw, that would be bad because he doesn't really have enough protection unless if Rookie goes off.
Ooh, Syndra ban against Republic as well. Curious they leave the Ryze open and this IG feel like Ryze is a pick they can exploit.
Yeah,
in the mid lane.
Ryze did get a big of enough nerf now.
Yeah.
I was surprised when teams were still willing to pick
Picking
him up.
him.
Yeah. It's not too large where he's not like LeBlanc level.
It's more the fact that it's like these continuous nerfs, right? It's
Yeah.
like one after another and they all start accumulating after a while. GT may even give last pick to Republic. Damn. Well, yeah, with a lot of being taken off the table there, Gimgoon would say, alright, let's see what you got, Duke. I'm just going to go Shen here. I'll provide the ultimate assistance to my team.
Yeah, no, this hover is not even troll. There's just a lot of 80 carries to get banned. Oh, yeah, Varus. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah,
champion.
7.5 kind of sucks for Misfortune, though.
Yeah, almost forgot about Varus. Don't even know how.
7.6, pretty good.
Yeah.
Varus will be picked up here, yeah, and Rumble. So it was pretty much either going to be Rumble on Gimgoon or Duke. So we get to see Rumble this time on Duke. And you were right in the money. You said it would be carry into tank, and that's exactly what we have.
Well, I actually expected it to be the opposite end. I like the fact that we're getting Duke challenging the matchup for GameTowns. Though GameTowns had the opportunity to get the counter pick for top, but they decided that Republic's pick was going to be more valuable, so he gets himself that Ahri.
Wow. Republic does not necessarily strike me as an Ahri player, honestly, Raz. I look at like an icon or like a big flashy player.
Yeah.
But Republic, he's had some good games, often been off the back of a Gimgoon just charging in there, but...
Well, this is fun, Republic, because he has started to open up his pool a little bit more, because he has been on Rise priority for a very long time. GameTown is just moving away from the champion altogether. So now we get to see what Republic has to offer. Last time it was Echo and it was a stellar performance. This time it's on LeBlanc, or at least Ahri. Now, the reason why I said LeBlanc is because Republic used to be known as an assassin player. Like, he was such a massive LeBlanc player with the old LeBlanc, where LeBlanc was doing
The insta-pops.
yeah, the instantly pop LeBlanc, and he was playing him incredibly well in team fights. This time he's actually going back to it. He's done with these mage champions. Now, it's technically still a mage, but it's a mage assassin, damn it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that can work within that role, but LeBlanc kind of sucks at the moment, so will be Ari as the pick of choice. And IG. They're giggling. They won't be giggling after Gimgoon shoves his... I don't know what he's going to be running here. Do you think it's going to be TPA Shen? I think that has the best sound effect, actually. The Thunder Stick.
Oh, I love the Thunder Stick
Give
smack.
him the Thunder Stick.
Yeah, that would be what I'd go for. That'd be my personal one. But there are too many good Shen skins. That champion is
true.
underrated when when it comes to skins. He even has like Mortal Kombat skins.
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, both of them are pretty solid.
Going up against Duke's Rumble. Pretty cool to see. And as you said, it's kind of reverse, right? The carries on the side of Duke, but...
Yeah. It's fun to see
yeah.
Game Towns change up priority towards who they're giving counterpick to. Now that they've lost priority towards the Rise, they're saying, you know what, Republic, give him the ball at all times. I'm surprised they changed. I'm surprised about a lot of things, apparently. That Ari is going towards all the way to the counterpick, to the very last pick, even though they knew they were going up against an Orianna. Orianna was picked in the first phase, and unless if it was a crazy flex towards the top side of the map, they had Orianna and Lulu. There was no reason to think that it was not going mid. So they held it on low. They thought that there was going to be a cheesy pick in another lane to make Republic's life harder. They just went to the Ari at the end of the day. So that's cool.
They're getting that priority to Republic as a player. I guess he is the second man you look towards outside of Gimgoon, so it does definitely make sense.
And that's the thing. GT needs to start making stars in their other lineups. Gimgoon can't be the only star of this team. Republic has had his hit and miss moments, but he has been the main carry for a very long time in the first split, I believe, for Game Talents now. He's coming back on this champion. If they have two major carries for them, if it's Republic and Gimgoon once again coming up and making Game Talents great again, I had to add the again, it was too tempting. Again. Then yeah,
Great
this
song.
is the team. This team will go somewhere.
That was a pretty play-by-play statement, honestly, Raz.
Well, I mean,
If this
The
team does
hard
well,
truth-
they will go
the hard
places.
truth, and I'm gonna lay it down. The hard truth is that their only faith here is that going into playoffs, they're gonna get there, right? They get into playoffs, and it's gonna be the same as last time. They get kicked out immediately.
Yeah, that
Then-
crowd. That was a hype crowd.
That was a pretty hype crowd.
Continue your point.
Yeah, they are. Even though their hope is to get into playoffs, I think their aspirations into getting far into playoffs are just not there, because right now they need a lot of work to become a lot more disciplined, and they're just gonna get kicked out immediately. So they'll go somewhere, just not very far.
True enough. IG are in a situation where I think if there's any time that you would be able to net wins off them more frequently, it is now, where they keep dropping games all over the place, and they are actually tied with a lot of people in the middle of the table, which is something that I never really thought would be the case with IG, but
Yeah.
here we are.
They're getting covered in muck right now. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
I may taking up that
Down
win.
and dirty.
Yeah, I may taking up that win a little earlier on was pretty damaging to them. We wanted IG to be able to separate themselves from the pack, but no, they just kind of meshed right in there.
Yeah, same with EDG actually in the end. I mean, what, they're like 7-4 right now?
Yeah.
So, yeah, lose a couple more games and not in good shape. It'll be tough for them when they go back into not cross groups. But bot lane being shoved in from Marjo Megan. Mid lane, Republic
Oh
is
my God.
getting annihilated by Rookie. Do get the Thunderlord's proc, so it's not awful. It's about an even trade. Still farming it up. Looking at top lane as well, Gimgoon was immediately pushed under tower, but I think he got mid to those minions, so it's not too bad. But it is to be expected. Rumble into Shen.
This is what's going to be fun. I think that it's good to see what Rookie did in the mid lane here, because he just put in a lot of pressure. He expended a little bit of his mana to be able to get that extra W on to Republic. So he's just kind of trying to chip out some potions from Ari. If he can keep the wave where it is right now, then he can maybe look towards Kid and getting that gank off in this lane. Rookie's he's in a powerful position right now.
Yes, he is. Definitely just zoning away Republic. He can't even step up for these minions that are just dying in front of him.
Yeah, it's going to be pushing forward though, so it's not that bad. It's just going to be a slow push.
Nope. Want to see top lane? Go top lane.
There's nothing happening there. I don't know why you're so interested in that
I just
lane.
want to see them.
Shen is just gonna farm under tower.
They're our featured matchup, Raz.
A featured matchup that's just, I don't want to say boring, but it's boring 3 minutes into the game.
It is, but I at least want to say hello. You know, you don't see your friends in a while. Just want to shake their hand, do anything. You know, you
Okay.
don't just ignore them.
Oh, well, awkward.
I mean, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The reason I think it's awkward because I'm that type to ignore people.
Ah, well,
That's me.
the observers are though. Republic, good charm, but he is
Yeah,
What's he
he's
getting?
getting smacked.
actually just, yeah,
He's getting demolished.
smacked in that mid lane by Rookie.
He really
Xiao
needs
Yu has
help.
to come in and help him farm.
Yeah.
Even takes the farm away from him. 10 CS differential?
Yeah.
Like, when the Ahri came in, and it was like, man, Republic opening up his champion pool. And it's like, maybe he's had a lot of practice on this pick, he'll be able to hand it to Rookie. This is a hard matchup, even when you look at the players.
Yeah.
And he just got shafted.
Rookie is.
He took the tip, too.
Yeah, he did. He's a ridiculous player, to say the least. He took a trade, and he just took it home. So, Ari's going to come back. They're going to come back to the lane at the same time, but that doesn't solve. Okay. It doesn't solve any of the problems that Ari's facing. Oh,
This is a
that's
duel
dab.
to the death right now. Gimgoon turning it around.
Oh,
He's
the-
got the crooks coming in. Say hello to my little friends and say hello to Xiao Yu. First blood to Kha'Zix.
My God. And you know what? Duke was not going to help that man. He probably should. He was just focusing on his own lane, saying, you know what? You're taking Shen's time. I'm taking this minion. This works well for me.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that all that damage was about to come up. Not only Gimgoon, but the Krugs were helping out as well. And then, of course, Kha'Zix is going to come in there. So that was great from Xiao Yu to recognize that he could get there in time.
For sure. Kid's saying this is potentially the worst trade deal possibly in the history of trade deals.
Yeah. Very bad trade deal. It's a
Man,
bad deal.
Republic. Come on, get some of that farm. Rookie, look at him. He's just standing
Yeah.
in front of the minions.
Because you see the trades that are happening here. Like, Republic is using all of his mana, like good portion of it, to get these trades, and it's not really doing any damage at this point in the game. Or Yana just can output much more damage and just through auto attack, using her Q that doesn't really expend much mana at all. Oh.
Flash. Whistler. Polymorph. West. Jumps
Oh, good
forwards.
bubble.
Fantastic bubble from Megan. Now we'll just all but dissipate that whole gang. These charms are continuing to land from Rookie, but from Republic rather onto Rookie. It just doesn't feel like they're doing a lot.
Yeah, he needs to output a little bit more of that to get control of the lane. But the problem is, he doesn't have much mana to be able to do that. Blue buff will help him, but Blue buff will come up just a little later. So he just needs to focus on the wave, but he's focusing towards the trades. So 47 to 32. Sure, he's just got
Big.
that wave. And so, oh, okay, Rookie actually went back to base, got a second base off for himself.
Yeah, I really wanted that control ward actually. So maybe this is a sign of them wanting to set up here for the first dragon, which will be Mountain Dragon. And I think we decided that is humidity.
Ah.
So the more Mountain Dragons we get, the drier it is.
Okay, I'll
Which just
take
makes
it.
sense.
Yeah.
Someone
works.
suggested tornado, and I was like, what?
No.
Where did that come from?
Not gonna accept that one. I like the attempt though. Mine, I was just coming in nothing, so.
Yeah, neither of us were, to be honest. So
Yeah.
thank you, Twitter.
Good control coming in from IG. So this is great. The control ward was placed by Rookie. They're taking a lot of control over this Earth Dragon now. It's going to take a long time before they can actually safely do it. But Rookie's in such a good place. And the reason because he got that extra pack. He has boots. He has that refillable potion. Oh,
Misses the charm, but still Gimgoon is on top of him. They have the faith they can make this work. The flash over the wall, followed by Republic. He's in very deep. Gimgoon doesn't hit the taunt flash. Megan wailing away on this Shen. He'll turn it around. Gimgoon falls. Co-credit to Megan. We've got Savoki also running away. He doesn't have flash. He's probably going to have to pay for this one. The flash from Megan. Oh, it was too easy. Aqua Prison. And a second kill. A double kill to Megan.
Megan is flowing
That
in
was
cash right now.
unnecessary, but fantastic at the same time.
He just got it. It's funny too, is he went towards the damage. You look towards the support items, Lulu's like, Sightstone. Nami was like, more damage.
Yeah.
So-
Give me that Frost Bang.
Yeah, so that Frostbang is helping him out a little bit. Oh. That was just a great TP from Duke. Be able to impact that one.
Oh.
Shen was able to get in there. Oh,
Megan just does not stop
yeah,
with
he
these
keeps
bubbles.
smacking him. See, smacking.
He's played a lot of bubble in his time. He's got the skills.
Is Bubble that gum?
No, it's that game with the 2 dinosaurs.
No, I have
where
no
you-
idea what that
where
is.
You trap the monsters in bubbles and then you
Oh.
pop them.
I have no idea.
Great game.
The only bubble I know is the double bubble gums that are awful. Only
Awful.
last about 10
Yeah, I
seconds.
know. Absolutely terrible.
Okay.
Oh, big ultimate from Rocky. Follow after underneath the tower, but he'll spot Xiaoyu in the corner of his eye. So he will not choose to look for the dive here.
Yeah, this is kind of risky from Republic. He has mana from the blue buff, so he can stick around and try to sustain up. But that just means that Kid, who has red buff, I mean not red buff, he has ulti, and he has the control ward sitting there. He's just going to try and go for the dive. It's going to be fairly easy. No flash, no ulti on Republic. Oh, but Kha'Zix is looking for it too. Too many people are looming.
People waiting in the shadows. Reveal yourself. Kid. To red, but he has been revealed. Xiaoyu. He knows he's there, and he's hit something, but
Wow.
Kid will smite it away.
This time around, he
There's no
didn't have Shen
challenge.
with him, so wasn't going to be able to get a collapse going there. And it was too risky to get in there. No ward for himself.
Too risky. No Republic.
Mhm.
Rookie set up these minions for himself. Oh, yes. Ah, that's the CSing I like to see, Raz.
There we go.
Very satisfying.
We're probably going to get a few Oriana players after today's games.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be honest, you look at Rookie and you look at Cool, and he just put on the
Oh,
clinic.
no.
I say that as Republic jumps over the wall. Does he have the outplay? Has one more Spirit Rush. One more to his right. Nope!
My God.
Kid coming out there. Finished off that kill. That's tilting right there for Republic. So close to that kill. Xiaoyu backs off to the tower. Will
Good
get hit by the
notice.
bowler.
Good notice from Kid to be able to just get there. Be there in time.
Yeah.
Always there when Rookie needs it. It's a little awkward for Republic trying to get that last hit in the kill.
I mean,
Couldn't
he
do it.
thought about it. There was
Yeah.
definitely that second of just like, what do I do? do I choose option A, which is back away, be happy with the trade?
Yep.
Option B, go in for the fight, and
Get
of
in
course
there.
it's GT. So he's like, well, I have to embrace our team's mantra. I have it written across my chest.
Fight.
So I guess I'll choose option B, and then I died. So
That's when you start. That's when you look for another team. Suddenly you don't get that pressure.
yeah, maybe Republic in a calmer environment. This is the wrong Republic for, I guess.
Oh, you need to stop that.
Republic of the Fight.
Ah,
Ah,
sounds like a movie name.
I'd watch it. Gingoon, he even trades against Duke. But Duke hasn't been really stopped from farming.
Yeah.
And that is the concerning thing. Is it's almost like 30 farm ahead of him.
Yeah, that's the same with most lanes here. Oriana's doing quite well. I mean, she has a lot of assists, but she's farming quite well too. But they're gonna go and get the Shen out of here.
Really nice ultimate in from the equalizer. Rookie's gonna follow after. It was all too easy, and Duke last tower shot. It was perfectly calculated, and not a single expression changed on the man's face. Gingoon goes down.
Yeah, it's usually hard to gank a Shen, but they're all magic damage here. Even Kid is able to use his abilities and not gonna auto, so that was very easy. And they had 3-man 2. Oh, Megan and Marge.
Good tile away, blocks off the entire route, and it's just the continued damage. Banana comes in from West and Republic. Here you go, Savoki just pats him on the back and says, you just go back up to mid lane. Maybe you take on the crab. Maybe that's something you can do right here, Republic.
Might be a good enough fight.
That did not go well.
Would definitely be an even fight going up against that crab.
That's true. Yeah, the crab would fight back, man. West and Savoki. I mean, that was nice pressure onto Marge, at the very least, but a big sacrifice in terms of Republic's own resources in the mid lane.
That's a risk that Republic's willing to make quite often. He loves to roam. It's good that he's on this Ahri to help him out doing just that, but not able to do anything about it. His laning phase has been pretty hard. Rookie's able to keep him honest. I guess if you fail, you got to keep trying though.
Alright, Raz, where does the win come from for GT? I mean, we know it's GT, so they'll keep running at them like the Terminator.
Yep.
Like, regardless of how many hits they take, regardless of how many limbs they lose, they'll keep crawling. It's actually quite horrifying now I
It
think
is,
about it,
actually.
but that's what they do. They keep coming at you. And eventually, they just somehow win a fight. So,
Ahri, I would say Ahri has a lot of options for herself. As the game goes on, once the tower's taken, even if it's her own, if she's able to find herself in a position to, it doesn't matter where she looks, towards either if she wants to 1v1 in the bottom side of the map, she just needs to look for picks at any point. And she has to carry a lot more control wards, which is why she needs to open up an item slot for herself. But yeah, if you get Marge, if you get Megan, if you get Rookie, maybe not Rookie. Rookie's actually fairly tanky with how he's been playing so far. But yeah, if you get Marge and Megan, then those are easy ways to come into the game. And Gimgoon will be able to help you out with the fact that he's on Shen here. Oh.
Yep. At the same time, if those 2 kills had not been on Megan and went towards, say, Marge, this game would be a lot more difficult to win.
Definitely would be.
Oh yeah, this Dragon being started off by Kitty Cat. Kid is definitely on top of it, and it's Mountain Dragon, so pretty easy to just beat her.
Yeah, good control on the bottom side of the map. Marge must have used a lot of his mana to get this lane shoved up. The result of it, you get a free dragon, but you might have to back away. So yeah, he's going to back away from that shove. Get a reset going. So that's nice from IG to be able to coordinate that. They don't lose much at all for that. So. And Republic's just having a bad time.
Having a bad day. Republic's bad day. Oh, it's Inferno on the horizon.
Okay. I can get around that.
It's dry. It's heated. 20 degrees. Rookie.
No!
Stops the recall. Oh, let him just recall. Republic has to burn the ultimate. No. Not like this.
He just wants to play the game.
Just wants to play some League of Legends. Rookie. Rookie. And Rookie is huge. I wonder if Rookie can put on a better performance than Cool.
Oh.
Because currently he has 100% Cool participation. And he's about to take mid lane tower.
That's true.
Day of the Oriana.
We'll have to see how disciplined they get. This is a question we always have at IG. Once they get this tower, or once they pressure away from it, Rookie has the ability to rotate around the map. In fact, he could have done that a little earlier. Bot lane seemed pretty juicy. He rotates towards top side, so actually, you know, I'll give him that pass. But I want to see him be more impactful. He's doing a lot in bullying Republic, but as long as Republic CS is alright, then he should be, he's okay with it.
The goal. First item Abyss. Don't really see that often nowadays.
Yeah. With the change that went towards Abyssal, I know Chakra has made an article about how
why it's bad.
Yeah, why it's not a good first purchase, and how certain components are definitely better. Because the change towards Abyssal, I mean, Abyssal used to be the item where you first buy, and if you're an assassin, you can instant win the lane because of how you trade. But it's a lot more scaling now because of how it's percentage damage in the passive now.
It's not flat resistance drops.
Yeah, so that is, I think it's 10% more damage?
Yeah.
So that's great once you have actual damage items, but right now you only have Doran's Ring. So that 10% is not really helping you out in comparison to the old build where it was great in terms of flat damage. So yeah, it's a scaling item now. It's like a good second or third item.
The first item, not so great. We'll give him a bit of magic resist so he doesn't instantly die to Rookie.
Yeah, I think in this instance it's okay because I just want him to have an open up. Oh no! Wait a minute.
This does look good for GT. Can they make it good before the TP comes in? They get 1, they get 2. Duke comes into the fight. They'll probably kill him too. 5 men in the bottom lane. The Goon squad has arrived. Kid coming in, looking for the shockwave. Finds Republic and Gimgoon. He'll flash away. A 1 for 2. In the end to GT.
Good setup from GT. That's what you need to do. Rotate that Ahri to the bot side of the map and get the dive going. That's what I wanted to see from IG because Rookie has had all the opportunities with how hard he's pushing this lane, with how hard he's punishing this lane. But the moment game talents have that one open window, they go for it immediately. So IG, they're playing too heavily towards the lanes when they could just open the game up for themselves. But great for game talents. They get back into it. IG still has a great gold lead, and they lose mid lane turret. But the trade is what they wanted. They were already behind earlier on.
They are Rookie just checking out this red buff. Nothing there. Still waiting on that Infernal. And those 2 kills will definitely help out GT. If they'd picked up Duke as well, it would have been such a good position to be in.
But Duke played that so well.
He did. He TP'd in, and I was like, there's 5 people surrounding
him,
and he only has a tower.
Yeah.
But somehow Duke makes it out because it's Duke.
I've seen this before. You know, he somehow still survives that one.
Yep. This is no killing the man.
Duke the unkillable.
Duke the unkillable. No, I think he's got a variety of titles at the moment. Duke Nukem.
That's
Rookie
good.
unkillable.
Yeah. A little bit more performances and get a few more under his belt. IG's bottom lane's not having a good time here, though.
Jowie, ooh, lots
that
of damage
is-
onto Marge. Yeah, he's going to run into the enemy team to try and buy some time.
Oh, no.
It's a 5 versus 4 right now. Gimgoon's going to jump onto Rookie. Savoki turns him into a squirrel. West coming in as well. Big shockwave. Only hits Savoki, though. Megan drops, so does Rookie. Great fight for GT, but here comes Duke. How much can he do? Kid jumps onto the ADC. He finishes him off. He's looking to run away. Gimgoon with a taunt.
good
Finds
time.
another one. Oh, great taunt in for Republic as well. And that's the ace. A 5 for 2 for GT.
Great from Game Talents that they're just setting these up so well. They're focused towards the bottom lane, and they're getting their target. IG, what are they doing? Why are you pushing up so far without any preparation? This lane should not be a long lane for IG. They have a tower behind them, but with how far they shove out and how far away their teammates are, there's no excuse for Marge and Megan to be that far. Look at this. And Marge just says, okay, I'll give up my life. I'm done. I'm done in this situation. But IG all come around this, so they're pretty committed to the fight. And they're in such a bad position at this point because Kid goes towards Republic, who has ulti. You're not going to be able to get him. And so that just leaves Rookie and Megan to dry. It's a lost fight from this point forward. I know Kid's just trying to hopscotch to get the kill on West, so that's a nice trade back. But great from Gimgoon and a good charm from Republic to be able to clean it up. GT is very proactive in how they're getting this game across.
GT know what their win condition is, and it's written on their jersey.
You get fight. How do you get such massive leads in both lanes?
Fight.
But I mean, they weren't the ones who got the lead. They fought regardless. I mean, the answer for GT is always fight.
Yeah.
That should be the answer for IG. They're just playing it slow, and that's an issue for them. That's an issue for Rookie, who has, or Rookie and Kid, both of them, where they have had such a massive lead here. And sure, they went towards top side. Break open the bottom lane. There's no reason to. That's 2 free kills for you.
There are some positives though.
Okay.
Marge has 2 item power spike,
All right.
which is pretty good for him. He's a 4-2-1.
Oh, this is pretty
Kid
good.
who is murdering these
Oh,
two
yeah,
members. What a great blast plan.
Great interaction.
It will save all of GT.
Was that a Bass Plant that did that? I think it was the Oriana ulti. Because of how the, I guess, oh, I just want to see that again.
Yeah, I don't
'Cause he
even understand
popped-
what happened.
Yeah.
I
that
think it was
was-
the blast plan. I want to say it's the blast plan.
I'll say it's
Joey's
both.
been caught out, but Gimgoon's here to save you. Super Gimgoon.
Oh, there's 3 versus 5. That's not,
That's another form of Gimgoon.
the numbers is not in Game Towns. Oh, okay. They're just not
Ah.
going to take the fight.
Okay.
But they want to commit to this.
It's Infernal Dragon, so best not to give it to a team who's going to fight you constantly,
Yeah.
right?
Game Towns are trying to fight for mid lane push so they can get this easily. They've got it. So this is going to be hard for Game Towns because even though they've started onto it, Ezreal is not in position to take this fight.
Oh, Savoki, that's an angry Kid who jumps up top of him. He will be falling.
Oh, the
Gimgoon
dive.
goes into the fight. Man, Rookie, there's nothing he can do. Down goes Kid. Megan running away as well. Marge, he's being chased after. Gimgoon, he didn't have the flash taunt, but he still killed the fish. West being chased down by Duke, but he doesn't die. Just ooh, that was a. Oof.
All right.
That was,
you know,
that was a close piercing arrow from
Yeah.
Marge. But in the end, that's a 1 for 3.
Doesn't matter that West is not in position.
Dragon. We're going to go for this again, though, GT.
The dive squad coming in from Gimgoon Republic and Xiaoyu is too strong. Way too strong, apparently. They're able to take the fight even though they're a 4v5 for the most part. And they get Infernal Dragon. Game Talents are definitely back into the game. 1K behind, but you know what? They probably feel like they're 2K ahead.
Yeah, actually, that I looked at the scoreboard now. It's just like the amount of fights that GT is winning. Surely they're massively ahead, but so it's 2 towers, which is the biggest thing coming in here for IG. But if we look at where the gold is solidified, like imagine a world where
I'm
Republic
imagining.
gets absolutely dumpstered, put in a body bag in lane by Rookie, and then 10 minutes later he has 5 kills.
Yeah, and history won't remember that.
Nope.
No one will remember him just getting bodied in lane.
It's like, oh, it's curious that he happens to have 40 less farm than his opponent. I wonder how that happened. Well, it doesn't matter. He's got 5 kills.
Yeah, maybe he just roamed out and he couldn't get the CS. That's the analysis here. No, he just was a lot more decisive around team calls. The team calls were a lot more centric about making plays and getting them to succeed. And the bottom plays that just kept happening worked in their favor, so he's fed. So he definitely has a fat rabbit on his death cap
Oh my
to the
lord.
Abyssal Scepter he had earlier. This guy just got a random item in his slot because those 2 fights went in his way. So yeah, you're going to feel a little tilted if you're Oriana.
It's a scam. It's actually just that scam email that you get. It's like, you have inherited several $1 million from a relative you didn't know who existed. And he was like, really great. Click that link, and he was just like, haha,
Gotcha.
Rabadons. It was actually legit.
Yep.
So he's having a great day. This is just, it's all great. Maybe made a deal with Tam Kench though. Who knows when it's going to bite him in the ass, but we'll see.
We'll see. We will see.
For now,
That's
Infernal did go over to them. Looking for the outplay. How's it feel, Rookie? Huh? You beat me in lane? I'll beat you all over the map.
Get the plant.
Here
No!
comes Kid. Oh, he takes out Rookie. Well, he took out rather his opponent.
Oh,
Savoki,
no.
he's run over by the tidal wave, but that's not the right member because
Is that
West
easy?
is running them down. That'll be a kill. Duke and Kid, they're on to Gimgoon, but look at him go. He refuses to go down. West in this 1v1
Oh,
again.
West ain't going down for
Oh,
nobody.
Get out of here, Duke. You're
a
gonna
minute.
fall. West, you need to look for something. No, he's got the fruit. Eat your 5 a day, kids. Oh, here comes Kid himself onto
yeah, you just get
Gimgoon.
him.
Give him the bowler. Give him the shutdown.
That was a major win from IG, and that was just a fight that Game Talent started. Ari thought he can get the kill, but Oriana played it so damn well. I'm sure we're going to get the replay for that. But really well played from Rookie to be able to stop that situation from happening. And a good collapse from IG.
That was like 5 1v1s though.
That was.
not a team fight.
That was not a team
That
fight.
was-
That was just a lot of occurrences. People
Yeah.
were rotating, and then they realized they were in the same elevator while they were rotating. I was like, oh, we're trying to get over to the fight. Oh, it's 4 of us here. And then
Yep.
the dual lane just kind of just skirmish at each other. So that was a good one. Let's check this one out. This is the one that we missed. Savoki got completely CC locked and demolished, but West is doing a lot of damage here. That was a good flash because he knew that Megan was going to try and body block the Q, so he just went right up close to the action. I was surprised how much damage he was doing towards
Yeah.
Duke here. He missed the Q, kind of sad. He couldn't walk up because Oriana was just in a good position to be able to ball him. So that's good. That was a good. I like that Q.
That was really good,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was fun.
And also, West actually underestimated his own damage because he used Arcane Shift the smart way, usually.
Yep.
He just went off to the side, so he skirted around the threat range. Should have just gone forwards, man. Like,
Yeah.
just sort of just gone in there.
Just
onto
sometimes you get
Duke.
surprised at how much damage you do with that
Yeah.
arcane shift.
It's true.
Oh, that's a start. This is hard for IG if they know this is happening. The ward is going to catch them. Oh my
Here
god!
comes Republic. He'll take out Megan immediately, but he may trade his life right here.
Okay,
Yeah,
he got
he's
blown
gone.
up.
Margin Kid. Great taunt coming in from Gimgoon. Oh, the triple knockup as well. Nice shockwave onto West Savoki. He'll zone him away.
Get
Followed by the
off
ultimate from Duke as well. Xiaoyu jumps in. He jumps out. They've lost Gimgoon. They've lost the front line. Kid chasing out Savoki. Oh, burning down
Oh,
one.
Duke.
And Duke, he's looking for more. He's going to get slowed out here being isolated.
That was crazy on both ends. So that was just to start off. Republic, good pick. You know, he couldn't get away from it. He got
Oh, yeah.
blasted. But then it looked like GT was in a good position. But the Oriana ball on top of Rumble ulti solidified that fight. That was just the signing on that contract of winning that game, or at least that fight. So that was super good from him. Unfortunately, West just sat on top of that carpet for a little bit too long. Almost died just sitting there willingly.
Yeah, he's definitely heating up and he didn't notice.
There's like a frog inside. What's that saying? A frog
Yeah.
inside of a kettle? I'm gonna have to double check it.
Kettle of fish. Wrong kettle of fish.
It's like if you're just slowly heating up the kettle and the frog's not gonna get the hell out of there.
That sounds like a Dom saying to me, Raz. I don't think that actually
No.
exists.
Except Dom is so confident in what he's saying before he goes for it. I'm just trying to see if you recognize it. And then nope,
It's true. Nope.
that goes down the
Definitely
drain.
Google a lot of what he says. And it turns out not to be true. Because he says it with such conviction, I'm just like, yes, this is an X. But in the end, it's not.
Hey man, he's right more often than not. I'll defend that man.
Oh,
The battle
The
of play-by-plays.
the battle with the play-by-plays.
I want
Just
to
have
see it.
a play-by-play off. That'd be great.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I think people would pay to see that.
Get around, get around.
The play-by-plays are coming around.
This game is crazy. We have 30 kills in less than half an hour.
Yeah, this game's hilarious.
But it's been like an actual fiesta though. Like I cannot say coming out of this game that IG have played a smart game.
Yeah.
Like I look towards GT and I'm like, yeah, classic GT game. But then I look towards IG and it's like, why are you getting pulled into this insanity.
That's the thing we talk about with IG so often, is that they start these games off so well, and they just always start in the face plant if the enemy team is active. Because IG's kind of just starts to play in autopilot. Autopilot, but mostly I guess they just want these fights happening. So they get baited into these fights. They don't even think about how it sets up. So GT's in a good position for that. Now Republic's in a side lane, and he's just going to constantly look to do this. That's an easy tower for him. But I don't think he's going to leave that until... Yeah, that's a
Bound Dragon. Get out of here.
Yeah.
If no one likes you, bring the money.
So Game Talent's getting a lot out of this tower, and it helps out Republic too, because if he can center more control wards on this top side of the map and look to threaten this tower, then yeah, IG are going to have problems. He's going to look towards saving that one.
Yeah, for sure. There's a cloud going down. Next one's going to be Infernal. So yeah, we're definitely in a drought at the moment. Not had rain for a long, long time. Two shot barrage down mid lane. Interesting that IG are looking for this mid lane siege.
Yeah, it's because Republic was up the top too long. The moment he shows his face, they're going to back away. But they were just testing him. There's no reason for him to continuously push up top. They're going to take that trade and take on mid. So they're just trying to test Republic to see if he was going to make the right choice.
Pushing him into a game at Chicken. Gimgoon bottom lane. He's got the ultimate. Oh, losing issue again. Yeah.
Oh, but these control wards are killing them. I mean, these they need to control wards. I don't think they have any.
They kill it very quickly. Kid, he's chasing down someone.
Oh.
But really nice charm from Republic. Gonna get dived on regardless. Bowler goes wide in with the tidal wave. There's gonna be all of these defensive ults from Republic.
Oh, good
Lays
ulti.
down the ultimate. Here comes Equalizer. Xiaoyu slowing down a couple targets. Kid is low. He can't really get into this fight. Marge chunked out. Republic throwing in skull shots from the side. Xiaoyu doing the same. Gimgoon coming down mid. He's slowed out. Should be the end of the fight.
Yeah, really awkward fight between both of these teams. Mostly because IG couldn't nail down a single person. Now, it was really threatening when Kit came in because he had Oriana's ball on top of him. So Republic needed to get that out of there quickly. He needed to worry about Republic ulti, the Oriana ulti, but he couldn't do it. Oriana ulti was just not a good position there, so he doesn't use it. So Game Talents just completely get out of that situation. Now, Kid.
I was gonna say, his team was quite far behind him with Kha'Zix and Ezra on the way. Would have been a much more even fight than they may have been looking for, but it all fizzles out in the end. And we haven't had kills in a long while, Raz. I was like 25 minutes and it was 30 kills, and it's 30 minutes, still 30 kills.
Because IG's going for a long scale. A lot of the resources that they have is on Kid. So on the Rengar, he has a lot of tank items. He has the Banshee's Veil and the Dead Man's Plate. He's not going to be doing a lot of damage, and so Rookie, he does quite a bit, but he's not in a comfortable position up against Ahri. Marge is in an okay position, but Ezreal is out-damaging him, so they're kind of afraid of their opponents. The only one who isn't afraid is going to be Duke. Duke has just been doing quite well for himself here. So Game Talents are going to be in a more comfortable position. It's IG trying to force the issue so they can just get on top of Republic and kill him, because they have been doing it pretty well thus far.
Rookie now on the side lane. Matching Republic. Neither of them have that TP though. And I'm still waiting for a fight. I don't want anyone requesting a refund on me, because I promised the people it would be an action-packed game, and you've gotten that.
Yeah, it's been pretty
definitely,
action-packed.
it's been a bit of a plateau.
It's an awkward plateau because IG has set up this Baron so well.
So it's a good plateau for IG.
No, it's not. It's awkward because even though they have this, that's
Oh.
good. No, that's good.
That's definitely good.
That's
Yeah,
a
good plateau.
Good,
Yeah.
good column right there. IG, they can probably look towards this with more comfort, but they just don't want GT looking for a fight here because GT is a little bit stronger.
Yep. Gimgoon's pushing down. Okay, he finally ults. Who's he
Here we
moving on
go.
to? It's Xiaoyu. Got Kid jumping in. He tries to finish off Zavoki. Good equalizer will lock him up as well. Tidal Wave not enough to confirm the kill. Gimgoon still within the midst of IG.
But they pulled the Shen out of the bottom lane, and that's a win for IG. They're really healthy, so they could look to shove in and try to go for that Baron attempt again. Zavoki is very low, so he does need to back.
Minion wave taken out, and even the mid outer tower for GT is difficult to siege in at this point in time. But Baron control over to GT, that's really, really good.
Okay. guess I'm surprised IG gave away that position because Gametown's just not in a good spot. Savoki spot.
Spot. Good spot.
They were just not in a good spot, I'll tell you.
Ah.
So they're just gonna they just retake position. I just think they shouldn't have given away their control wards on Baron, but they have the answer. So that's just how the fights will go. It's hard to get a kill, and as I said,
they find a
you.
pick. Oh, the hunter becomes the hunted.
Ah, get
Kid
kill
will
out.
flash away. Excellent. Actually, flash on Rengar kind of sucks not to have.
Yeah, it's very.
Once you jump in, it's just like, well, I either kill the person I'm on top of, or
Yeah.
I don't do anything else.
He's
If
not
they
gonna
run
be-
away, I'm screwed.
Yeah, he's not going to be doing damage in team fights. He's going to commit the full, I guess the proxer of his rage bar on W to just get out. So it's going to be on someone else to do the damage. It's probably going to be Rookie and Marge.
Yep. Duke's been laying down some good equalizers though, and
Yeah.
to be honest, like, we need to start praising Duke at some point because we always just expect him to have good equalizers. So it's just like, yeah, it's Duke. He's gonna do well, but he's so consistent all the time. Like every single time you see him in a game, he's gonna have a CS advantage. He's
Yeah.
gonna be doing a lot of damage. Like,
He's been outputting the most
Yeah.
damage this game
You know?
by far. Just his equalizers have been really on point. Like it reminds me of Looper when he was in the LPL. His equalizers would almost always hit. That would be really incredible to see him just miss an equalizer.
yep.
They're gonna be going in for this one. I think this is just for pressure. There's no way that they'll be able to get a member here. So they're gonna be able to control this and just go straight towards Baron.
Well, it needs to do something fast because Shen is slowly pushing down the bottom lane. Doesn't have Tiamat though, meaning that it will take him a fair while to set up on these waves.
Yeah. It's a team fight, man. I mean, team fight, even with Tiamat into, I guess, his Titanic,
Yeah.
it's still fine for team fights because he still does a lot of damage to the backline. And Orianna and Varus are not that good at defending themselves. For someone just smacking them with a pylon.
Yep.
Should be a pylon.
Wait, what skin does he have?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm just saying that he needs a pylon skin. But everyone needs a pylon skin.
Everyone needs to build additional pylons.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
shall you?
okay.
Stand up. Ah, Rookie. He knows. He sees all with his ball. I couldn't think of another rhyming word, so I gave up. Kid,
yeah, that's
throwing out the middle wave with Marge. And man, it's been 10 minutes since we've had a kill. We had
It's-
so many kills.
Yeah, it's super tense at this point in the game. No one knows who's going to be able to
Because the
take it
stakes
out.
have been raised. If someone dies now, it probably means Baron.
Yeah.
It means something. Before
IG's
it's just
getting-
like a scrap.
IG's getting really good team
Ah.
fights. That was good. So IG's been getting better and better in team fights. They've just been blowing a lot of flashes on these members. Only problem now is Gametown's flashes have come back up. Savoki's will be coming up pretty soon. The only one is Gimgoon, which is pretty good because
Flash taunt.
not having the flash taunt is pretty impactful.
Very hard now to get onto like Marge and Rookie because I actually think all of those taunts that were landing
They were all
were
flash taunts.
from, yeah,
Yeah.
flash taunts. Shari's over the wall. Yeah, get out of that wall with leap. God, it's so tense because anyone who gets caught by any CC ability is probably just gonna die because there's so much damage on both of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, and IG has been the one who's been setting up the higher ground here. They have so much control towards the Baron. It's up to Gametowns to walk in and not get picked by any of the damage.
Yeah. They're forcing the Shen ultimate once more.
They need to get in here.
Yeah, GT need to go.
Oh, they're putting on Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu does not want in on
Really
that.
nice tidal wave for the disengage. Now Kid will turn it around onto Zhao Yu. The shield is all but nullified. Gimgoon, he's looking for the taunt.
Good
Jumps onto
shot.
Kim. Needs to take him out quickly though because Gimgoon's also melting. Equalizer comes down.
Good
Gimgoon's dead.
equalizer.
And now GT need to scram. Need to get out of this one. Great charm. Sombrero on the floor and Republic and Savoki back away. Just the one kill on to Gimgoon so far. Many injured members of IG though. Doesn't look like Baron's on the cards.
Oh, they're going for him.
Savoki is though. Duke wants more kills. He wants to
Fired
make
up.
people up. Kid was assassinated in the background by Zhao Yu.
Oh, Xiaoyu's going to
2
try and
for
go
1.
it.
These split fights are good for him. But Republic
Oh my.
disappears. Rookie just performed a magic trick. West now backing off. He'll land some good cues.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's what we're looking for. Duke slowed down. Another void spike onto Marge. Looking for the snipe. Lands. The heal at the last second from Megan. And Marge barely gets away with that. Should have been a kill.
These are such close team fights, and IG cannot convert that into a Baron. They were so low afterwards, but that was really well played from IG. You can just see how hard this game is for both teams to solidify anything. Game Towns lose a lot of members though, so a lot of gold is going in favor of IG, but that gold has to mean something. This 5K, 4K gold lead really needs to turn into an actual objective. These items are taking a little longer to come through. Rookie is trying to finish up his Rabadon's death cap. Rumble already has one. But good thing is that Marge has finished up his Lord's Dominic. I didn't think he would go towards that one.
Lord Dominic's regards. Yeah, I can definitely see it though. There is a large amount of armor being accrued on the side of GT. But this game is such a... I want to say 50-50 because later this game goes on, gold items stop mattering. And it comes down to just a 5v5. And that's the GT territory. This is what? The 6th attempt at Baron now?
Yeah, the two members who are taking damage from the Baron are the ones who shouldn't be. Rookie's taking a lot of damage.
Xiaoyu's in a great position. Stop the aggression. Republic called out. Oh no, all the ultimates unloaded on Republic.
Such a good bowler from Kid. No Ari means no damage unless West starts to pop off. So we need to see something fresh from West. Xiaoyu's just trying to slow him down. That's fair. This tower should go down. Oh no. This guy's scaring me too.
A little bit dodgy. Duke is following after the Lulu. Gimgoon doing his best to zone, but getting rid of this minion wave is going to be a challenge. Gimgoon will be stepping up, but he's going to receive so much damage. Tidal wave comes across, and with this minion wave coming in, IG cracked the base of GT. And it absolutely annihilate that in him. Good lord.
They're just going to try and slow him down. 10 seconds on Republic. If IG can get the hell out of here, then they're fine.
Xiaoyu is slowing down all of these members of IG.
Oh, they're trying to go for him. No, they're just trying to get the hell out of there. All right. Good response.
Is up, but he's too far away. Yeah,
no,
not gonna happen.
This is a crucial moment. Game Towns, the IG need to back right now. This gives Game Towns an opportunity to go towards Baron. This is going to be the first time they get that. Oh, no!
Oh, no, Kid just popped Savoki. Yep, never mind.
Yeah, they didn't go back. Yep, not happening.
Yep.
IG recognized that. The pings are going down from Game Towns, but those were just bait pings. They don't have Savoki now. But they might still go towards it anyways. No Savoki, not too... Okay, man.
Not again, Republic. Not like this. All right, he'll get out with this one. But it's another defensive ultimate out of Republic. I want to see more from this guy because he was 5-2 once upon a time. And history will not remember that. They'll only remember the laning phase and this moment now.
Yep.
It's how you perform in the end. It's the destination, not the journey.
It's all about the results-based analysis right there.
No. West just broke the matrix. Took up the mid lane wave.
Random encounter.
Yep, random encounter. Many minions in mid lane. I think I should take them out.
Yep.
He's high enough level. He's a good trainer. 41 minutes in. We've had 36 kills. GT are kind of stalling, but they've lost their inhib now, which definitely hurts when it comes to contesting this Baron.
Yeah.
And Xiaoyu has triple control wards, so he has acknowledged the state of the game, which is IG will start Baron, and he needs to either steal, or stop it, or fight. And he needs to be the guy to look for that steal if he is the taking the hero mission.
Yeah. I think IG's making this game a little harder for themselves, but they're just going to go in.
Kid is running after someone. Oh, great equalizer from Duke once more. Starts slowing down all these members. Kid is looking for someone. Jumps on top of Republic. Duke is following once again, but he's down into Zhonya's. Can he turn this one around from GT? Republic doing the damage that he can. Xiaoyu going deep in the back end. He's going to fall over. West, he's untouched right now. Does he have the damage? Kid steps
too many
up.
Members
he should
of
be
IG.
falling into that Guardian Angel. Yes, he does. Gimgoon falling after Rocky. The flash as well. The shielding. We'll go down into Guardian Angel once more. Kid comes up. He goes back down.
Oh, that's a lot
West,
of people, though.
well, has he got anything more for us? Gimgoon again, respawning out of the Guardian Angel. Both junglers exchange. It's a 1-for-1.
That can mean Baron on the side of Game Towns. IG, on the other hand, have something else planned out. They're going to stop the Baron from Game Towns by just rushing up the lane. Oh, wait, what do they want to do? What do they want to do? Because they want to back away.
Just kidding, everyone recalls.
Yeah. Whew. It was getting a little bit too sticky there.
Ooh, these fights are still so close, Raz. Like,
It's getting
look
hard.
at the gold totals.
Yeah.
7,000 gold. You start saying a team dominating position, open inhib. I have not seen a decisive fight since minute like 15.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I
One
saw
for ones,
decisive
two
fight.
for ones.
It's getting harder
Single picks.
for game talents now. Rabadon's death cap on top of Orianna. If he so much as looks at you, if he throws a ball your way, willy-nilly, you are getting chunked. And that was the problem for game talents. They had a lot of HP lost. Republic was still fairly active when he had just about 100 HP to his name. West was doing a lot of work, but he needs to do more.
Well, I mean, that
Okay.
just happened. Republic
Alright.
caught out. Are we even going to use a Gimgoon ult on him? No, we are not. It's not even up at this stage in the game. That may have just cost Baron. Republic, you need to stop getting caught out.
He really does. The good thing on West is he was able to get the last hit on the Scuttle Trap, so they don't need to get a ward in there. Control wards don't mean too much. They know IG's doing it, but
Getting shredded.
knowing is half the battle. Oh my god, where'd he come from?
The flank from Duke. West, he's got the Gimgoon ultimate on him.
They need to
All of
get
a
out of
sudden,
there.
Shen, he'll look for the taunt, lands on Duke. Redemption comes down.
Pressure split. IG are just going to look towards going back to Baron. Marge does not have any mana. Rookie still has ultimate. He's going to go in for a bait. Anybody going to follow up? No, the wards
Everybody
are
in the
pretty
shadows.
thick on Baron.
And even Megan has a Guardian Angel. Not
Yeah.
even.
Rolling in cash.
Yeah, but people need to recognize that getting caught out is a large part of this game in Republic. Like,
Out of all
Three,
the champions. Out of all
four
champions,
times?
yeah. It's Republic getting caught out so often.
no bueno.
That minion wave is hitting up game talent's face. They need to stop it. It's going to be Republic who does it.
IG pulled the trigger once more. Duke is tanking up. He gets these constant shields in. Kid should probably be the one to be tanking, in all honesty. Good equalizer. The
Oh
steal
my
from
God!
Xiaoyu! Oh, he makes it out, and he's still alive!
That's
Unbelievable!
That's 1 HP for the man!
But Savoki, he goes down. West, he face plants the wall, but he'll jump over as well. Republic just survive. You have Baron on 4 members, GT.
How do they do it? 4 members strong of game talents come out with Baron. Fantastic out of Xiaoyu. They lose the Elder Dragon. Unless the man thinks he can steal it again.
Swear to God, Raz.
Is he gonna get a
if
double
Xiaoyu
steal?
makes this
Nah,
happen.
nah,
He's coming
nah,
in.
nah, nah,
He
nah.
puts the
No,
wall
back
down.
away.
He's thinking about
Back
it.
away. He's running too high on adrenaline is what's
Yeah, he's
happening.
not going to take that one today, but ooh, Baron Steel coming out from Xiaoyu. Under-leveled as well. GT, man, we said
Yeah.
it before, I'll say it again. Flavor Text in the 50-50 game win 100% of the time. Do not understand how they do this. And we're looking at almost 4 item builds across the board here, Raz. Look at West, 4 item build. Mid lane as well, like gold is starting to stop mattering, and it's all about these team fights and the outplays. Xiaoyu, big props.
Yeah, the outplays are going to be the big point. West is starting to shine right now. He has finished his Blade of the Rune King. He's doing massive amounts of damage, full item build for himself. Republic is starting to have a brain. Massive for him. If he gets CC continuously, then that's a problem. But if Republic and West can kite back and stop the all-in engages coming in from IG, that will mean so much to them. So we'll have to see if that's the case. GA is down on Kid, so if he dies, he's gone.
Yep. Push down the mid lane right now. Elder Dragon. 3 dragons as well to IG's name, so this is a pretty hefty Elder Dragon. So a fight should be in their favor.
Yeah, and they have a lot of dragons getting compiled onto that. This could be the last fight for IG if they
Yeah.
commit. They would win the fight, but Republic is in a flanking position. 1 pick is all that matters.
He's not been spotted just yet. Keep being revealed. Gimgoon has flash. Very big for them. Makes it hard for IG to step up and even hit this inhibitor.
Just gonna hit him a little bit.
Yeah,
Slap
just
him.
tickle Gimgoon. Gimgoon doesn't like being tickled.
There's a massive wave on the top side of the map in favor of game talents if they can stop this. Oh, that was
The
good from
flank
Republic.
from Republic. He doesn't kill Rocky, but he zones him away. They lose the inhibitor. Do we have the chase?
They can
Ultimate coming
chase
in
this
from
down.
Gimgoon. Do we have anything else in the tank from Xiaoyu? He already used the
Good
leap.
ulti.
Once again, great ultimate from Duke. Does it convert into anything? Gimgoon, take him out, drop him into the
might
Guardian
die.
Angel. Savoki has ultimate. Can he save him? Off to the side. Karzik gets blown up. Gimgun still coming in onto these front lines. Where's the damage from West? It's not good. He jumps away. Savoki should also fall.
That's
Kid
it.
eliminates him. 3 versus 5. Not sure if this hold even happens here.
This is going to be crucial. Good. Oh!
Republic can't die right here. Flash from Duke. He's looking for West. Taking down these carries. He goes into Zonius. He doesn't want to die. First tower falls. Moving on to the inhib. That also taken out by IG. They look for more.
Xiao Yu, Republic, and West are all healed up. This is going to be the last stand for them. IG might just back away here. They don't want to
Baron
deal
minions.
with this.
Not gonna happen. Chum goes wide. Xiao Yu slowing down Megan.
The longer they stall this out, the top lane inhibitor is getting hit up, or at least the inhib tower.
Using that true shot barrage will be skimming these members of IG. No enhanced recalls. Tower very
They should
low.
Stop it.
They're trying their
They know
best.
they're in
West
there. Oh.
cannot get caught. Xiao Yu. Once again arranged for these Void Spikes. All of IG still have not recalled, losing top tower.
This is a lot. The wave
Look at
top
mid
lane
lane.
is still big. You're right.
Assist ping. Anyone.
Why is
not
Lulu the only
Lulu.
one on it?
Savoki might have to ult.
Someone stop this.
There we go. Game Goon's back. Okay.
Yeah, I guess he can do
They
something
can
to it.
still lose this tower.
Yeah, they'll probably lose it. Okay, everyone else game. Okay, we're good. We're all right. 48 minutes into the game. And it's honestly just one fight away. It has been one fight away for about 15 minutes now. All of these fights have just not been turning into an outright victory. West has been living for far too long. And it's so hard to be able to get right on top of him. He's been playing the game of his life at this point. Same with Duke. His ultimate with Elder Dragon empowered, it's just completely wiped out HP for a lot of these members.
I mean, Duke's a beast.
Yeah.
We know this. He never wavers. We would think, that was a bad game from Duke. Nope. Always passable to incredible. That's the only range he works in.
Now, this is a big stranglehold coming in for IG. 2 inhibs down for game talents in both mid lane and bottom lane. IG are really starting to put in the final touches here.
Marge is pretty gigantic. He's even got a Zeeks, I think, on top of him. Oh wait, no, Rookie has the Zeeks. Megan's given him the
you're
extra
right.
AP. Xiao Yu will hop over to Republic.
They're clearing out the flanks.
Flanks
That's good.
flanks could be real big here for GT. It's pretty much their only way to win this fight. We've got 2 flankers. The scene on the ward.
Yeah.
Old bit from Gingoom. It's the last chance to make this work. They're both caught up. Oh, absolutely perfect coming in from IG. They'll finish off Xiao Yu. They'll take out Gimgoon. They'll chase down Republic. They'll get the bowler. And everything is going the way of IG. And it's just them trying to finish off the game. West is just simply not enough in the tank right now. He'll drop 1 into Guardian Angel. Nice Duke out of the way of Kid. But there's just too many damn Guardian Angels. Duke will fry him. And that'll be 5 kills, a 5 for 0, a GT falling down, an IG in 15 minutes close out the game.
Woo! All right. That was the game 1. From both IG and Game Talents, IG had the early game. But you just can't remember how early the early game was, because that game went on for far too long, and Game Talents started to drag them in the mud.
I've got to say, Raz, that I feel like so much of that fell on the shoulders of Republic. The guy gets all of these kills. He has the Ari pick come out. He was definitely set up to be the carry of the team while Gimgoon was put on that Shen. Gets called out 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah.
And that's
Constantly.
unacceptable, honestly,
Yeah.
for the side of GT. Welcome back, Rusty. It's been quite a while since we've seen you, almost an hour.
And it shouldn't have been. Should have been 20 solid minutes of League of Legends action where Invictus Gaming got a clean victory. But no, Game Talents, they always do this. They hit mid-game, they team fight, and they make you team fight. And Invictus Gaming, you mentioned this before we started, Raz, they're happy to say bring it on.
Yeah.
And that's why this game went for so long.
It went for so long because they wanted to just fight. No reason to it. But fighting is what they did, even though they had the lead for all game.
You know, kudos to West. I definitely think he did play well. Republic, you mentioned this, made a lot of mistakes, was getting caught out of position a few times, and the only unfortunate thing to me is he got caught out at the 2 times where it was the worst of times to get caught. And
Yeah.
ultimately, when you look at Game Talents, I can't blame him for getting caught. I actually want to highlight Invictus Gaming's communication and being able to catch him. And the Varus pick is actually the thing that actually locked him down because he outranges the Charm with his ultimate. So the chains lock him down twice, they kill him twice. He needs to flank, firstly. If he's not flanking, then Rookie's not dying. Their front to back is too strong. So Game Talents lose the game because Invictus Gaming are better. Like, plain and simple.
Yep. I mean, yeah, pretty much that.
That is exactly what
you
it is.
can praise IG for getting those picks, but it was also the same player getting caught over and over again. And also, he did try and make those plays a lot of the time, which drew him into those bad positions. Specifically, when we looked at the River fight, he was going in for that, and that actually turned into like 2v2s and 1v1s like all up and down River, and that was all instigated by Republic. So when you have a composition when he is the carry, he is the Ahri, and Gimgoon is on the Shen, that's a problem. I would like to see more priority, and maybe see a flip up there, so Duke is on the tank and Gimgoon on the carry, and see what that does to the dynamic.
That being said, it was hard for him to take up those flanks because IG did a better job at clearing their flanks. So that was a much better coming out of IG, even though it was a long grind of a lot of control wards being placed out and nothing really coming of it. Their flanks were placed down. They were always aware of when Ahri and Kha'Zix were coming through, because one time, if they had messed up that one time, they would have lost those fights.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, right, if they did the Baron Invictus Gaming, they were running the risk of being killed for most of that game. But what they kept doing throughout the game was baiting the Baron, hitting it and forcing Game Talents to come in. And that's why it's so easy to actually lock down the Ahri. It's not even just the vision. It's knowing that he's on a flank with it and then saying, we're hitting the Baron, but Ahri's the target. Ahri's caught by himself. And then the second Ahri gets out or doesn't go into position, they collapse on the rest of the team. And they'll just back and forth incredibly well, IG. It took way too long, I think it's safe to say, with the mid-game shambles that really was from the 20 to 30 minutes. But they still had the right idea. It was just execution that was lacking.
Sure, and you can understand them being a little bit scared, because if they make that one misstep, then GT take the ace and then they finish the game. So it's just like, let's try and play it out slower, because we did accelerate the game so hard. It's 30 kills in less than 25 minutes, so there's more gold under everyone's belt. When you look at the timer, it's actually more like a 40-minute game with the amount of gold that's in that game. Rookie, though, collecting the MVP, 6-3 and 21. Fantastic shockwaves. Great performance in Orianna, I would say rivaling that of Cool's earlier on today.
Yeah, Orianna's been the champion of the day. Strong laning phase, really did outplay Republic really early on. And as the game went through, his zoning ball was really good. Was really keeping Republic back in a lot of ways, in a lot of cases. So that was great from him. Also, yeah, Duke did have a lot of shining moments, so he was good runner-up.
Yeah, I think between Duke and Rookie, they were both MVPs in their own right. It felt like Duke, Kid, and Rookie as the top half of the map were doing a lot of work to secure basically the whole game.
Yeah.
And the bottom lane just had to hold it down. They were getting dove from Game Talents over again. They just had to hold the fort and hope that the other three would actually get by, and they did, and then some.
Yeah, it was just those great ultimates over and over again coming in from that lineup of IG, which eventually netted the win. We'll see you after the break for round 2.
can't hold on to the other side. Cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No.
And welcome back to the LPL for the second game here between IG and GT. I'm just saying, Raz, this is the one loss that we both predicted, honestly, here for GT. And while Rusty is saying it's going to be the 2-0, let's see about that.
Yeah, you know what? 2-1, all according to plan.
Is it?
Yeah.
2-1 doesn't mean you lose the first game. That wasn't a part of your plans.
They lose one of these games. It just so
Doesn't
happened
matter
it was
which
the
one
first
it
one.
is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No worries. But after game one, I see very little ways where Game Talent should be able to come back into this one. The dynamic duo of wrong people, I love it. It was wonderful.
Yeah, you keep talking, Punk.
Yeah, you keep all the way up.
That's all I hear.
I'm seeing zeros on your score. I'm seeing ones on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, man. All right. But moving into the second game, I mean, that game was a lot closer than it probably should have been.
Yeah.
In the end, there was just so many kills happening and IG flip-flopping constantly. Moving into the second game, what is it? A change in draft? Is this a change in how they approach the game? And just saying, let's not get drawn into a million fights from GT.
I think if they are, and IG are the kind of team that will get drawn into those fights, they could shift the draft a little bit to be less elegant and more straightforward, right? The Rumble Orianna was good. It was a pretty good combo. But if they're lacking engage, then the Nami might want to be something else. If they're lacking proper engage, then perhaps the Rengar comes to Elise instead, so they can just hit a Cocoon, and that's a better option for them to immediately go. Because I trust Duke and Rookie to play these really hard champions, but the comp felt too hard.
Yeah, IG had a solid 20 minutes of being in front of Baron, wanting to force a fight, and simply not getting anything out of it. They wanted somebody to be the hard engage, and it was just not happening with how hard it was to get on top of an Ahri and Ezreal. It was simply an impossible task, so you're right. It could simply be put into a Malzahar, even if that's what they want to go. Even going towards the tank in the top lane, I know that Nautilus is one that comes to mind.
And you know, speaking of, there's one of the more unusual things of a Malzahar being banned from IG and then giving over the Lulu pick to their opponents in Game Talent. Small things like that actually increase the length of the game if you're giving them the best champions in their roles. Even if you get an advantage, the champions can start to come back. But realistically, if you're Game Talents, you wouldn't pick Ahri into Orianna, if possible, because you're guaranteed to lose lane at level 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then maybe you get back a little bit of trading pressure at 3 because of your passive, but you still lose the lane.
What is Republic good at now, though?
Victor.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's had some good. That's why I call him a hit and miss mid laner, because he had a fantastic set on the Echo, and yeah, you know, giving him the Echo is a nice point, but he just needs to be able to think clearly at times. And that game, we saw him just not thinking clearly a lot of those times. So I think it could be a mental shift. Maybe they shift on the focus if he's not having a good day towards Gimgum and giving him a proper matchup. Or you just say, hey, you know what? We have faith in you to be able to pick up this champion, but they want to be able to take this win against a stronger team. So they just might shift it just for safety's sake.
Very good chance. Well, I would usually ask for your prediction, Rusty, but I already know what it is. And you're going to be wrong. GT, let's come in for the reverse sweep here in its best 3. IG, trying to close it out. Let's see. Kled, Vandal once more in the first rotation, and Malzahar, followed by Caitlyn. Going instant first pick of Rengar, while on the opposite side we're looking towards a Gragas, Camille, and Jace banouts. And there's the Graves. Hey!
This is a bit of a callback. I feel like you've seen this one before. The Rengar priority towards IG is really relevant. They do not go towards Lulu when given to them, so that's something. This is actually... Is this a joke? I feel like this is... We've seen Rengar, Orianna, Nami. IG's not changing anything.
Why would they?
They're just... Yeah. It's fun to see them just double down on that composition.
But it wasn't the draft that caused them problems in the last game. It was in-game.
Depends on what they believe. And what they could think of is that they want hard to engage. Now, that could still be solved in Duke's pick in second phase. And maybe he goes to a hard engaged champion. But he was doing so well on Rumble that you would say, hey, you know what? We can't just blame Duke. It's not so much blaming him. It's making it easier for a team. But he played a really good Rumble game. They're probably just going to blame it on how they set up the fights. So...
Blame the jungler when in doubt.
Yep.
But feast your eyes on this. Syndra to Republic. So he does have something else in his wheelhouse. It's not just Victor and Ryze every single game.
I'm trying to remember. He played Syndra quite a bit last season, and so it's fun to see him back on it. I just don't remember his performance on that champion. And so maybe he doesn't remember that performance on the champion. Maybe he wants to swap it up. We're going back to a remake on this one.
Duke hanging his head. Come on, man. You screwed this up. Look at these scrubs.
Was it the ban?
You know, have you ever seen
Okay.
Duke? It was a wrong band.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Duke screw up picks and bans?
Never.
No.
Nope.
And what is he? He's a Korean import.
Yeah, he
So,
is.
all these players who are just like, I can't understand the client. Well, Duke comes in here.
No
100
excuses.
Yeah, no excuses.
He's like, I played enough solo queue games to know where the champions are.
These
grinding that
low
solo
IQ champion select players.
Yeah. They're going to have to start giving points to players who pick the proper champions.
True.
Or
Start
docking points.
taking away something from them.
Yeah. Their bubble gum.
Their bubblegum, yeah.
Take the bubble gum away.
There's only a few players who actually have bubblegum. Yeah. It does improve concentration. It is actually like scientifically proven.
Okay.
So when I was in tests back in high school, I would
Mhm.
always chew bubblegum because it helps with memory recollection.
Okay, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool. My memory
Unfortunately,
is...
it's not something that you can really do on cast, but
Yeah, you can't. People would start to get annoyed by you.
yeah.
So what's interesting is just to hit the points about IG's draft once again. So Rengar, Orianna, Nami is something they
Same
just
thing.
yeah they want to go back to that. It's fun to see that. Rengar's just been a pick that Kid has loved. Even obviously when it was broken. Now it's a champion that you can pick against it and have a decent time in the early game. But yeah, they prioritize it quite heavily. Nami is what I'm surprised about. So Nami means that it's opening up a lot of trade champions, which could mean Lucian, could mean Ezreal. They're not really too concerned about having control of the wave. So it's just a response to the Lulu.
Yep. I mean, it's also a similar situation to last game where it was GT picking up Lulu, and then IG saying, well, we don't want the support pool just obliterated by GT, so
Yep.
let's pick Nami.
They could have picked anything. I think, picking Nami is fine in that case. Karma would have been fine too. Usually I just love Karma because you can just do the best of both worlds. You're good for the trades because you deal a lot of damage, but also at the same time you have double shielding. That works quite well with the Rengar. Double speed up too. But it's Megan, he knows his champions more than anything else, and he's gonna be the one that brings up that win rate on the Nami.
That's true.
36%.
That's surprisingly low.
Yeah.
I feel like that a lot. Like, I don't see the champions with these absurd win rates. There's like a 55 on Syndra. I guess that's good, but I only see negatives across the board.
Yeah, there's not a lot of champions unless you look towards Jace. Jace has an
It's gotta be somewhere, right?
unbelievably high win rate. Like, I think it was 76% or something.
Oh, really?
Last time I
Oh,
saw
well,
it.
there you
It
go.
was ridiculous. I guess that's who everyone's just losing to.
Yeah. He's just stomping out everyone else's win rates.
Yeah,
So
let's see.
Fizz ban against Rookie. Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense.
It's not even against Rookie. It's actually just against Duke. Fizz top
Yeah,
has been a
think-
thing now, and so this is the second time they've banned Fizz, knowing that Orianna has been picked here.
That's true.
And there's no
I'm an idiot.
crazy flex pick because the Nami got picked, so you can't say, oh, that's Megan's Orianna support. No, that's just this guy just saying, Duke, get off that champion. So,
Yeah.
that'll be fun to see more people play Fizz top.
And we've even seen Fizz in the mid lane, and when he is in the mid lane, he'll build like a top lane build.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, he does
EDG
definitely
still have-
belong
yeah.
in the habitat.
EDG still having nightmares on that one.
West, double banned.
Ezreal Kog'Maw, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. But there's still a few champions, so Sivir can give you what you want. They're actually giving him last pick
Wow.
if they do lock this in. Rumble has always been a high priority lately, even in the early points of the split. His win rate's going upwards. They just love this champion on the top line.
It's going upwards. It's still 41%.
Yeah.
But
It was
he's
much
up
lower.
against Duke.
Yeah.
So we get to see the other side of the matchup, and that was what I was really excited for. Kennen was left open.
Yeah, that was the banner
So,
earlier.
Well, yeah, that's a thing.
And Kennen is great into them. Give
He
him a little bit of
is.
lifesteal too. I wonder if he goes towards Blade of the Rune King now.
Oh,
So that's a change
Yeah.
that's come in. Makes it better for him. Maybe doesn't give him a lot of attack speed.
is Quincy's good on Kennen?
Ooh, guess it is. Yeah, it should be.
AP, AD. Oh, that's been locked. That's been locked, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucian coming in from March as well. I believe that was banned last time. That's
Yeah.
the final ban that we were just like, not entirely sure. So interesting that the GT would prioritize Rumble instead of taking Lucian. But I guess, yeah, Ashe is open.
Yeah,
So
and
is
they have
Jhin.
higher priority towards their top side more than their AD carry. I mean,
Sure.
it's fun to see. Like it's fun to see them go towards their last pick AD carry, and it's not even a benefit. You're not even looking towards AD carry being the most crucial, influential role coming out of Game Towns. They're doing it because they value the Rumble instead, and giving Ashe essentially like going through all the picks and bans where Ezreal, Kog'Maw was taken away, Lucian was taken away, and Caitlyn was as well. West's really digging deep in his pool. Ashe is not bad. It's fine here. It's much better than what he was hovering before. Jhin gets completely bodied in the new meta. The reason why is because he received a lot of direct nerfs to him. His ulti is a specific one, but like, and then there was of course the lethality nerfs. But then of course Lucian just completely bodies him. So Lucian just has duelist capabilities. Jhin is just not going to be able to deal with it. But it's an Ashe pick, and we'll have to test West if he can land those ultis. That'd be nice to see.
I would, because we have seen many poor marksmen in the LPL. It's like arrows going completely wide, not hitting their marks. But I do want to see Republic as well just have a better game. And Rusty was right when he was saying that like IG's not only composition, but the way they were playing was to shut him down essentially. So
Yeah.
look for the flank, or look for him flanking, kill him, and then go on to that Baron. But still,
A good Syndra and a good Ashe is usually dictated by how the team moves around the map. How smart are they? Usually, for instance, I guess a good example is Prey, because a lot of people deem him to be the best Ashe in the world. And a lot of times he won't be throwing these long-range Ashe arrows unless if he knows for certain it's going to hit. He'll just have his team set up around mid. He's usually just like in mid-range within the same screen as his target, and he always hits it. So being able to set up control wards, be able to get the closest Ashe arrow you can possibly get is always beneficial. So I want to see if this is an Ashe that sets up for long pot shots, or if it's one that's a smart, they center around the Ashe. They set up control wards in the Raver so he can rotate towards the lane very frequently.
it scares me, Raz,
Yeah.
when you say GT have to be smart for
Yeah.
them to win the game. It
Yeah.
scares me a lot. On the opposite side, IG, they have just what I feel like is such a good composition for them, right? Like, they have a winning top lane matchup. Like, Duke even got that without the priority on the Rumble right coming in there. Mid lane's going to be fine. It's Rookie. At the end of the day, he's on Orianna, second time in the row. And I'm fearing that Rusty might be right. It might be a 2-0. My faith is wavering here, Raz. What do I do?
Don't let it waver. At all costs, double down.
Okay.
Even when you know death is certain.
I
Be
don't-
be the captain on the ship.
At all costs, continue using buzzwords.
Yep.
I'm adding that
At all costs.
to Raz Bingo.
Don't do it. You actually brought it up.
I did. I haven't shown it yet because I didn't hit bingo, but when I do, I'll show it. We're close. You've been doing well. You've been doing well this week.
Ah.
We still need a, but yeah. Hold up. Oh, we definitely had an overall.
Yeah, we definitely have overall.
And as a general point, haven't said technically, so I need to catch you saying that.
Haha.
Yeah. Pretty standard keystones. I was looking at keystones across the board there, so pretty normal.
It's a rare game where both junglers are going to have access towards the rafters and not getting it contested.
Yeah,
The
but
laners just want to
starting
start.
it as well.
Yeah. So laners just wanted to start on their bot lane. No random shove into the lanes here, or at least the jungle.
Like a bronze game where like no one protects the jungle, they just all go to lane.
Yep.
And it's like,
Jungler's like,
well,
hey,
if anyone invades, we're screwed.
can
Whoa. Well, yeah.
yeah.
Checks out.
That's
Rookie versus Republic. What are you in
super
it?
good for him.
Yep.
A
That
level
was-
2 gank is always really good for Graves
Yeah.
because he just wants to be able to proc up auto Q and get the Thunderlord's proc, and then Rookie was just like, well, I'm screwed this lane.
I mean, that was a clown gank. That was a clown trade. What is going on? Republic, step it up, my man. Yeah, you were right to jump ship and say Rookie will be bringing us one home because we're in a different matchup. He's still winning. All right, maybe not anymore.
Oh.
He'll burn for his last.
I
That's
didn't.
cookie.
Technically, I didn't say that Game Towns are gonna lose. Yeah, so I do think that Game Towns. I just doubled down on Game Towns winning out. So.
I was talking about the mid lane matchup.
Oh, okay, yeah. Rookie's gonna smash this man. So,
No mercy.
yeah, it's just not gonna look good. He has a pot advantage. Republic does.
Oh, does he Sean Connery?
Part advantage?
Part advantage.
Yeah. Republic definitely
Right.
has a pot on this man, so that's something in his favor.
Well, that's good. So looking at the bottom lane, Marge going up against West here. Pretty equal pots, so not too bad, but Lucian will get big. Oh, that was a real nice like in-lane flank from Rookie.
Yeah, using the vision advantage that he has towards top side. That should just be Republic warding out that area.
He's just a smart player. It's like watching Rookie, just stuff that I just don't see other people do in that mid lane.
This solo, here's the thing about like, for anyone out there who just wants to be able to watch this.
Well, West definitely got caught in that bubble. Instant exhaust comes down. There's the exhaust onto West this time around. Marge turned into a critter. Megan is still waiting away.
Got
The flash
him.
from Marge, but he's taken out by Savoki. Savoki will shut you down, and Savoki will keep on going. Oh, Marge.
Oh, what are you
Megan
still
had the,
fighting for?
He had the bubble. Yeah, that was the Portal combat all the way.
Yep.
So both of the AD carries are dead, and now it's a 1v1 lane between supports.
Marge gets the first blood. That's all that matters here. He's able to come back into lane, and Ash didn't even get the kill. That was Lulu, so works out for Marge, able to instantly get that build roller cutlass. Versus just that Vamp Scepter.
Feels pretty good for Marge. That'll be a nice advantage. Next trade will almost certainly go his way. But that was very close. It was just, in the end, Savoki was able to pick up that kill, but it's not on that Ash, so kind of sucks. Mid lane, Rookie doesn't have a gigantic advantage, but he's just constantly shoving into Republic, which is the other thing. So once Republic hits 6, which will be shortly, I don't even know if he can roam.
This is making it easier for Kid. So the advantage towards him in the lane is not that massive. It's just going to make it so Kid can walk in, do his thing a little easier. He's going to clear up his camp right now. That's fair. But the warding that he's able to output on both in the blue side is definitely helping out.
Xiao Yu is just packing towards 6. He just appeared mid, threw it 1Q, and that was his entire contribution to the game.
Yeah, now he's just farming up. He's not even ahead in farm.
No, I guess Kid hasn't even shown up in lanes either, right? So just check out Xiao Yu.
He definitely sees that ward, but he's not going to kill it because they don't know that
It's
he's
disabled anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, they should know that he's there since it just got disabled, but regardless.
This is scary for Republic, but Xiao Yu was behind him. He's going to help clear out the wave move, most likely.
Yeah, they're not going to look for this. If Xiao Yu looks for a fight, that's
he's a
just-
toxic jungler.
Yeah. This is that one. Okay, so he just helps in the back. It's not even going to be anywhere close to it. Xiao Yu probably recognized that Kid was there for a counter gank. So did not want to go into a fight when Rookie had a lot of HP on him and Republic just had absolutely nothing.
Have we looked at top lane yet?
No, we haven't.
This time it's interesting.
This time it's actually both top laners have went towards carries. It's been the change here.
Forwarded man there in the bottom lane. Man, I want to see top lane. Can we see some top lane? Because Duke is 2 waves ahead. I want to see how he got to that point. He's also gone Cole.
Yeah,
So,
Cole top is actually the standard for Kennen in some of these matchups. They go to Cole because it just gives them more gold. They're just focusing on CS. They're not gonna they're gonna still be able to outtrade. So Doran's Blade is just a bit too much. I guess Longsword's another option. But they appreciate the lifesteal that it can get, or at least life on hit.
Yeah.
That it would give them.
I'm honestly just wondering why we're spending so much time bot lane. We're just watching them farm currently.
Yeah, this game has been a really slow game. Yeah. Or at least a slow 7 minutes. It's just
But
starting
in
up
the
with
bottom lane, like, I mean, top lane's been going at it.
this
Show me it.
flamethrowing.
I can't just judge from the stats.
Oh, he sees him. This is going to be easier for Syndra. She's in position.
It's easier for Xiao Yu because he's 6 already and Kid is not. This is awkward.
Kid
This
getting a lot of
It's
damage.
extremely
here.
awkward.
This is bad for Kid. He needs to go on right
Smite.
Oh.
Xiao Yu gets it. Bubble does not land. Flash out of the way from Xiao Yu.
now. Good flash.
He ultimately burns the flash for a red buff. So worth? Question mark?
I think it's worth. With how the pace of this game has been going, not a lot has been happening. So being able to steal that for a red buff 4 minutes from now should be okay. This is when you get the, save this, clip this, wait for a massive team fight that he dies because he just does not have flash.
It's like Raz was wrong. West is caught out. Bubble lands, but Marge is so far away, man.
Yeah, he was on that massive winning wave, so the wave was there. He was not going to be able to get there.
And he's just like, look, I caught something for you. It's like, I don't care. I just want the farm.
Yeah.
It's like 200 gold on the floor. Republic gets caught out. Republic. Okay, we'll back away. Kid. Oh,
Can probably chase this down.
I mean, there are
Oh.
2 members behind
Oh.
him. Oh, he's got a flash for it.
Wait
He
a
wants
minute.
it. Kid, hello? Republic just turns around. Unleash power. See you later, kid.
That guy, yeah, Republic had double sums. He had Ghost and he had Flash. He was ghosting away, sure. They didn't know that Flash was up. I mean, they knew that Flash was up, so that was just ridiculous.
What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
Don't give these kills over to GT. We've seen what happens if that's the case. Ooh, stun almost landing. Xiaoyu still had collateral damage. Could have been disastrous. But GT, 2 kills. And, man, Rookie's got to be feeling bad about that. The fact that he jumps the lane once more. Republic walks back into mid lane with a kill. And this is like, what?
Yeah.
Why?
I definitely
Xiaoyu?
feel bad.
Oh, Rookie. He's very angry right now. Oh, Megan. Stop. Megan. Stop it.
All right, don't tilt yourself with the support taking the kill. Marge might find this. He used his build water cutlass active, so Smokey should
Relentless
be able to
Pursuit's in like 6 seconds, so he's good. Republic, he's still sticking
Rookie
around.
doesn't
The
have
flash.
mana.
Oh, he dodges the commander attack. He's now out of mana. That could have gone either way, but Republic will get out. Yeah,
Yeah.
you recall all the way back.
He had Thunderlord's proc, so if Rookie got that Q and then auto,
Yeah, he's
definitely
dead.
would have killed him, 100%. That was a good look from him. Really confident. Used his flash for that. That's a little bit risky, knowing how Republic is sending out stun after stun. Hasn't been hitting Rookie, but he doesn't have cleanse now, so that's a risk that could turn into something. Syndra and Graves have been really threatening in laning phase. Because, of course, once Syndra can just throw out her ulti, most of the time it's not going to hit. But what will hit is Xiaoyu just sending out the lazy ulti. The lazy collateral damage that will just get the execution.
10 minutes in, back and forth kills. A little bit unfortunate that Megan keeps accumulating these kills on Nami, but it is what it is.
That's his life. He looks towards his team, shrugs, says, I can't, you know what? That's
I'm
just,
sorry, I just
yeah.
had to ebb and flow in that one moment when
Yeah.
everyone had an opportunity to kill him. Sorry.
I just can't hide. No.
Duke, flash. Exchange is flash. Ah, it was because Kid was also there. Felt like maybe he could hit a bowler.
No, that's good for Duke, because even though it's a flash traded in both ones, Rumble's flash is gonna be much more meaningful, especially since he's been getting pressured in this lane. Gimgoon was just really afraid because if the wave came into his turret,
Yeah.
he would have expected a dive. The dive was going to be unavoidable. The only thing that was avoiding it, obviously, was Kid was not there. He just didn't know where Kid was at the moment. It's safer to assume that Kid is still in the area.
Duke's also very difficult to deal with for Gimgoon, not only because of the matchup, but he's completed Wit's End, so good luck doing damage to him now. He's going to be sapping that magic resist from you.
We've always seen changes in the Kennen build when it comes to the top lane sometimes. Where, like, Wit's End has been a lot more frequent, so you just go towards the Wit's End top lane. But then a lot of people, especially against... Oh,
What?
no.
Republic unleash power into Rookie. It's not enough damage just yet. Wildgrove.
He's got the squad.
There's a big Syndra. He is floating towards Rookie. Ah, there's the lazy ultimate
Yep,
you're talking
right
about.
there.
How you just sprays him down.
The couch potato just sits down and sends it over.
Yeah, that really is the couch potato of ultimates. Even more potato maybe than Republic's ultimate.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
They're both just sitting it down.
Whoa. It's going off stage.
That was still a good... Ooh, Savoki might be taking the brunt of
Megan,
that.
yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Remember, he doesn't have that wild growth. Look,
Whoa.
big stun out there
Gimgoon.
from Republic, and Gimgoon just goes wild. March backing away. He's been slowed down, and West is coming for you. Xiaoyu finished him off with a shotgun blast to the face. And 2 kills. GT have the early game advantage.
2 minutes into this, and suddenly Game Talents just turn it up. Rookie gets demolished because he just doesn't have Cleanse and Flash. You're not always going to have Cleanse and Flash, so the one moment that you get picked off, it's really, really damaging. So he goes down, mid lane goes down. If they get this Dragon too, yeah, it's just going to be Game Talents with a clear lead at this point of the game.
There's the Ruin Kings on both ADCs. What do you think Duke's going for? Blade the Ring King 2? You got double longsword?
He might hold off on it. Yeah, actually, the double longsword can really go into Blade of the Ring King at this point.
What else
So,
does
yeah,
it go
There's
into?
nothing
'Cause
else.
Doesn't go into Runan's Hurricane.
Yeah, has to be Blade.
Republic is setting up. Duke does not have Zhonya's. He's gonna wall him off. Duke pops the ultimate. Republic's
a kill
tanking
on
tower.
Republic.
Oh my god, Duke, you cannot
He's got
gank
a
this
stun
man.
on
Turn it
Gimgoon.
around. The 1v2.
Duke! Stop, man!
Do not gank the Duke. You can gank Savoki, he'll die, that's fine. But Duke continuous outplays every single time he's put up against it. He'll make it work.
He will. You just sped him up to the second item. That's exactly what just happened. Yeah, let's get a replay on that one. So they think they can take him down. The wave is gone. This is them going for it when the tower is still aggroed. He moves away from the spheres, and so he just doesn't get stunned. Of course, his ulti's going to get that stun, and he already has 2 procs onto Rumble, so just getting that second stun, extra bit of damage, going to be able to solidify that.
Oh my lord. Well, we were definitely saying the GT had the big advantage in this game, but Duke in the top side, a threat that you cannot underestimate ever.
Yeah, he will be able to carry this game forward with 0-2 on Rengar. Rookie is 0-2. 1-2 on Mark, so he's able to get that kill really early on in the game. It's really all on Duke to be able to continue to push this game forward. He is doing incredibly well and just soaking in the pressure. I'm afraid GT is going to wise up and then not put down that pressure towards top side again. Next time, Kid will probably be there. They should look to just completely pressure towards bot lane. Bot lane tower is still available for Margin Megan. The Xiaoyu's coming in on this one. Smack.
Whoop. Kid caught out. Here
Here's
comes
the
Duke. Run away
worry.
from Duke. Duke's gonna get you. Gets the stun off onto Xiaoyu. Equalizer will slow down Kid. Oh, he flashes away.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
had
scared
to.
of Xiaoyu's couch potato ult.
Yeah, he didn't want the potato to hit him.
No. Wave goes. Is there going to be another tower to GT? I think so.
Okay. They bring the full members up there. Good zoning cue from Rookie. But yeah, that's a tower on the top side of the map. Game Talents are able to continue that one forward. They stumbled just a little bit earlier on, but they're not going to make that mistake again. Duke had to respect the pressure coming towards the top side. They're able to take that tower, so. Onus now is on Rumble to be able to play smart. Gimgoon is in a longer lane now, debatably. Just take a look at this Lucian. He's probably not going to show himself. He might just lag behind. No, he's going to show himself. They're going to get the instant shove out here.
Gimgoon does not have ult. Xiaoyu is here to assist.
I'm ready for
Summon
the potato.
control ward. Arrow.
Oh!
Oh, the way that hit onto Duke. Duke will finally fall, but it took a weird arrow to take him out.
That is definitely weird, but we've seen weirder. The range on that, the animation, you can never tell if you're just getting clipped or if you're out of the range,
It's like
but no.
more cute. Yeah,
Yeah.
like dark binding. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you can kill him.
That's it. Send the long range arrow
Hit
there.
him with the spaghetti code. You can't fight back against that, Duke. There's no outplaying spaghetti.
You can't do it.
Megan. He's actually good. He didn't even have to burn flash. I'm surprised at how good he was.
I'm generally surprised, yeah. Marge was there to back him up, so he was threatening him with that Lucian, saying, I'll help you out too. Oh, they're trying to get this man. Okay, let's go.
Duke is angry.
Republic is
Also
doubling
been popped
down.
by a Kid. Knocks away Duke, but where are you flashing to, Republic? You tried to turn around to Duke, but it's got too much magic resist.
Yeah, he was pushed
Hello?
up far too long. When I initially saw Sinja rotate towards the bottom lane, she was trying to defend the wave at her tower. That was 3 waves ago. She just kept going on.
It's
She
like,
is
I need
not a split
another
pusher.
one.
Yeah, another wave.
Another one. Oh,
Oh, potato!
what? He flashed it.
Yeah, I've never seen that mechanic before. Insane flashing mechanics.
Insane. Yep. You've just activated Duke's Enrage mode
Oh,
before GT was ready. Gimgoon, he's caught up by Megan.
he's not going to be
Marge as well.
back on.
No, he'll pop the ultimate, but where are you going? Oh, he's got Savoki.
Drill him!
Drill him! Give him the drill!
Ah!
Oh, yeah, give it to him.
He's going in
Turn
there.
it around. He wants another one onto Marge. Hit him with a harpoon. Give him the drill,
Oh!
goon.
Oh,
Give him
no!
the drill. Turn it around. Flame him. Oh, Savoki, last auto attack.
There
yeah.
we go.
Get it.
Good roam from Savoki.
Uh-oh. Oh, well, this is awkward.
Yeah, he's probably gonna have to
Alright.
commit to. Oh, he can't even commit suicide.
He wants to. Yeah, he
Ah.
needs to commit Sudoku. No,
There you go.
No.
Okay. Didn't give the assist over to Rengar. That's the only thing that he can come out with. Bring home and say, you know what? This didn't happen. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been worse. It's still technically a 1-kill advantage to GT with 2 towers, so they're actually ahead. Plus they have the dragon. There's another one coming up in 20 seconds here, Raz. Ah, this was the kill onto West.
I didn't even see this one.
Me neither. Oh.
Oh,
wow.
he just
Yep.
doesn't stop. He kept going. Oh, and
Oh!
this. All right.
It's Neo. He was the chosen one.
This is just as the
Unstoppable.
battle ended, too. It was not even a... yeah. All right. Not even a random occurrence because it got happened. That's fair. All right. Dead man. Cleanse did go off of on Rookie, but it's going to come up fairly soon. That's a really cool cooldown.
I'm always just pausing, waiting for a gank. There's so many people lying in wait so often in these brushes. What? We're trying on to Game Goon. Duke is the one attacking the tower, though. This is not great. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Duke saying, where was team?
Benefit of this is that IG will be able to deny the wave there. They won't be able to take this turret because there is a threat in the mid lane that they have to answer to.
Second dragon to GT. That's pretty nice. And it's a mountain dragon. Next one's going to be Ocean. Finally get a bit of rain. Bit of a drizzle.
Might calm down the fire.
Yep. Definitely going to be very nice. Wow, this bot tower is dying so quickly.
Yeah.
Probably they just took an inner tower there from GT.
Took a long time
Wow.
for IG to reset on that top lane wave, so GT were able to get a lot. Waves in the mid lane, sure they got counteracted by Orianna and Lucian, but the shove that Syndra has been out putting on the bottom side did turn into that tower. So split push Syndra has its benefits when the members are just not there to counteract it.
Clearing out mid. And still 2 tower advances to GT. They have the gold advantage. And we know that GT can always fight back in the team fight, regardless of the gold. Like, they were consistently 5,000, 7,000 gold behind last game. And they were still winning fights or going even. So, if they're ahead,
God,
you've got to look for picks. And IG play it well. The arrow misses from West. Very close, though. And it's enough to signal IG's retreat.
Very nice from IG. They decided to play it safely. Had they just went in on it, West's ulti would have hit, and it would have been a counter engage coming in from game talents. They're going to play it farther back. 20 minutes in, Baron is up, but that's just going to be silly if they decide to hit it.
A little bit ridiculous. Yeah, Rookie's out of mana, so Xiaoyu knows he can move forwards. And I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with Xiaoyu in this series. Oh, bottom lane, Duke is looking for the stun. He's gonna get another one soon onto Game Good. Turn it around, Equalizer. Duke. Oh, he takes a tower shot as well. That turns around. Shuriken to the back of the head.
He should be able to take this tower. He wants to play it safely. Doesn't know where the members are currently because the wave got pushed in mid, so they could be anywhere. So he doesn't want to continue to stick down the bottom lane. This is something you have to worry about. He's going towards Frozen Mallet. Some cannons have gone towards more lifesteal, like the Bloodthirster, so it's difficult to kill them. Rumble will burn them, but slow burn will never work up against a lifesteal champion. So he's not going to go towards that here. He's going to just try and be able to slow him down in a longer lane. So that's just something Gimgoon wants to be able to get out of there, obviously. Onus is on Duke to continue the split push and get more kills under his belt. Best case scenario is that they put too many people towards the cannon and try and kill him. IG already have a lot of pressure here towards the Baron. They should be able to rush it if that does happen.
And Duke just draws so much pressure as well, you know. It's not like Gimgoon got a particularly good matchup for himself. If Duke was maybe on the Shen, this game would look very different. But then I guess they were still diming a Shen, so it was just Duke. He just does these things where he outplays you on a mechanical level. It's been a big test for Gimgoon, so it's pretty cool we got to see this matchup.
Game Talents have to start up on this Baron. Rumble's in a really tough spot because Duke has started this push really quickly.
And he's going to take that tower as well. Duke, Gimgoon rather, had to respect and go all the way around to that tower to its defense.
He's going to be able to take free shots at this.
Tidal
IG.
Wave. Oh, they were sat on top of a ward, so Voki's probably going to pay for it. Here's the culling. It's going to hit both of them. Wild Growth used. Kid backing off, heads into the brush, maybe looking for a turnaround. Ash Arrow is going to be loosed.
Oh, good dodge.
Good dodge by everyone from IG. They'll back away. Republic also did not find anybody. And Duke, locked in this 1v1, is only good things for Duke.
Just want to see the tower HP. Pretty low.
Yep, down to half. Ticking away slowly. I mean, that's just, there's nothing Game can do.
Yeah, Game Talents are trying to trade up.
It's no minions.
Idea.
Kid flies in. Oh, hits the bowler. Yeah, he really wanted to go in on that, but there's not enough people there, or close enough.
This is bad. Rumble backed away. He could be looking for a TP play. It's either that or he's going to defend, but he cannot
Tower's
defend
gone,
that tower.
dude.
It's all gone. So it's going to have to be the in-hit tower now to keep moving up the lines.
Yeah, looking for the trade on the top side, but IG's defense is a little too strong. GT back off. What do they look towards? Vision, secure the area. They didn't pull the trigger on Baron. And Duke is getting so many objectives for his team. GT were 2 towers ahead for a large portion of this game. Just Duke being Duke is just taking towers.
Yeah.
He'll probably move anywhere, honestly.
Game Talents are making a power play.
Beautiful ultimate from Rookie. He'll take out one. He's looking for another onto Republic. Cutting comes down to Voki will be falling as well. Oh my god, Rookie.
Good God, that was a play that Game Talents were looking to make. Gimgoon had rotated towards this mid lane, but that was a shock and awe moment. IG were able to take it with a grand and a fantastic ulti from Rookie.
Take a look at Baron here, Raz. It's just being shredded down. And I don't really see what Gimgoon can do about it apart from just laying down the equalizer and just praying.
Let's see if the tick hits. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, unless Kid is extremely bad at smiting, I don't see how it's going to be stolen.
Okay.
And he did carry on pushing in mid lane. Maybe the play was just to keep on shoving mid and see what damage he can do against the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, perhaps. They did have Ash. It was an option. It's hard for Game Talents. They needed to play a little more patiently with how Gimgoon wanted to set up towards the next fight. They were looking to all in, but then, yeah, they just got all in on. They got caught out by the Orianna ulti. So.
Yeah, I mean, what an ult as well. Like, Rookie, absolutely perfect. Oh, 3 men grouped up. I'm out of vision.
Oh,
You
even
want a
caught the
flash as well? Unbelievable.
Good God. All right. And so this was easy. The culling just demolished his Republic, and Saboki was just next. So doesn't matter that Rumble took the long journey towards the mid lane. The only thing he had to do, or at least could do at that point, was clear wave and send an equalizer towards that Baron that was not going to be able to do much.
I think we just have to reiterate the point that Rusty was talking about on the desk, that Rookie and Duke, 2-pronged assault. These 2 players are just too damn good.
Yeah.
Outclassing their opposition. And we've seen a play from both these players in this game. Duke with that 1v2. Rookie killing all 3 members right there. Like, these 2 members alone on IG are really what make IG IG.
And we just want to see another member that isn't Gimgoon who will be consistent, not so much carry, but reliable teammate. So West had that one game.
A backbone.
Yeah, Republic had a few games. He will showcase a lot of high moments, but if you've seen that last game, that's exactly one of the examples where he can become a reason why they lose.
Yeah.
So they just need a member that isn't Gimgoon that they can work off of.
Oh, with Cold Republic once more, and the shielding and the wild growth just simply not enough. There's too much damage from Rookie. He'll chase down the rest
Marge
of the team.
is going in.
Oh, look at West. Marge is turning it on. Fancies himself as Uzi 2.0 right here. Oh, Duke's in
come
from the
on
side.
now.
Yeah, surely not. Xiaoyu should be able to punish him. That was a little too feisty. Gimgoon will come in here with a flame spitter, but he's caught in the Aka prison. Rookie comes forwards. He looks for another one. Gets the order.
Okay.
Dodges
Okay,
Xiaoyu.
Duke.
Oh,
All right.
he's turning it on.
Keep
2
going.
more kills. He's looking for the 3rd here as well. Hit it with the ebb and flow. Get in there, Rookie. But it's not going to happen. 3 kills, middle tower, and IG are in such a dominating position now.
You're talking about outskilled. That was an outskilled moment from Rookie. Duke died, sure. Yeah, he thinks he's AP cannon for just half a second. I can understand that. Doesn't have the damage. But IG are starting to take this one home. That was a fantastic moment for Rookie's just turning it up. He has a lot of damage now in the Luden's Echo and Rabadon's Death Cap. Should be getting the Void Staff next. But they are just dying him really quickly.
Yeah, Rookie's a monster. Rookie's just gonna win this game from here on out.
Alright, this is
Cyclone
when it
just
gets a
won
little...
this time. Oh yeah,
a
we
little
had to get to
crazy.
see Duke. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was instantly exhausted. He was like, ah, no. He didn't even auto attack once. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely thought he was AP. If he was AP, all of them dead. Not gonna happen then. But Rookie does save this situation. Able to kill him here. Flashes out of that one. Xiao Yu's dead. So that was really good from him to be able to outplay that moment.
Yeah, it was very close to being another kill onto Zavoki. Just adding insult to injury more than anything else. Wouldn't have meant all that much in the end, but IG now even in towers. And Duke is back in the bottom lane, and still no one can deal with him.
It's good that IG is playing it patiently. Nice Baron power play. But they're playing it patiently on the top side of the map because they know that Kennon's just about to upput the pressure here. It's interesting that they put Syndra here. He's finished off his frozen, or at least he's almost there. He's got the components of the frozen mallet. So he should be able to take the full burst of Syndra. Should be quite comfortable in taking that in, that 1v1.
Yeah, I don't think it really comes close. Kid was ulting for effect. Top tower goes down because of it. Duke pushes in the wave. And objectives have been picked up by IG. That's all they really need. Dragon spawning in around 3-4 minutes. Taking everything away from this jungle. Nothing will survive.
Yeah, just giving it a hold for Orianna. There we go.
Rookie.
So IG, they found themselves in this position before. They're looking really good at this moment, but they have to play it disciplined. They can't find themselves losing leads, can't find themselves losing Barons off steals. Game talents will always stick in it, and you have to focus on the game at every minute, because game talents can turn it on a dime. We've seen it before.
Oh yeah, too many times.
Yeah.
I think this is a slightly different situation though. I have a lot of faith in both Duke and Rookie to make it happen. And we can't even discount Marge. He is 4-3 and 4. Has 3 items plus a QSS.
Definitely a better game coming out of Margin. When IG's bottom lane starts to perform, they look unstoppable. So that's an issue where then we're looking towards the bottom lane to play a little bit more consistently here.
Yep. I mean, it is 40% of the team, right? So 40% of the team playing better, of course, going to make a big impact. But GT, where's the comeback going to come from here, Raz? Xiaoyu, Gimgun? West hitting an arrow onto a key member?
It would have to be, I will say Republic. Republic right now has a lot of damage on
Republic was screwed.
Hmm?
Republic is so far behind in this game. He's not even going to come close to blowing anyone up.
Yes, but he still has the utility. So if he can just, he can get a sphere, be able to
for
stun
bolt.
somebody. Yeah. That's all really I'm looking for is the sphere. Then you can really stack it up with the Ash Arrow. They're just building up on it. It just need that one member. Marge has QSS, so it can't be him. Has to be Orianna. So that's asking a little bit much. But they need to pull out that miracle to take this victory.
No. It's seeing in what form that miracle comes. GT seems to be gifted many of those opportunities for some bizarre reason. Or maybe they're just good at finding them, drawing IG in.
IG's really waiting. It's going to probably turn into a Baron. That wasn't the plan initially. They wanted to wait for the split push to really start to cripple Game Talent. But Game Talent has been doing a better job.
Wow.
Nice dash in. Like that style.
Yeah.
They've been doing a better style at keeping Kennen at bay. So now that Baron is coming right back up, there it is. That's something that Game Talents are going to have to push for.
I want to see Marge with the mechanics. Soon hit towards that level 18 mark. Chain those
Oh, that's all.
abilities.
Yep. We always want to see that. Sometimes the games just are over too quickly, so you just get the same Lucian you always have.
Yeah, mid-game Lucian, boring, but late-game Lucian with all of the animations coming in.
What I love to see was Uzi when he had it, because he had his dashes come shorter. He didn't go for the full range dashes, so he can output the double shot
Yeah, faster.
much faster.
Yeah.
That was great to see coming out of him. Looks like, rum.
GT are huffing it.
Oh!
Oh, flash out of the way of the ultimate.
He
Rookie
got him!
caught out in
No, he
place.
didn't.
No, he definitely
No,
did
he
not get
didn't.
him. He's still alive. How are you still alive, Rookie? And Duke will turn it around now. It's Gimgoon. He goes down into the Zhonya's. The rest of the team trying to provide cover fire. Gimu returning with the flame splitter on low lemons from IG. But here comes Duke. Duke is gonna murder everybody in here. 4 people died just like that. And we didn't even see Mod go up, but he definitely did. Shall you run away, hit the blast plant, but Duke will follow you to the ends of the earth. And I think this may even be game.
Yeah, that could be it. What an incredible outplay from Rookie. He survived for so long, even was able to output the damage as he was just 100 HP. That is how you win the game. These are fairly long death timers coming out of game talents, so they're just going in for it.
Might be double inhibs.
Yeah, they might just be taking double inhibs. They're splitting up the pressure. I want to see what Marge ends up doing here. He could just be joining up with the bottom lane. The pings are coming down. There we go. Yeah, just going to be double inhibs for that.
We spawn on Republic. If he dies, that actually might just be game, but oh, they are respecting GT respawning here, so...
Damn, we saw how much damage he was able to output on top of Orianna, so
That's true.
They're starting to see how much he's able to do.
I don't even know how he still survived. I mean, I know Redemption came down, and I think Megan healed him, but...
He was able to just dodge one sphere. One of the spheres that were coming through to be able to finalize the kill, he was able to just kind of dodge to the left. We're going to see it right here because this was so crucial. Republic goes for it. This is incredible.
Of course it will, yeah.
Right here. Oh, he just stood still.
He actually dodged 2 spells.
Yeah. So that was insane from him, and that's just when IG is able to take it because game talents have used so much to be able to take that kill, and then Orianna comes right back for it just to burst out rush. So, even,
Let's see what Marge does. Oh.
Yeah,
Last hitting god.
Yeah, there we go. He's got him.
He's a good CSer. So yeah, that's all it was in the end off the back of that fight. And yeah, Duke. Oh, last time we checked in his line build, he's finished the Frozen Mana and he has a GA, so he's full build.
Oh yeah, okay, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep,
All
cool.
right. Oh.
Yep, that happened.
So you're just gonna start up on this fight.
Tidal Wave.
Yeah.
I mean, GT really had to pull the trigger on something, and he's getting chunked out of the fight. Goodbye, West.
War
Ultimate.
Republic.
Oh, Republic Ultimate, eat your heart out. But he's actually found Kid. GT find the first goal, but Gimgoon is down. That is really huge for IG. Redemption and all in fighting spirit. Whereas Republic, no way he can contest. All right, Xiaoyu, you did it last game. Let's see if you can make the steal happen.
They don't have a tank to be able to do this. Damage isn't coming down so much, so Xiaoyu's going to be looking for this. They don't have a jungler. IG should just back away.
They didn't go for the 50-50. They had, I mean, Kid's down, right? So it's Xiaoyu with a very easy steal. But base is being shoved in. There was an argument for them sticking around and actually just trying to finish it off.
What should have happened is feint that you're walking. Oh, I mean, they're just going to walk around them.
No.
Savoki. Oh, slowed.
Bald.
Oh. No, get out of there. Oh, excessive.
That was unnecessary. But I guess it'll be up for the next fight. So, Marge will take the dragon.
That's 40 seconds. IG can just go towards the Baron once again. Kennan's in the bottom side of the map, so what should happen is... Oh, wait a minute. He's going for it again!
Rookie caught out. Good job, Republic. He finally gets the pick, and it works out for him. Uh-oh, here comes Kid, though.
Oh, they're all
Duke's
going
on his way. This might be a one-way trip, a suicide mission. Kid caught out. He'll go down. Megan being followed after. Republic is sitting on top of this blast plant. Here comes Marge. How much damage can he do? Turns on to West. It's a 1-for-1 fatality.
It's Duke versus the world, a.k.a. Xiaoyu and Republic. Is he going to even go for this? He shouldn't. That'd be too much to ask for.
Get in there, Duke.
But Duke can't do much either way, so we're just at parity. That was really good from Republic to find Rookie. He's gotten himself a lot of gold off that, so he should be at full build now. Still has that mangy Doran's ring still up there.
What's with that?
Yeah, that
Get
needs
some
to,
control wards.
That really needs to get out of there. That's a coach just...
That's a tilter right there.
Yeah, that's him
Whenever
just
I see
yelling at the
someone in
screen.
solo queue and they have a Doran's ring when it's late game, at this point in the game, and not buying control wards, instant tilt.
Yeah. You know, there's the excuse for Doran's Blade, where you're like, well, it still gives you percentage lifesteal. That's going to have a little bit of something as the game
In the
goes
late
on.
game, sure.
Yeah. But then there's Doran's Ring. No, not at all.
I have fun with that 4 mana on every creep. Excellent.
You're gonna have
yes,
fun.
you definitely needed that, didn't you?
You don't need it.
Oh, he bought Neosy Large Rod.
Oh,
well,
thank goodness.
during the meantime, he could have been buying control wards, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Agreed.
Play the team game, Republic.
Lulu still has potions. Potions were meaningless, I'm going to be honest. Get that potion out of there.
What else is he going to buy? I guess just like a component of an item.
Yeah.
Though biscuits do equal a fair amount of health.
Oh, they got
Arrow
good.
onto Kid. He just had the Guardian Angel. Oh, where did Republic go?
Cannon is taking the bottom in him
not
as well.
like this. Xiao Yu, he's chasing forwards, and no one is really taking damage right now. This is really weird. Marge, he's finally managed to get to
this
the
is
lead game good
deja
on
vu.
the double tap. Here comes the kill. West returning fire though, and Xiao Yu eliminates one onto IG. This is
Toss
actually
needs to
turning it
back.
around. GT, they find another one.
Game Talents needs to back right
Oh wait,
now.
Duke's on the base. Someone needs to go back. Kid is just
They're
distracting
keeping him
him.
in.
Yeah, you can kill him, but he's got a Guardian Angel. West and Savoki have to stay around. Duke's onto the second Nexus turret.
He can
Xiao
kill
Yu, get
Xiao
in
Yu.
there.
He can kill Xiao Yu. He needs
Chasing
to
after. Yeah, you go back to base. He needs to clear out these minions. That's the biggest thing. Duke's going to get some more damage on top of it. He's in the
Okay.
smoke screen. All right, finally, we get the defense. 4 members die there. And this is actually not really... This is not good for
29
IG.
seconds. Wow, these are long death timers. They're not going to be able to get the game. They don't have the wave for themselves.
It's happening, Raz.
They're not going to win the game. Like they just don't have the numbers. But they're able to get the inhib, and that's good enough. They should probably just go towards the top lane inner turret and just take it down. They probably don't know how much it has respawned, or at least refresh in terms of HP.
Is this not a Baron play?
Could be. Yeah, it should be. 16 seconds on Kid. Sure, that's 4 members up for IG, but Game Talent should still be able to go for it.
Great honey fruit timing as well. He's over the wall. Xiao Yu's coming in. That's so much damage. Republic will just provide what damage he can with his abilities. Look how fast Savoki and West are coming through this one. And it's
Wow.
gone. Instantly gone. GT, how do they keep doing this?
This should have been a clean game from IG. They had taken this game, and it looked very easy. I mean, sure, Republic and bottom lane had a little bit of a tipsy problem in the mid game. But it was Duke that was carrying incredibly hard. He is 7-3 and 6. Yeah, this is a good one where Republic, sure, rookie kind of survives, but this just, he just deletes Syndra.
This is a 5 versus 4 from here on out, but it's a 4 versus 4 actually because Duke is in the bottom side.
Yeah. So IG should have looked to completely disengage and just wait for the back timing. But Marge smells blood, and Marge keeps going in. Gets 1v1. Xiao Yu's doing a lot of damage at this point in time.
Xiao Yu's doing
Does
so
he
much
have
damage.
crit?
Holy,
I want to see his...
he does.
He has a lot of crit.
What the heck? He
Ah.
has so much crit.
He probably should have kept track of that, man.
Yeah.
You guys blasting
I was
people.
like, wait a minute, why did he hit him for 600 damage? What?
Yep.
Turns out he's gone for double crit item. Yep.
This guy is
Scary.
yeah. Okay.
Nope. Got the sidestep, got the moves.
But
Well,
GT's able to push him out because there's there's nothing on the opposite side of the map. IG's looking to prepare for top side because that's the proper thing for them to do with the split pressure of Cannon. Just going in the bottom lane. This is still IG in a power play moment where both inhibs are down. Duke is in a great spot where he can completely pressure through bot lane and try and flank top. Or just try and go for the last Nexus turret. So IG can still get the crushing blow. They're still in an advantage, but the team fight looks to be in Game Talent's favor.
Duke just drawing so much attention in the bottom lane though. It means that IG can push up the top side, they're pushing in mid, they're playing it slow. Elder Dragon's up in 35, so it may just be pressure up until that objective comes up for IG to start pressuring towards.
Yeah, they should have pressure now. So Yuki's doing a good job at keeping the wave in, just constantly pushed in. Duke is having a harder time because, of course, of the Baron. So yeah, you're right in that the Baron is going to be able to stall that out just a little bit. It's going to be a little harder. They might even just cancel out each other, the timings of both the Baron and the inhibitors in the bot side of the map. This is hard. It's going to have to come down once again to these team fights. Elder Dragon.
Should be started here. Yeah, it's gonna happen. And you only need Marge there because he's got so much percent damage. This will fall relatively quickly. Yeah, it's just gonna go with the IG. Get no contest with GT.
Game Talents are just trying to do it once again, as it was like last game, trying to stall this game out until the point where their inhibs are up, and they just can take that one team fight.
Yeah, I mean, middle inhibitor's down, right? So one team fight and it's game.
Yeah. So, fun point. Lulu does have Ardent Sensor. She's going to be looking to get Ashe, be able to burst out some auto attacks. Ash is doing a lot of damage at this point in time. Also went towards Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, late game Ash.
So Ash in the late game always just bursts people down. So if they can get Rookie down, that's great. But they get outranged by Rookie. Now Rookie can just demolish. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Rookie can arrange a lot of the pressure, a lot of the damage that they're looking for. So both Ash and Graves, sure, they can pop people. But they need this man, they need Rookie to not be able to burst them down with just ulti alone.
Marge balls of steel, by the way. He's like approaching the tower, no minions at the stage of the game with no Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
Going at the minion waves, that was some nasty wave clear. Kid is being shoved back, but look at Marge.
Oh, that was
Take that,
crucial.
minions.
Yeah. So 2 members are still on top of Cannon. Duke is bringing in 2 people. Now Syndra's looking for his top side, so this could be easier to defend. But that's ulti off of Rookie. Rookie didn't accomplish anything with ulti.
Yeah.
And the inhibitors are coming up, so game talents are technically in a good position if they can hold this push right now.
Oh, you moves forwards. They're keeping the tower alive for now. Marge down to half. It will be cracking soon. Republic, he's looking for a target to ult.
He's going in.
Xiaoyu's charging forwards. He'll actually flash back. May have just baited his team. Kid
Oh,
dropping low.
Kid.
He still has his Guardian Angel, but no one's there to save him. Xiaoyu chasing after Megan. He's got the life steal. Oh, a lot of damage coming in from Rookie.
But Duke, he's still taking, he's going for the 2 inhibs.
Chasing
He's
down
actually going for
Gimgoon.
Gimgoon.
Wait, what is he doing now? Oh, he's backing
Oh.
away because the cavalry has arrived. Chasing out the rat. Okay, so we keep the top tower alive. We keep the base tower alive. We killed Kid.
Duke is forcing them constantly to be playing defensively. Rookie does have ulti once again. They can pressure for this.
Also creative use last time with Rookie's ultimate. He did place the ball inside the tower, or a second mid shockwave is crucial. But top tower did eventually fall. It will be triple inhibs surely falling here for IG. Over time, Gimgoon does not have ultimate. Xiaoyu down. Republic does not have his own ultimate for another couple seconds. West does have the enchanted crystal arrow, and Savoki has his own ult. So, arrow goes wide once more. Random ultimate in from Lulu. I think he was expecting the damage in from Rookie, actually. Or ultimate onto Marge, but he's got the healing there from his allies, so he's able to stay alive.
Mission accomplished. They got 3 inhibs.
That's it. Go back to base. Recuperate.
That's really damaging. Game talent, for how long they were able to defend these inhibs, they go back up and they come back down because of the fight. Duke was able to put them back on the defense, taking down 3 inhibs now. If game talents ever want to be able to come back into this game, you have to believe this game has to go a little longer. 10 minutes even. They're looking for a 55-minute game.
Maybe, yeah. But you've got to think, Raz, with Baron spawning, Elder Dragon on the horizon as well, how are GT ever going to do this? Marge is hitting like a truck, so is West, but it's much easier for Marge to be nimble and mobile in these fights.
Yeah, we got the late game Lucian. This is what we were looking for all week long, really. So Lucian, you mentioned it, he's nimble, he's quick. He deals a lot of damage. He's got full build, a lot of crit to his name. So if you ever are left alone with Lucian, he's going to burst you out. There's no front line coming in from game talents. He doesn't have life still, but he should still. Oh, he does. He does have it in the Blade of the Rune King. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Calm before the storm. The storm starts in around 10 seconds.
Yeah, they cannot contest the Baron here. They can't even look for a steal.
Yeah, because if they lose one member, it's over. So this is just the Baron take over to IG. Probably looks to Siege in now. Is it back to base? Is it just set on these waves? Looks like it is just setting up these waves. Marginal Megan up to the top lane. Kid will probably rotate between the lanes.
Yeah, top lane's already prepped the best for IG that they can look towards and go and use it. Mid lane is starting to get pushed out, just got pushed out by Orianna, and Duke is never going to leave that bottom lane.
No. He's attached to that bottom lane. Had a long, great
Going for it.
relationship together. Arrow does not land. Multiple missed arrows from West.
There's no inhibs up, so
Republic on the wrong side of that wall.
with no inhibs up, Kid using ulti just to start the
Tidal
fight.
wave. Actually surprisingly dodged out by everyone on GT. Only one Nexus turret remaining. This is hard for GT, but it's a ultimate for an ultimate so far. Also having to contend with these minions.
Yeah.
Great ultimate from Marge. Also bad ultimate from Rookie.
Ooh.
Equalizer in from Gimgoon. Also
Nothing
quite
really
bad.
coming. Yep. So this is a pressure game where IG, they're just waiting for as many super minions. You can count them. That's 2 super minions. 2 coming in from the bottom lane as well, but that's going to take a little longer. They killed the first one.
They're hitting the
Oh,
tower.
Rookie!
Oh, Republic, where did he go? Rookie took him out in that duel, in that gunslinger battle. Duke's into the
Stun!
backline. He stuns everybody. He'll be going down into the Guardian Angel, but he did his job. Kid getting chased out here. West is basically untouched. Game Goon's on the backlines. He's eliminated by Rookie. Towers down. Xiaoyu heading back to base. They're on to the Nexus. It's not going to stop. IG, take the series.
What a game. Now it's 2-0 in IG's favor. They take the set. But man, was it hard to do it. Both games were incredibly close. Game Talents could have taken either one. And it's going to feel bad for them, but they still take the set, and IG needs every win they can get in Group A.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially against a team like GT, who are the true blue shell of the league. But it was hard fought. There was a second game where I was just like, yep, IG got it in the bag. And then GT start winning fights, and this is like, oh, hang on a minute. They've actually just taken in here, and this has come down to a single team fight win.
That's why you can never rest on a game. If it gets to a point where IG, sure, it feels like they can take it out. It feels very easy for them that they can take it feels like a 20-minute game, but then they just start to rest on their laurels. They start to relax a little bit, lean back.
Assume they've won the game.
Yeah, and then the game's over. So, yeah, well, I mean, it's not over. It's not a bad way. It's just that Game Talents are constantly able to stall it out, constantly able, I mean, the Baron steal in the first game as well.
Yeah.
So, they're fighters.
In the end, congratulations, Rusty. You were right.
I know. I think I've been right all day. I got it absolutely perfect today.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, start with that.
Okay.
How'd you go in set one, Rez?
I mean, I don't even remember.
You
set
said
one.
OMG.
Did I? No, actually, I backtracked. Remember, as I
Yeah,
left,
no,
I said,
kidding.
okay. I was like,
No, I think that was a pretty good performance from Invictus Gaming. They actually played it super well, and they had the same problems when they hit the mid game.
Yeah.
Again, it's
Yeah.
almost like deja vu to an
Yep,
extent, and
it is.
I feel like that comes back to their team compositions being close to identical one more time. The only difference really is the Lucian, and Marge was feeling himself at the later stages of that game. He was having a great time, just dashing forwards everywhere.
Yeah.
And that helps them get it over the line, if nothing else.
Late game Lucian is very fun to watch. I can say that for certain. I think that's one of the first true late game Lucians we've seen, so pretty cool. Duke with the constant pressure in bottom lane was just a frustration as well, something that GT could not deal with whatsoever.
And that peak from Game Talents, the point where they were leading, it was great for them. Duke was still in the lead, and Duke was able to carry them from that point forward.
The scary thing to me is that Duke got a double kill that actually kept them in the game, where if they just played more patiently from Game Talents, they would have still been able to close that out potentially with the lead that they were starting to get for themselves. They were doing well everywhere except top lane, and that's not unexpected. It's a matchup for that. And then Republic accidentally, with arms wide open, says, take 300 gold off me. Make it 600 as you get a double kill, and now we have a losing lane that was only slightly bad and is now horrible.
I mean, this was not Republic's day. I mean, we were definitely
wasn't.
bashing on them a bunch for the game one, but I think we have to say the same thing for two, where it wasn't even like the composition was built to pick him away, go for these objectives. He was making these plays happen by himself, and they weren't panning out. They weren't even good plays to start with.
Yeah, I would say that he's a good player, but the problem is he's going up against. We need a second star of Game Talents.
Agreed.
And going up against IG, you're going to get challenged because you're going up against Rookie. And if you can't take down Rookie, and I mean, not so much takedown, but challenge him. And I don't think he challenged him this set. Near the end of it, in second game, he was having some good plays. But it's an inconsistent point for him. And I think that there's some tough talent in the mid lane role in the league.
There's a lot.
Yeah, including Rookie, who's just going to find himself another MVP in this set. I mean, Orianna is a great champion if you want MVPs today, apparently. This is his 8th MVP.
He played well this game, but Duke won them this game. So I will say that Duke played.
He should have gotten one of the MVPs.
Yeah, I think Duke this game was playing super well.
And I actually don't know why they gave it to Rookie.
Yeah,
I feel like they just want to interview him.
Yeah, just
Maybe.
see what he can say.
But he got the first MVP, and just give the second one to Duke. There
I
you
mean,
go.
the first one that is acceptable. The second one was just him. Sure, he did a lot of damage late game, but that's an Orianna point. Like, that's Orianna being able to do that. Duke, in the early game, made a lot of outplays. Had like a massive lead when the rest of his team, or at least Game Talents, had a lead in the opposite side of the map. So that's just I'll watch.
Especially
that
with
one
saying that he still did a great job in that game.
Yeah.
We're just saying that Duke did more. He was more instrumental towards that win. And yeah, that was pretty much it, right? Like, you need a mid laner who can at least challenge or go even with a mid laner like Rookie, and that's not what we saw whatsoever from Republic. And I've got a question, like, is it because his OTP is gone? You can't really play Ryze anymore. And he's like, well, do I go Victor? Do I go Syndra? Oh, I just can't win on either of these champions? Because that lane was lost at level 2 both games.
Yeah, Rise definitely makes it easier for him, I think, because you just shove and you look towards the plays. It's kind of like a Twisted Fate ulti kind of deal, and he's been pretty creative with the champion. Now he has to look towards other champions, and back to his old style is an assassin style, which is not bad for him. It's not bad, it's just that now it just showcases what his weaknesses are, and what he's lacking creatively. His creativity when he plays those champions still needs some work.
It's also just what he's lacking compared to Rookie, right? Like,
Yeah.
generally, like, Republic is a good player, can hard carry for his team every odd game that he gets, where Gimgoon doesn't have to, or he just happens to go off, gets a quadra kill here and there with his Rise. And if you take it away from him, I don't think it limits him as a player. I just think that he goes up to an S or closer to an S when he's actually playing the Rise, because he is so much more comfortable. He is kind of like a flavor of the month mid laner when you highlight the way that he plays. He went from Victor, which is all he played last year, and now it is the Rise, and now he has to continue to develop that champion pool, especially with a 5-ban system. So
Yeah.
he can get exploited quite heavily, but honestly, Rookie was just Rookie. Like, there's a moment where he gets caught, they win a fight, the Shockwave gets flashed, like Republic did nothing wrong.
That's true.
And then Rookie stands still and dodges 2 spells.
Yeah.
Instead of going into one or into the other, he actually just like split the gap perfectly, accidentally almost, but it can't be accidental when it's Rookie.
No, when we see it almost every single game, when we say, is this guy scripting? Like, we actually see this guy dodge insane skill shots. He just has this in-fight prediction as well. It's not even just in these 1v1s as well. It's within team fights when skill shots are flying left and right. For some reason, he just has like a sick sense and just knows how to do it.
Wait, the
It's actually insane.
Shockwave top lane, where he gets all 3 people into it, that's firstly a mistake from Game Talents to be there, but secondly, the way that he knows that they're going to continue to push, his position where there's no vision, hits the Shockwave, and then whilst he's focusing on where his ball is, flashes a Syndra stun, or flashes something super important simultaneously. He's just so cognizant of everything surrounding him at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, so yeah, well deserving of the MVP, but definitely Duke do need to give him some credit, because not only in the second game where he was drawing so much pressure, almost even ended the game by himself, but also in game 1, he consistently just has good ultimates. When we look towards his rumbles or even like a gangplank, every single time we know it's going to be on point and it's going to deal some damage. In like a team fight, it's not just going to go wide. And as much as I love Gimgoon, we saw multiple ultimates, like especially the one at the end was just like, here's a line, and it was just like, well, cool, just wait for like 8 seconds and it's gone.
Exactly, and that's the thing that is always incredible about IG. They still have a lot of potential, is that Kid is flanked with talent. Like, he's getting better as a player, but Duke and Rookie are consistently showcasing why they are the top of their game right now. And so IG, even if they make mistakes, you can look towards and say if they play a more disciplined game later, then they can get farther, because their individual talent is so spectacular, and their bottom lane, I mean, right now they're still iffy, but if they get to a certain point, and as a team, if they come forward, it's very easy for them to pick up a 4th spot in the league.
I think there's a couple of easy ways for IG to cement themselves as a top 2 in their group team, if not a top 4 team within the region.
Yeah.
And it's not just the fact that Rookie and Duke always win laning phase. They excel at laning phase. That's one of the big strengths that each individual player has. Duke, when he was on SKT, was a really good laner. That is something that is carried through here. Kid just needs to be able to be the mid-game bridge for them. If they're winning lanes, either it's vision control or it's making aggressive decisions on champions, that with the support. So they have to have Margin Megan come into mid-game, because if they can become a 5-man unit around the mid-game where they start to drop off, they will be infinitely better than they currently are, because early game's just a whitewash. They're just too good at laning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is a huge point for IG, and I think it's very interesting when we see teams, specifically ones that we are looking towards at the top of the league, go against GT. It's like, how much can we actually take from this series? Because GT do the same thing to every single team. They draw them into these fights and becomes a 50-50, and then eventually either one team wins or the other team wins, right? So it's actually difficult to say that against a team like this. It's more, you can take more from a game where IG are facing a different team, one who are solidly at the bottom of the standings, or a team who was around them in the standings.
That's why I worry for Game Talents a little bit, because they are currently battling it out with Vici and Newbie, 2 teams who are currently growing, and they have the individual talent on their roster. And so if those teams start to really get it up there, then Game Talents, they're going to be known as the scrappy team that loses early because they have lacking individual talent that isn't named Gimgoon, and it just becomes harder for them to cement some strength in the playoff position. So it's going to be hard. We're going to have to see, especially when we get out of cross-conference, and they have to face these teams directly, who ends up winning, because Vici looked great. They just took down IG the last time we saw them. And then, of course, Newbie, they just took down LGD. That's not too hot. But overall, they are looking better as a team.
I think you can actually draw a correlation to Team WE, right? So Game Talents are the fighting version of what Team WE always were, which is 5 good players, no superstars on the team. But because they were so good at the style that WE had, Game Talents starting to bridge that towards the same thing. They are good enough to be a top 5 team or within the elite of the LPL itself if they just perfect the strategy. And then eventually you can sculpt superstars out of the team that you've got there already set up with the strategy. So it's about the ordering. You know, IG, they have the stars. Now they need to work on the strategy. Game Talent seem to have a strategy. They need to make stars out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly just such a good point for the team, and so what we're seeing from week to week, but they still have the ability to take those games. It actually really does remind me of UOL from Europe. It's like this very scrappy team. They make playoffs consistently. Maybe haven't had the same highs as that team, but there's definitely comparisons there where they can take these wins, and if they refine themselves, which they have recently, then GT could be the same team. We see them right now, 4-7 in the standings, right alongside NewBee and Vici. Kind of a far cry looking towards QG. Quite difficult to start approaching them as QG has just simply lost less games. But we look to the other side where IG, tied up with a team like IME, who are actually just creeping up the standings, is a scary prospect for IG. They're actually right down in the middle of like the muck that is the middle of the pack for Group A.
At least it's getting clear for Group A. Who's ahead, who's behind. IG needs to work harder. IME is already at that point where they're looking really scary. You look to Group B, and it's actually getting muckier. If Vici take down RNG, it doesn't seem like it's likely. But we've seen a lot of crazy things before. But if it happens, then you have an issue where Game Talents, NewBee, and Vici are all really, really close up and tied together.
Well, to be clear, Vici won, NewBee won, and then Game Talents, QG, and EDG have been losing. So it's all just getting closer together, except for WE just hanging out at the top, saying, this is easy. I love this group. Free playoff run. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's also when we start going back into these groups, because we're going to have one more day left of cross-conference, right? So you actually just like have zero idea of which teams are going to separate, because we can't base it off of the last like 4 weeks of cross-conference, because those are being against different teams. So you take it back within yourselves. Yes, the teams have grown, maybe the teams have progressed, but what does that actually mean within the group? And that's where we see the separation come in. So I think, honestly, we just come out with more questions out of cross-conference than we do answers.
Which is surprising, because I feel like we had answers and we were just waiting for them to be secured, right? We came into cross group and we're like, B better than A, more macro strategy, and A better than B with more individual talent. And yet we're just pretty much equal in wins.
Some teams are still trying to find their stride. Like I'm surprised with a lot of the growth that certain teams had. And then we have the great idea like IME, an IME team that finally got the roster that they've been looking for since the beginning of the split, and they can theoretically be one of the best teams in the league. So we'll have to see how far they can go.
Yeah, it definitely is an arms race, specifically among a lot of the teams who are drafting in new members, seeing what works for them, specifically at the bottom of the standings. It just feels to me that IME were actually one of those teams who got there first, right? And that's why they started to rocket up the standings. Out of all those teams, I would say like 8 teams who are basically just not in the top 4. Which ones are you looking at the standouts to basically approach the end of the line first in terms of the arms race?
For playoffs?
For playoffs and just developing themselves as a team so that they can actually make a playoffs run.
I'd say IME. Is IME a part of that?
They don't count.
Oh,
they're already
OMG.
They're basically like top 4, top 5.
I go OMG then.
OMG?
Yeah.
I'll stick with NewBee.
NewBee?
Okay.
I'm going to say GT. Anyway, on that one, tell us what you think at home as well. We're going to close the day right there. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again for tomorrow. It will be the final day of cross-conference, and Don will be bringing you that and hosting the desk. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
swear to God, I will hold